Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. It's week number 4, and of course, we are live here from the UMG studio. I'm Lando Sanders on hand, joined by Taylor Reflections Noble and Tyler Trooper Schumann. Sorry, I had the end. We were kind of working with it a little bit. We did it. We got it right. We're all figured out. But like we said, guys, we are here in week number 4. It is 2019. July 4th was just yesterday. We got flags. I've got some socks on that are trying to, get as much patrioticness as I can get out of there. But we're here, we're live, we're back. $10,000 to be given away. Some of our favorite content creators, pros, streamers are out there to try to fight for that prize. It should be fun. How we feeling?
Always feeling good whenever we got Friday Fortnite underway. All your favorite YouTubers, streamers, professionals playing it out for $10,000. It's always a good time. I'm feeling good. Tyler, how you feeling?
Feeling excellent. I'm just, you guys seem like way more like relaxed, and I'm just ready, like on the ready, just trying to cast. I mean, I'm excited to jump into the action for sure.
Absolutely. It should be a very, very fun one to be a part of. And of course, guys, we want to kind of bring up our format in case you may be a little bit new to how these tournaments kind of worked out. We want to let you know exactly how to stay tuned for that. And if at any point you do lose track in terms of how the rules work, you can feel free to use !rules in chat for the full list. But like I said, it is double elimination tournament, 2v2 in normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per elimination. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket if both teams are tied after 2 games. Overtime will be played until a winner is decided. So when it comes down to the format, nothing too crazy. Like I said, it is solely based off of eliminations. Placements mean nothing. Obviously, it can help you out in the long run. Let's go and take a quick gander at our bracket coming in for today. Now, I know we have a few updates kind of coming through. I know we are in the midst of a few games just because of a minor delay that we suffered, so we apologize for that. But guys, I know we're kind of hopping into a few matchups, maybe even have a little bit of information on a few of these games as well. But Taylor, start off. Any games that are kind of sticking off the page to you from what you've seen?
Of course, already got to start off with round number 1, Ninja and Sway playing against Vikkstar and TheBurntChip. I kind of got a little bit of taste of that earlier whenever I was watching Ninja stream. I know Ninja Sway ended up dropping a little bit early on, so I'm kind of worried about that. But I got to say, there's going to be a lot of power teams tonight. Typical gamer thieves. Aydan and Innocents, who, of course, didn't get to play last week, but will be playing this week. I'm excited to see them. Dubs, Megga, and the list goes on and on. But I got to say, there's a couple surprise teams as well, and I think one of them will be Ninja and Sway. Like I said earlier, Ninja's going to be trying hard, and Sway is a beast.
Absolutely. Tyler, in your opinion, as you look kind of throughout a few of these teams, any players, any matchups in specific kind of catch your eye a little bit?
Yeah, I'm excited actually for Nickmercs and MoNsTcR to team up this week. I want to see what they end up coming out with this week. Obviously there's so many other big names on the board. I'm excited too with MrSavage and Benjyfishy back together again. That's a great first matchup too against Nick A30 and FaZe replays too. So just that bottom half of the bracket too is scary. Not even you were touching on with Ninja at the top with Sway. I mean. I'd say that just from the first glance, a lot of people would probably immediately think that might be the favorite, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fair, right? I mean, there are a few different teams that kind of make up this bracket that may be new, a few kind of lineups we may not be as familiar with. One that I'm super excited about that I want to kind of point out, Highsky and Bronny are together. I know Bronny was rumored to be playing last week. He is in for this week. Obviously, son of LeBron James, the NBA athlete. It's not a fake. Like we said, we talked about it. It is Bronny officially, so super excited to see him. We've got kind of a teaser over the last few days to kind of see. I know he's been kind of tweeting out, even referencing to, hey, I have some Fortnite skill. Look at my abilities. He even has like a ducky keyboard. Like I know he's transferred from controller now to keyboard recently as well. So he's on top of things. And also another game that we obviously had to bring up because he will be playing with Highsky versus Arkhram and ZexRow. Another game that I think we're actually going to be hopping into right now. We've got Ghost, Aydan, and Innocents getting ready to face off against TSM Myth and Misfits' own Clix. So I'm excited to see how these guys fare off against one another. I know Clix, I think this is his first ever Friday Fortnite. I believe he has qualified for the World Cup 3 different times.
4.
Is it 4? Okay, so it's 4 different
times.
I don't even know. It's unbelievable, the talent that exists, obviously, in terms of one side. Then you look at, it's like, okay, we have one lineup. Okay, they're pretty talented. Oh, we have Aydan and Innocents who are going to be facing off against them as well. So this should be a very fun match to watch.
Yeah, and I'm really excited as well to see Aydan and Innocents. This was my top pick, or at least one of my top picks as of last week. And like I said, we didn't get an opportunity to see them, but Clix, he's going to get dropped Myth just down to a minuscule amount of health, about 5 as Neo tilted. Looks like it might be the resting place, and Myth will get dropped himself.
Wow.
You notice the amount of engagements that are currently on the map. There's going to be 16, so that is going to be enough for Aydan and Clix to take a nice size lead. And already looking at Aydan's perspective, Tyler, he's sitting at 8 elims. That's a lie.
Yeah, I mean, already have such a huge advantage right now. You're just going to keep racking up the points at this stage right now. They're dropping right now on a new team. Looks like an entire fight. They're going to try third party out here. Already taking out those builds, the fall damage. You knew that was going to take him down to a small amount of HP, wiping him down that first knock. Aydan's ready to break into that box, and they're just going to do business as usual here. Taking down the second player. Third one also cleaned up there by Innocents. So making quick work of this new rotation here, and they are flying high right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, right? I mean, this is a great way to kind of start off your matchup. When we talk about Myth and Clix, we didn't get to see the start of their match, but the fact that they were in Tilted Towers while it was a hot zone definitely for me kind of raises, not necessarily any red flags, but it definitely kind of raises a few questions in terms of, you know, were they trying to land there? Was that their attempt? Was that their rotation that they kind of first went off toward? Regardless, though, Tilted Towers not a place that they can most likely feel as confident in the games moving forward. And depending on, obviously, you called it out, Taylor, Aydan, his overall amount of eliminations, Innocents obviously sitting at 10 as well, they could really be beefing up a lead to the point where we're talking about next game and saying, hey, Myth and Clix, you didn't have the greatest of performances here, but you may have to go back to a place like Tilted.
Yeah, and I love the numbers that Aydan and Innocents are putting up, and this is what I expect from this duo. Aydan, of course, has competed in several of our tournaments, whether it be Friday Fortnite, Sunday Showdown, but we know him for putting up high numbers, especially when it comes to public lobbies. Innocents, another guy who we know is explosive on the sticks. He is going to be a controller player joining Aydan. It's only fitting, right? But I got to say, both of these guys know how to put up massive numbers. You see the score, 20-10. And what does worry about me, or at least worries me, especially moving forward in the bracket, is the fact that Aydan and Innocents are putting up numbers such as this. They're going to get a couple more before this game is over, but these are the types of numbers that you need to beat any team on this bracket. So any team that faces them in the future is going to have their hands full.
Yeah, you're expecting, you need to make sure that both your players come in. When you have to go against a team that has at least 20 points, you guys both have to carry your weight in when it comes to these games. You can't really, I mean, excluding the occasion where you have somebody maybe drop 28 kills on just one end. Most, you know, you're not going to see that happen a lot. You have to make sure that you're staying as aggressive as possible. And that the worst part is you have to make sure that you're keeping up with your duo in a sense. You don't want to always feel like that weakest link in a sense.
Absolutely, and it looks as if Innocents right now, backside of the storm, just coming on him, takes quite a bit of fall damage, but still is trying to hold strong, losing a few of his builds, but his confidence is not wavering as of yet. Firing away, takes one down. And like we talked about, a beast on the sticks. Innocents and Aydan make a wonderful combo, not just because they obviously are both on Ghost, not just because they're both playing together, but because they also have that kind of controller synergy. They played with each other in the past. They know their kind of play styles and how similar that they work. And like I said, it's going to be a victor royale. What we see 15 from Aydan. I didn't remember exactly how many Innocents had, but he's at least in double digits. So they're going to be sitting pretty well when it comes down to this next matchup. And like we were kind of talking about, and I know we didn't get to see the entirety of the game. We only kind of saw what was kind of an ending negative for Myth and Co. But I feel like they might have to kind of play a little more aggressive in terms of what to look forward to. I know we got a sneak peek at the graphic there in terms of the score. Not the greatest of situations. Like, what are we thinking? Like, okay, 28-10. A little bit worse than I thought, I'll be honest. I thought maybe it wasn't going to be that high, but 18 eliminations, that's pretty significant, I think.
It definitely is, and I think that has to be said. Like, honestly, Myth, Clix, I don't know where they landed necessarily. We didn't get to catch them that early on, but they probably had a much softer drop than Aydan and Innocents, who I expect probably went to Neo Tilted, only given the fact Aydan, obviously the king of Tilted in the past, Innocents, an aggressive player himself. We know these controller players, they love Tilted when it was around. Neo Tilted, a lot has changed. I'm not a fan of it, but it was a hot drop, and depending on the bus path, it could explain why their numbers are so incredibly high. But when it comes to Myth and Clix, I know Myth, whenever he's playing with Poach, they love the salty drop, right?
Yeah,
so that was kind of their area, and that's probably where they decided to go, and probably wasn't as fruitful as the Neo Tilted. They probably didn't even play bad. It was just a matter of rotations and their landing drop.
Yeah, the worst part when you start down that quickly and you come off the drop, don't have a good initial drop with your teammate, and you're down a player, or you both get killed right off the drop. That makes it really difficult because you have to sit, think about also not only what your next move is going to make. You have all the time in the world to try and re-strategize and readjust for the next game, but as your opponents are racking up kill after kill after kill, winning fight after fight, I mean, you gotta think that every point they're getting, every elimination, it's now readjusting your strategy that you just came up with. Like, oh, maybe now they're 10, 15 kills higher than us. We need to probably drop somewhere a little bit more hostile, just to something that you're not as familiar with to try and make up for it. I mean, it's not a good time now this early on to be in desperation mode, but I guess we're gonna have to say.
Yeah, and obviously someone that you know pretty well, Ryan Fools, kind of made the claim back in the day in terms of like, hey, once a team kind of goes down early, the rest of the match, it's extra credit, right? We can just keep adding up, which is obviously what you were alluding to, keep adding up those points, just try to get higher and higher and try to allow for the enemy to be such in a box almost. And you almost get to a point when you're down as many eliminations as they kind of currently are. I think 18 is definitely a worthy number to be down right now.
It's a lot.
You kind of look at it and you're like, we have to play super aggressive, plus we kind of also have to bank on the enemy having a struggle of some sort, whether it's, dropping off the rip, not really seeing a whole lot of success, or maybe even starting to be dropped in terms of not kind of getting back in the game, not getting rebooted. But as we take a look on the landing spots, I know Clix is a little bit delayed right now. Myth going toward pressure point. Now, it is going to be a hot zone.
Yeah.
But thoughts on this, because this is not at all a typical play that we see.
I don't like it. This is an area that's pretty chaotic, a lot of open spaces, and an opportunity for opponents to kind of snipe you whenever you're not looking. So that's going to be a very testy situation. Already frustration coming out. Of course, you get that silenced SMG, and then the player flies away, and that's going to be unfortunate because he was down to just about 10 health. But this split is going to be interesting, but I do respect the split, right? A split is something that needed to happen. You're down 18 eliminations. You've got to put it all on the line. Coming over to a hot drop such as pressure, it's not the best area to go to, but it is a hot drop. Get you kitted up. Come out with a couple of eliminations. You're also over at Salty, which is going to be a good opportunity to pick up a couple of elims, which we see Clix already doing so. But it is going to be a direct counter to the Dusty drop that Aydan and Innocents decided to go to. So there is potential with Myth and Clix at least to cover this deficit.
Yeah, I didn't like that drop either. You could see Myth struggling to find any good loot right there, and he's pretty much stuck right in that hot zone. But as we switch on over now to see exactly where Clix is going to come out here, try and make his way through that doorway, but teammate going down quickly and able to get cleaned up on that instance right there. So back to where Myth dropped. He was dropping there to try and get some quick kills, but I mean, there was really nobody there within range. He was finding really bad loot. Even now, his loot isn't really that excellent. So I'm assuming he's going to at least try to best these players and see what they came up with on their drop. And he already does connect with a nice shot here. Doesn't seem like he has anybody coming up to his side. He already has one down with that high point advantage, looking to build back up, but instead dropping down. I think he only has this one-on-one to worry about. Make that a 2-on-1 as one is still healing up his teammate right there, but lets the other one go. No time to help that one. He did drop a double barrel there, which is the unvaulted weapon for the day. No time to even scoop that up, as he is just going to W key, try and force this push, and
I think
looks
he fell.
like
he fell.
Yeah,
he
okay.
Fell. Oh no!
He even little slip right there on the side. Could not hang. I mean, when you lose a build battle to yourself, what else can you say about that? Trying to avoid Myth getting taken out there. I mean, he did work there against those four, just really with no help.
I gotta say though, like being totally honest, any other duo that's, or rather, kind of group that's in this game, you're kind of arguing probably not the greatest situation to be in, but he still ends up finding 4. However, on the other end, just below his perspective, Clix is currently down for the count, has only taken, or rather kind of officially dropped down 2 eliminations as of this moment. So we're going to need to see a big play coming in from Myth, because obviously, like we know, in terms of pressure point in relation to Salty Springs, he's going to have to make somewhat of a jaunt, as he does take at least another down. Still has yet to kind of pick up the double barrels that exist on this map, and his focus might be toward the future. I got to say, that's kind of unfortunate considering the loot that was dropped. He picks off a number of different players, but maybe just not wanting the weapon, not wanting to kind of rock with it as of this time. He might try to utilize the volcano and maybe try to get to another perspective, but his focus is now on Sunny Steps. It might be Clix who's down for the rest of this game.
Yeah, this is going to be unfortunate. Clix will probably not get revived at this point in time. It's going to be too much of a jaunt over. And, of course, if you do rest your teammate, you also got to worry about running into Innocents and Aydan, who were over at Dusty. And on top of that, you're also allowing these eliminations that's, Myth is going for to potentially go out of your hands. So I think going for these elims is probably a much smarter idea. I got to say, pressure was more fruitful than I thought it was. 5 elims from that and a couple more over at Sunny, but rotating out, probably going to reach a little impasse. So there's not going to be a lot of players, so I'm kind of worried about that rotation. But with that being said, Myth playing very well, and you got to be thinking if that first game wasn't as lopsided as it was, Myth and Clix, they'd be looking pretty solid.
Yeah, he has to pretty much throw the team on his back right now, stay alive as long as he possibly can, and as much as he's been fighting, 6 kills, landing in that hotspot, still doesn't have any weapons that are really too devastating at this point. I mean, but he's doing all the work in the world right now, doesn't need anything as far as a loadout goes, besides that pump and that SMG. He also has a rotational tool still remaining if he does need to get out of dodge here with that Shadow Bomb. He's waiting to find that follow-up shot on the player, and he already knew how low HP that player was. Finishes off before he counter-builded. Either was out of mats completely, like Myth is, or wasn't able to react in time. Either way, Myth definitely looking to try and get some of his own, and there you can see, looks like he looted that character who did not have any materials to go. So Myth is in a rough spot here, especially if somebody does roll up on him in the next few seconds.
And we talked about, too, like that player count is continually starting to fall. We're now down to 35 other players that currently exist on the map. You also notice Innocents and Aydan. I think when we got a quick little gainer at the scoreboard, I think it was like 7-6. Like they're still finding eliminations. The deficit has only, at the time, been cut down by 1. And he was down a ton coming into this matchup, 18 to be specific. So a lot more work needs to be done. And if you are a fan of Myth, if you're a fan of TSM, or just want to see Aydan and Innocents fall, we're going to need to see them get taken down in some way. They can't continue to remain on the map if he wants to make what seems to be a miracle happen as of this moment. But back towards Salty Springs, this is where we saw Clix start to have a few short moments, but 34-21, rotations are being made in Innocents, and like I said, as long as he and Aydan are kind of roaming throughout the map, it just makes Myth's life so much more difficult.
And we noticed this rotation going over towards Fatal. This is something that has kind of been popularized throughout the first couple of weeks of Friday Fortnite. Now in week 4, a lot of players like to go from Salty over towards Fatal, which honestly, before, never was a fan of, but I am surprised at how many elims you can find. And I got to say, Lucky has been getting a lot of attention, so you'll find players.
I've been seeing that, actually, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, necessarily why. I know there's a couple of Fort Bites over there, a couple of challenges. I've noticed hotspots are pretty hot over there. But with that being said, Fatal has a couple of players, as you see, already in it. We're going to see Aydan and Innocents kind of come into the mix, but you'll have those players, who just went over Fatal. You have the players who are rotating from Lucky, so not a bad rotation. And I got to say, this player down below, he's going to get a couple of hits onto Aydan, but he'll immediately focus attention up ahead. Innocents from the back to get the sandwich. He's going to get that elim, and that's going to be another 2. A close call for Aydan, but he comes out virtually unscathed.
Yeah, Myth really needed that to go a different way right there. You could see Aydan dropping down, knowing that that player was completely cornered underneath where that chest usually spawns in this river. And it looked like he kind of was surprised at how much HP he lost, which he thought was going to be a quick cleanup. So didn't really come out the best in the best after that fight. Still has to make up for it a little bit with his HP, but still him and his teammate remaining, still slaying out and doing well. But on Myth right now at Mega Mall, still fighting for his life right now and maintaining his ability to stay alive for the time being. He's able to take out 1, but as he drops down, the teammate from that player coming in hot to try and pursue, down to 26 HP, and now just using one of those mini shields he has. So still trying to reposition himself, throw off exactly where he is posting up right now to get those shields. Look at the trap going down. No. Oh, and at the last second before he can get around the doorway, he gets not only clipped by that gun, but also possibly clipped on stream as that man laughed in his face as he wipes out Myth for that game.
Oh, man, that's never fun to go out. Obviously, you're kind of disappointed with the fact, okay, we end up dropping, whatever. And then someone just emotes on you to make it a little bit worse. So, unfortunately, laughing all the way down to the losers bracket. Like we said, it's not going to be, as of this moment, Clix and Myth out, but starting off in losers round 1 normally isn't the kindest way to start off your Friday Fortnite, that's for sure. But I do say that, all things considered, Mongraal and Mitro, the week 3 winners, also started off in losers round 1 last week. They saw a very early exit when it came down to the winners bracket, and they came and won the entire thing. I don't think that's ever been accomplished before in Friday Fortnite history, to start all the way from losers round 1. So you got to give them some props, got to give them some credit, but we'll see what they can try to do. But overall, guys, we take a look at that scoreboard. I mean, it kind of ends right at this moment, but still, Aydan and Innocents, what a phenomenal way to kind of start off your tournament in terms of, kind of the enemy dropping early, seeing a lot of success. I don't think that any of them had ever dropped, at least when we got to watch them on broadcast. So all things considered, we're looking at a very solid beginning, and in terms of the way that they kind of played that game all the way throughout, I thought that they, like you said, I think you were even mentioning it, like kind of ran through it unscathed for the most part.
Basically. So. And I got to say, their rotations look great. pretty typical
Yeah.
from Dusty over to Salty, then to Fatal, and then, of course, we didn't get really to catch too much of their last game. But I will say they look solid. The numbers they're putting up are the numbers you need to continue your way through the bracket virtually against any other team that you're going to face off against. This is my contender team to make it to at least semifinals, potentially finals over in the winner's bracket, but not a bad start to take out a powerhouse team such as Myth and Clix. I got to say, they're looking solid, and it's exactly what I expected from them.
Okay, I kind of like that. I mean, in terms of what you saw from that last match, Tyler, like, did you kind of see anything in terms of what really kind of was the main outlier? I know we only got to watch, Myth and Co. for so long, but did you think it maybe was the factor of the landing location off the start of that second game that maybe kind of threw a wrench in the setup in terms of what could have maybe been done toward the late game?
Yeah, well, I haven't really been a fan for pressure plant as a drop as far as competitive goes.
Right.
It's definitely an interesting place on the map, but when you're trying to drop, obviously, a little more enticing when it's a hot spot. You can get that better loot. The problem is that area of the map, I believe, has been changing pretty frequently every week, time to time. Just as an example, they're now building these giant, I want to say robot legs.
Yes,
I'm not
yes.
sure,
Yeah.
but I mean that's like now a new high point that's being placed at that POI. So many different things that are changing at that area where landing there was definitely a risky play, and I was hoping it was going to pay off for him more than it did because you expect a lot more players to go there, try and capitalize. But really, I mean, when he landed there, he was struggling to find not just loot, but struggling to find players to really clean up in quick succession to try and stay on Aydan and Innocents' heels. I mean, Aydan and Innocents, though, they look like they didn't skip a beat in either of those games. And, I mean, they are just the some of the most elite controller players that you're going to find right now.
That's for sure. Like I said, there are very talented ones, and for them to kind of be at the top of the pack is definitely intriguing. That's without question.
And you know what? I want to not take anything away from them and just say that they're two of the most elite Fortnite players. I don't want to even just put them in their own category and say
well
controller.
said, yeah,
They're just excellent all around, and I continue to see them do well.
Absolutely. Like I said, on the topic of landing locations, I know we saw Salty Springs off the break. Now we know quite a bit about replays in Nick 30 from prior tournaments. I know at least in kind of week 1, week 2, they struggled with their early game. Last week they started to kind of improve upon it, but it looks different right now, taking a quad crasher across the map, looking for a few of those rotations. And we see replays with 5. I know Nick had a few as well. So not the best, but not the worst start either. And like I said, when you're facing off against a team like Energy in terms of Savage and Benji, we know how talented these guys are in terms of their consistency. Squads like Camo and Issa, like these guys, even in terms of last week, like Mongraal and Mitro, there are just certain teams that constantly are finding an influx of eliminations, and you just don't know how to replicate it unless you play to their speed. And I feel like depending on the game, Energy works in that same way. So we'll kind of be a spectator in terms of this matchup as replays. Hitting some clips from afar. Nick 30 will finish up 1 with that rifle, but we'll see if they can start to contend. That last shot alludes me to think that their shots are pretty hot right now.
Absolutely. I love to see this from this duo because, like you said, they did struggle in week 1 and week 2. Week 3, we kind of saw an emergence back from Nick 30 in replays. They started playing considerably well, but Fatal was their drop, and I think they might be switching it up, which is kind of refreshing to see, rotating out of Salty, but you could imagine they did go Fatal. We kind of caught them a little bit late on, but gotta say, using the quad crasher to the best of their abilities, flying around, they found a couple of engagements over in loot. Sitting at 5 for replays. Nick is sitting at a couple himself, so I got to be thinking Benjyfishy, MrSavage, they've got their hands full, but I like to see this double barrel in hand. Benjyfishy, the first player to use it, at least in our tournament. And the double barrel, such an OP weapon back in the day, and it was especially OP and competitive. You got to be imagining during those Turtle Wars, having an up-close and personal weapon such as the double barrel, your opponents couldn't get through you. And it's refreshing to see it kind of back at least for one day. I wouldn't want it permanently back, but at least, back here for the 14 days of summer. Pretty good to see. Let's see what Benjyfishy can do.
Yeah, it's pretty much just for today. The double pump is back in the game if you really want to look at it that way. If you use that gun, especially when you're in a 1-buy, it is super effective. And I would expect to see a lot of players, or I expected to see a lot of players today kind of utilize that new drum shotgun, kind of spamming when you break into somebody's box. But right now with the double barrel being unvaulted today, I expect to see that actually probably being the favorable weapon out of the two if you're going to really try and just spam or barrel stuff your opponent when you're fighting close range. With these two teams though fighting out, you can see a lot of them trying to at least see what's going to happen around Tilted. Not much going on, so they have to make the rotation out here. And this is always interesting when both teams are in the exact same location. It's basically a race right now to see who can slay out. One player already down, and now you can see MrSavage trying to get that high ground. MrSavage and Benjyfishy, by the way, two of the most technical prodigies, I'd say, in the game right now. Super scary to come across them, and especially when they're in a mode like this where they are just going all for kills right now. It is extremely deadly. They are right on this guy's heels, trying to keep him at least under pressure, and one gets picked up before they can get up top. Man, he really had nowhere else to go in that fight.
Yeah, he never really did, right? In terms of like the choke points, right? The ability for all these teams, how they play, they just totally allow for the enemy to be put in such an awkward spot, especially whenever we have these two duo teams kind of colliding together. It does not make for the kindliest of interactions, that's for sure. You usually see quite a few early eliminations, early deaths, if you will, but and I'm kind of getting back to that shotgun conversation. I think as of this moment, I know we were kind of talking about it in the pre-show a little bit. There are like 5 shotguns now, right? Like we talked about, like, obviously the double barrel's been brought back for today. We were kind of talking about it a little bit. The drum shotgun. I'm gonna hear your guys' thoughts on that a little bit because I feel like in the beginning everyone was like, okay, this gun is not good whatsoever, and then people realized, oh, if I hold it down, it shoots very fast. Like I feel like the narrative has totally changed around it. What has your guys' experience been with that or rather, what has your experience been with the weapon in terms of the community, what they've thought of it? Do you think it could be a weapon that should be in the inventories moving forward, or is the combat, the pump, and et cetera, a whole lot better, rather?
I think for a lot of different play styles, the pump would probably reign supreme, the combat as well. I think it goes combat, pump. Honestly, I would put TAC even above the new drum shotgun, to be honest with you, just because of the fact that the TAC has a little bit more range. You lose a little bit of that spam ability, but you could be more consistent with the TAC versus the drum. I have found, at least in my opinion, to be very inconsistent, even up close and personal. You have to be right in somebody's face, and that's the case with the double barrel too. But for me, I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm also not against it, though, to be honest with you. I don't think it's overpowered. It's kind of that middle ground between attack. But I think if you are going to choose a combat or a pump over it, you're crazy. TAC and maybe the the drum shotgun maybe go hand in hand. But with that being said, I think it's one of the worst shotguns out there.
I mean, I fully expect one of the next updates in the next few weeks to kind of address that situation with how many shotguns are in the game. I expect them to vault one of them, if not 2 of them, but probably one for at least right now. There's just constant people just talking about this situation on Reddit, and I remember this being an issue with the snipers as well. People were complaining. I think at one point there was, I want to say, like 5 snipers in the game.
There's a lot.
Then they took out the hunting rifle, which was unfortunately one of my favorite ones to use because
it.
It was the most skillful one, in my opinion, at the stage with no scope. And now, if we just take a look right now with how that double barrel is doing, it seems to be favored right now by Benjyfishy. I thought he was actually going to ditch it right there in the storm, but it looks like it was a mistake. He is actually keeping his eye on that, and it's winning him a lot of fights for that reason. So I mean, every shotgun does have its place, and you can see that right here.
Absolutely. And like I said, chat, feel free. Get involved. Taylor kind of was giving his overall rankings. Let us know in the 5 shotguns that are currently in the game, where do you rank them? I'm curious. Like we said as well, $10,000 to be given away. Mr. Beast, I know, shout out for being so involved with Friday Fortnite, wanting to keep it alive and doing a fantastic job at it. I know he's going to be choosing one random viewer to give $10,000 to. So let us know throughout the day. It's going to be happening. I think we'll announce it kind of toward the grand finals. Let us know when it's going to be happening, or rather how you think that you deserve. But getting back to the gameplay really quick, I know that replays has fallen just prior to that. MrSavage has as well. Nick30 quickly silences a Demogorgon and may have to try to go for the reboot card here shortly, but there are still ones just on the outskirts of these builds trying to take down a ramp, wanting to get those back in his favor, going for the quick edits, looking for the loot. However, has to be super aware with that zone. The Storm beginning to move in, going for the quick edits, nearly hits the foot and tries to make it land, but down to low HP. He doesn't have any immediate medkit weapons and has to try to go
build.
No. Oh, no. Can he get through this? Oh, my gosh.
The slipstream saved him.
Nick A30 just managed to survive. What in the world was that? Oh, my gosh. I don't know how that was possible. Unfortunately, replays can't come along for the ride, but it is a 1v1 and allows for Nick A30 and co to still be alive for the time. And there goes Benjyfish dropping. Now, there are 9 players alive. Nick A30 is sliver amount of health, and you see him getting hyped.
And this is the best I've ever seen Nick A30 place. 12
well, I'm curious. This might be game
elims.
2. This might be game 2. Are they hyped because they won?
And you got to be thinking this. You have to be thinking as well. Like 12 elims for Nick A30, Benjyfish. MrSavage are down. With this being game 2, there's still a total of 8 elims that he can pick up for his team. they might be able to take the lead considering what the scoreline was. With the way that he's playing it out, you've got to imagine that, yes, they do have a deficit that they need to close out. But
well, they were celebrating. I think they won.
Good game, Savage. Good game, Benji.
Okay,
yeah, they
good.
won.
So if it's good
That's
game,
what I'm saying. Like, I think
that's a big hit.
I think with
MrSavage
him,
Benjyfishy getting eliminated, that's huge.
Oh my god! Oh my! It was that close. Oh my god!
And
That's
you know
a
what?
massive upset for sure.
That is huge because, I mean, obviously Benjyfishy and MrSavage got taken out right there. I'm not sure how it would have changed things if they saw Nick A30 go down, but man, him coming out of that fight with 3 HP and then hitting the builds when he goes for the launch pad, still surviving when he hits that slipstream. I mean, how much had to go right for him right there? Look how excited he is. You got to love that. I mean, you got to get hyped. There's no doubt about it after that.
After all the things that have happened to Nick A30 in his Friday Fortnite career in terms of, like, minor negatives, it's so nice to see him kind of come out with the W, and I know how much that means to him in replays. Obviously taking out one of the most talented teams in Friday Fortnite today here in 2019, our Week 1 2019 champions. I mean, these guys are insanely gifted when it comes down to Fortnite. So for them to walk away with that matchup, I feel like is big for their confidence, and it's big to kind of start off a game like that. I mean, at least I know we didn't make necessarily any March Madness-like predictions like, oh, these are the sleeper teams, this is my Cinderella story type. But for right now, I mean, that was not one that I predicted to go that way whatsoever. So,
well, I always like to toot my horn. One of my surprise team was Nick A30 and a replays.
I need to see this. Did you write who they were playing against?
Right there. Nick A30. Well, I didn't say who they're playing. I did say they'd be one of the surprise teams. Now, you know me now. If you guys have been
realistically, okay, I'm going to be honest here. I love Nick A30 in replays. Guys, you're fantastic. I love everything about you. But you're facing off against Energy. Let's be real here.
MrSavage and Benjyfishy, my team, my boys. I always root for them.
Which one is your boys? I don't know which
one.
one.
It depends on the moment. But whatever it's, I got to say, surprise team. I wrote it down. Predictions.
Okay. All right.
On point, baby.
All right. Well,
I'll give him that one.
My man, I like him. We need to bring him back more often.
We'll give you a star on that one. I don't know if your thought process would have been the same, but we'll give it to you for now, Taylor.
There's a lot of changes.
Tyler's
decision. Maybe it wouldn't have been.
It's about first impressions. He has to do that for me. I understand.
Exactly. Well, like we said, guys, a few games are already in the books. I think our round 1 is nearly concluded. Like I said, feel free to let us know on Twitter by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Let us know in chat. How is your bracket looking? Are there any kind of teams that are making it through that maybe you didn't predict? Feel free to let us know, along with letting us know why you deserve to win that $10,000. I know Mr. Beast is looking out. Let us know why you deserve to win it all. But like we said, guys, we're going to be coming back with some more awesome Friday Fortnite action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite 2019. It's week 4, and we are obviously live here from the UMG studio. It's myself, Lando Sanders, on hand, joined by Reflections and Trooper. Guys, like we talked about, we saw some interesting round 1 games, maybe some sleeper picks. Taylor predicted everything right, obviously, as usual. But regardless, though, we're kind of carrying on a little bit. We're like I said, we were surprised, at least myself and Trooper were surprised by a few of these games. Taylor, though, you knew exactly what's going to happen,
Always.
so we're all good on that end. Production's even letting us know how much of a genius you are. You know everything, man.
Yeah, so it seems.
So it seems.
So it seems.
Our stream's on a delay. He just watched it already. Don't worry, we're not live.
I already got
we're not live.
This is all pre-recorded. Nothing is live anymore. It's all simulated. No, okay. Let's totally get away from that conversation. I know what Twitch chat is capable of. At least I like to think that I do. Winners bracket, like we talked about, we are officially in winners round 2. Obviously kind of cut in half already. Quite a few of our teams are down in the losers bracket, trying to make their way through. So they're going to be in the gauntlet. But in terms of the teams that still have 2 lives left, any matchups we're looking out for in terms of ones that are going to be kind of interesting? I'm excited to see, obviously, how Ninja and FaZe2A can do. Taylor, you were referencing it, right? A very slow start to their matchup versus Vikkstar and TheBurntChip. However, it looks as if in that game 2, they did manage to recover and move on to that winners round, next winners round, to face off now against Gubba and Gorb, of which we've got to watch a few of those guys play in the past. We've also got teams like FaZe Bini and Bini Diggy making it on to face off against Connor Ball and David Myler. And a few other ones as well, kind of ones of interest, which I'm actually really excited to see this. Just bracket update, Elevate and Valkyrae did take down LosPollos and Mopi in their first game since they got a bye. I'm excited really quickly to find out what's going on with FaZe Rain and FaZe Tico, because they had a phenomenal placement last week. I think it was around like the top 6 regions, somewhere around there. And I just didn't really know, because we haven't really got an opportunity to watch them in Friday Fortnite in the past, what their Fortnite skill was going to look like. What is their ceiling exactly? And I feel like they're going to be pretty well tested when it comes down to Akademiks and Destroy. If they were to make that one throughout, though, then they have Elevate and Valkyrae to face off again. So I'm kind of interested in terms of a few games that we got going on. But in terms of kind of the bottom side of the bracket, I know we had some ones of interest in terms of Dubs and Megga kind of facing off as well. Any ones that we're kind of looking out for, though?
I was actually wanted to point out David Myler coming through with his partner, right? He was kind of a last-minute add-in. He was tweeting at Keemstar, and he really wanted to play. And if you guys don't know, David Myler is, in fact, a professional football player, soccer player. I'm trying to be cultural by saying footballer, all right, as an American, you know. But with that being said—
It's 4th of July weekend. You could say soccer, okay? it's okay this weekend.
Fair enough, fair enough.
We're already on some treacherous territory.
I'm excited that he moved to 2nd round.
That's awesome,
that is big. And you did bring up, you know, Tico, of course, coming through with his partner, Rain.
Yeah.
What's interesting about them is they were preferring to land at Pleasant last time, and Pleasant, as we know, is one of the top 3 worst places to land because you don't get kitted up, the angles are weird, and a lot of tournament lives are ended because of that. But they preferred that drop, and they continue to do so, and it's working for them.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny you point that out. I feel like that Pleasant Park kind of has a similar layout that Risky Reels used to have, where all the loot, majority of the loot was around the edges. There's that big dead zone in the middle that people kind of try and avoid. I mean, I'm always that guy that you see crossing the football field by himself and grabbing the loot and then trying to run for the touchdown as fast as I can. That's the guy. Yeah, I'm that guy. So I always try to be careful when I'm in an area like that, and mostly I do avoid it unless it's usually convenient from where the bus path is coming in.
Sure.
But yeah, as far as if you're trying to, as far as this tournament format goes, slaying out, I don't think Pleasant Park is really the way to go. Unless it's a hot drop, then maybe, if there's multiple hot drops in that northwest part of the map. Otherwise, I would try and stay away from it.
Because, like, if you were to look at it, from a bird's eye point of view, or to be like, like if it was your first ever tournament, it kind of makes sense. Like, it looks like a good place. There's a lot of buildings. Like I said, you just avoid the middle and you're in a good spot. For whatever reason, and obviously we can kind of look, we've kind of looked at it more in depth over time, myself and Taylor have, but it really is really not a great spot at all. Like, many teams have lost their lives there, and we've kind of deemed it as probably one of the, if not the worst place to go to in terms of how these games and past have kind of gone. But as we're looking toward the future really quick, I know we've actually got a game going on right now. We've got Destroy from Luminosity along with Mad Ruski facing off against 100 Thieves' own Ceice and DJ Akademiks. So this one should be pretty fun in terms of how it should be looking out. But I believe I actually got the names wrong. My bad. We actually have Destroy and DJ Akademiks facing off against Mad Ruski and Ceice. So my apologies. Regardless, though, some pretty interesting names in this. I know Destroy last week was a part of the qualifier team who definitely did some damage. But I'm curious to see what he can do this week now with a new teammate.
Yeah, of course, Destroy. Always love to have him on my screen. That's why I love him right there, baby. He's got the hype. Ever since I've been watching him since the Sunday Showdown, this man is always going crazy. I kind of wanted to hire him and get him in the studio just to be the hype man whenever a crazy moment happened. Hey, he can blow out his lungs. I can keep mine safe so I don't have to do the screaming. But with that being said, Ruski, he's already going to drop down. That's quite unfortunate, especially if you are Ceice, who's trying to keep the team alive. He hasn't been thirsted. In this moment, can Ceice go clutch?
Yeah, we're going to find out how long he's going to be able to stay here. He has to push backwards. Nice use of the flint knock to throw himself in the air, avoiding those stink bombs, and then popping off one shot with the combat shotgun to get that player down. So low on health right now. Still has health, or half of his shields in this fight, but now cleaning up that final kill. And look at the shields that he has just been gifted. Slurp Juice and more minis as well that he can crack through and try and wait just a few more seconds and keep himself boxed up. Get some more of that HP back from that Slurp Juice as he's trying to avoid and figure out what direction they're going to be attacking. That baller, the sound really can throw you off when people are circling your box with that baller. So obviously he's just going to make the smart play and create some distance here and try to get a new position on this fight.
He definitely wants a new point of view, trying to put up a few of those backboards. Not the greatest situation when it comes down to resources, but just as I say that, manages to grab the reboot card. Definitely one of the main objectives. Manages to find some resources, some shields, so in a much better spot than what looked like previously. But we've been seeing quite a few fights, go down toward that Salty Springs area. And we hear it, that baller starting to echo off in the distance, maybe even a few players starting to land on Ceice if he's not careful. And here's one. The very first opponent gets trapped, and it looks as if they're desperately trying to escape. Brought down to low amounts of HP, but they still do possess that high ground.
Oh, but not anymore. Flintknock once again being in use. Coming through player trap down below, trying to get that edit through the wall as another one is going to go into the mix. He's going to get dropped for the time being, and still player locked down. He's going to go in. Wall is taken, stairs for the edit, and there's another knock for another Elim. Chug Jug in his hands as well. Not going to be used unless he goes for the revive over in Salty, as the last player should be coming through. Traps down. He's not going to get hit. He escapes for the time being.
Wow.
And as you see that, it's going to be a tough situation to get out of, as he's going to be down to just 20 health. He's also got the Storm at his back. Hopefully he's got some mobility. He does have the redeploy. He's forced to leave that player as he's breaking free. But some good news, Destroy on the other side. He's going to be dropped, and this could be awesome for Ceice, depending if he survives.
I hope Destroy didn't kill any more people with his screaming after going down on that one. Yeah, but he would be an effective alarm clock, let me tell you. I might have to call him up and hire him for that. But right now, this is as lucky as you can get right now. You see how great Ceice was performing in those fights right there. I mean, being so maneuverable in those fights, and now remaining also alive in this game with just a small amount of heals. Not much, but actually still does have that campfire on deck, so he's going to get back to at least 150 HP right now. But he's going to be the only remaining player in this game, and right now he has been playing pretty much flawlessly at this point. So I wonder exactly how many more eliminations he's actually going to be able to pull out of his hat in this one. And switching over right now, back and forth between these cams, we're getting a different perspective right now of King Akademiks, and seeing where he's going to be able to get out of the storm using those gliders, and just barely. He still has plenty of HP, but now Destroy dropping. This is definitely going to slow him down, but I think he still has plenty of HP left, so they're going to, I think, maybe both be able to get out of that storm. Barely, though, because Destroy might even collapse again, I think. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out. Depends if he has gliders or not.
Yeah, this is going to be a big situation, right? He does have that glider redeploy. I'm curious if they might have a bounce pad in some way.
I'm wondering, can you split the gliders? Is that a thing that you can do? I didn't think so, because yeah, that would be a little too easy then to kind of get your teammate back where he needs to be. So that's a little bit difficult for them. There's a launch pad, and he was a half second away. I don't know if he was trying to use it or just go forward. It seems like now there is no choice. Oh, Akademiks barely gets through, and unless he can crawl all the way there, I think Destroy might be out of this one, and it's going to be just down to Akademiks now. Barely coming out of his life with that one.
Runs kind of a throwback to what we just saw from Nick A30, right? Escapes with 3 HP. DJ Akademiks escapes with 4. Players still off at the distance, but like I said, what a big moment this is for he to try and stay up. Just manages to get out alive, and not the greatest health situation in terms of how this game is looking. I know we'll kind of be going back and forth between a few different games. DJ Akademiks, though, still with a big task in front of him. But the main game to be looking out for in terms of what we've got our eyes focused on is Nick A30 and replays, now facing off against Dubs and Megga. Now, personally, I've been a big fan of Dubs and Megga. They haven't performed to the standards of which I would like to see them at, because I know they're so talented. I'll be honest, though, this is a tournament where I'm kind of evaluating and saying, hey, if they have another kind of bad placement, they may no longer kind of be on my radar to be a really top contender. So there's kind of a lot on the line for them in this situation, considering how they have been playing and how they have kind of been losing to a few of the top dogs and just not really being able to respond. So I got my eye on them. I'm curious if they're going to face off against a very good opponent, considering the way that we just saw them play in AK30 in replays.
Dubs and Megga choosing to pull a playbook out of the hands of Mongraal Mitro, heading over towards Neo Tilted. I think this is the location they did land, as both Nick and replays drop in very quick succession. And now Megga and Dubs are going to have full reign with the entire map. And this is going to be huge, especially this is second round. We just seen Nick A30 in replays win a phenomenal game against MrSavage and Benjyfishy. It's going to get this replay going through. Let's see what Nick A30 and replays are running into.
Yeah, it looks like that there was a little bit of difficulty getting up. Exactly. We were just got done talking about this. He has to get stuck in this fight now at Pleasant, so it's weird. I seem to see a lot of third parties coming from this area specifically in the map too. Just the way that it's set up, and you can see right there, I think he was a little turned around. They were just getting pushed from 2 different angles. They were both weak and just kind of caught off guard there. But that's what we were saying. You know, Pleasant Park, it can be so risky to actually drop there and try to get consistent plays going.
Man, it's so unfortunate to see a situation like that go down where they can't really accomplish much. I know we heard quite a few drum shotguns going off, which definitely did not kind of help their case, but another situation there where we're looking at Pleasant Park and it just does not become fruitful in any way, shape, or form.
I am convinced, honestly, the reason why Gotaga and Airwaks last week, aside from Mongraal and Mitro playing incredibly well, I'm pretty sure that they, had a much harder time, only for the fact that they kept landing at Pleasant every single time. It was not working for them. They were getting dropped earlier, not coming out with a lot of elims, but they continued to try and go there and make it work, and it just didn't happen. If they would have switched it up and went to their bread and butter, which was over towards Salty, I think last week could have been a lot more competitive in the grand finals.
I agree, right? I mean, it kind of depends on the location of which you kind of start off your gameplay. We've been talking about this for a while. It's not any secret in terms of our feelings kind of toward Pleasant Park and the way that they haven't really presented that many, results that are somewhat positive. But what a massive moment this is for Dubs and Megga, right? Their lives just become so much more easier, and maybe not easier, but a lot more calm, that's for sure. In terms of the communication that kind of comes through, it's normally very hectic when the enemy is still alive. You want to have a super solid first matchup, so the fact that they can kind of roll out kind of as per typical as they do, in terms of their daily lives, playing some casual Fortnite, maybe some, duo squads, and obviously these guys are as talented as they are. They've qualified for a number of different World Cups. They're obviously both going to be there, but in terms of their performance, they can kind of just relax, hang around the cozy campfire, and continue to drink all their shields until the cows come home, which unfortunately for Nick13 replays, they're going to be sitting in the respawn screen for a good while now.
Yeah, just chilling, telling scary stories around the campfire and drinking all their chug splashes right now. Just making sure that they are fully prepared right now for what lies next here. Still early on, but I mean, they have all the time right now that they can just try and tack on more and more and more to this score. And they seem to have been in this general area around Loot Lake for a while now, but there you can see now finally finding a tool they can use to somewhat rotate or at least try and cover more ground to at least scout and see where they can pick up their next few kills. You can see the ATV now going to be coming into play, and they're going to most likely just use this now, hop on the back, and try to get across the map as fast as they can, because they most likely have I was going to say exhausted most of the fights here, but looks like they're already now scouting out the new fight they're going to drop in on. Here we go, right here. Oh, already getting caught underneath the builds, but jumping up. This person, I don't know if they are even ready for this push. You can see getting taken down, Megga, getting the opening shots. Dubs going to be supporting on that role, and that's another thing you have to worry about when you have a perfect duo. You have to make sure that you guys know your role, especially. Like just essentially, if one of you guys might have a strong suit of playing more support, and then somebody else being more support or more effective when they're just W King, being the aggressor. Right now, this is a nice little cocktail these two guys have going.
Definitely. So you see a nice fight coming through. They were able to get at least a couple of eliminations. One team for sure. Now they're going to be going off into the distance. Little awkward builds, but I think they're going to manage to make it work. I cannot build. As there is, in fact, a ramp in front. So I was kind of curious, how are they going to make this ramp work out? And
they're convinced this is going to work out for them.
This is way too many mats.
Always getting hit in the head.
This is way too many mats to just try. Then what is going on? Dubs and Megga, come on now.
That's a lot of wasted time, though. There's crucial seconds to be wasted right there, just messing with the builds.
Delayed time, definitely not the kindest, that's for sure. Maybe a three-peat opportunity. Quite a few players already knocked in the situation, so they could be pretty much playing cleanup. Players toward the top side enter in back toward the builds as Dubs gritting with a few double barrel shots, and even the Flint Knock decides to go ahead and get in the conversation. So good moment if you are Dubs and Megga. Regardless, you did miss out on a few fights because of the delayed takeoff, but they finally get to their destination and they managed to make it work. So good overall play. More eliminations could have been found, but just as I say that, more players beginning to rotate out of Pleasant Park, which this is where we know Nick13 replays were taken down, so there definitely could be some solid squads here. They've got to be very, very aware of their situation, nearly targeting with that Flint Knock from afar. Unfortunately, that player will deal a great fall, so Megga only would have contributed a little bit toward what was ultimately going to happen in the long run. So good situation for these guys. They're finding quite a few kind of mid-round fights, which is only going to increase their lead coming into that next matchup. And you see it right there, 11 elims ahead and a lot more still to come.
And I love that fight from Megga. The only reason why is because he was building up. He made the connection with his stairs, immediately edited it out, put it to the side, structure falls, player dies from fall damage. You love to see it.
Yeah, it was a brilliant play, a big brain move by him, just trying to utilize or trying to make sure that he can adjust his building and use it in such an effective offensive way rather than defensive. I also love the call that they obviously had heard a fight moving on over here, but capitalizing, you could see, using the Rift, dropping in on that fight and knowing that they had the rifts on that mountain still. There were still a couple of them that they could use that they can get away from that area and pick up the kills and then rotate as fast as they could back. Possibly looks like towards the looks like the west side now of Loot Lake. I thought they were going to maybe head towards Neo Tilted, but they're already scoping out their next fight here and just dropping in, already pushing right next to this guy in his onesie. Has no idea what he's doing. His mom needs to tuck him into bed right now because he is taken out of the lobby, and that is going to be another player down and another elimination for Dubs and Megga right now. They still have a fair amount of people left in this lobby, but obviously at this stage, players are just going to get better and better. So let's see how well this is going to work for them. The double barrel, though, you got to love to see it coming into play when it's only unvaulted for the day. I'm expecting it to be used even more throughout the rest of this bracket.
Oh, yeah, right. I mean, in terms of like the way that can kind of change up the inventory style. And obviously, it's much different in terms of, the way the shotguns kind of play out. We talk about the combat kind of from range is definitely a major boost for it, and the double barrel from range is not the greatest. But when you have it up close, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. We were kind of going over a few stats. Like, this thing up close is unbelievable. The one-shot potential that it has is not something that you want to mess with. And in terms of like the inventory spots, we can kind of gauge maybe how these players want to play based off the shotguns that they have, because they have 5 different options. Obviously, some of them a lot less preferred than others, but in terms of wearing that double barrel could indicate that, hey, you want to kind of be involved in the builds. Maybe you're wanting to play a lot more aggressive, and based off of this current gatekeeping position that we see, that may be the indicator for what is to come from Dubs. But this player easily sought after. I think they might have an opportunity to try to go for a vehicle, but regardless, though, they're going to try to ramp upwards, and Dubs is not happy with that whatsoever, quickly trying to grab the high ground. Despite being in the storm, it's not a problem whatsoever. He has his teammate maybe trying to join alongside of him. Thankfully, though, has the glider redeployed just to make sure he's all good. Knocked out by the storm, and there is another one attached toward Dubs' overall score line. One away from double digits.
Did you notice that as he fell with that player, he tried to get both barrel shotgun shots off while they were falling? That would have been the nastiest kill I've ever seen if you pulled that off.
Oh, absolutely, right? And you love to see it. These guys always thinking about the next move despite them falling down to the earth. They know the redeploys are going to be in their inventory, and they're going to be solid and ready to go for the fights forward, and already engaging on a couple of players just on the outside of the soccer field. Launch pad to go in. And this is going to be 2 teams fighting it out, so a potential for a 3P opportunity. You've got the double barrel to get up close and personal, and I got to say, the double barrel definitely fitting into the play style of Dubs and Megga, especially with how close and personal they love to get. They like these Turtle Wars, right? These guys are coming from the World Cup, solid players, and look at how much damage it does. Knocks the shield off the fish up front. Hopefully, it's not Benjyfishy. We have seen these players mix up a couple of times when it comes to our tournaments, but I think it's safe to say it's definitely not. But with that being said, look at how he tries to overtake the high ground. This is the experience coming through. His partner, Megga, already up top. Dubs, he's going to drop down, take that low ground so they can have all areas covered. And it's going to be a couple more eliminations to their name.
Yeah, starts the fight, landing on the builds and wrecking somebody in the back with that double barrel as he went through the edited door on the build, which is, you have to throw into account that he was able to get that down or get that first shot on the fight. Editing that door, you add a second input in where you have to open the door afterwards, and it does take a very minuscule amount of time, but precious time that you need when you're in these close-range fights. They were able to capitalize off that drop and just take everything by storm right there, so that worked out very, very well for them. And, man, they're looking very well-rounded right now, not just based on their loot. I mean, they're just running in, just slaughtering everybody they're coming to. So, I mean, take your pick right now. They can utilize pretty much almost any of these weapons. I believe they've even skipped over a few of those proximity grenade launchers that we've seen. They pretty much could have taken their pick from most likely any gun right now. So right now you could tell that they are very, very comfortable since they are not taking those things and keeping just the basics that they know that they can be most effective with.
I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because their communication hasn't been, sporadic. Obviously, they're giving call-outs, and maybe that might start to change, considering that Dubs, unfortunately, is very weak on the side of a mountain, just trying to stay alive. And unfortunately, he will be dropped. But considering that they do have the advantage, you can't argue that, they kind of realize Nick K30 replay is not the strongest start. I mean, if you're Megga, you're saying, hey, I literally have 15 eliminations. I should be very confident as of this moment. So all things considered, they're in a way better spot, but here comes the baller somehow getting involved. Someone on the flank quickly taken down. So both low on their overall HP. However, they do have some shield, and they may try to take the spoils from that enemy's inventory. So finally, will be expelled off the side of the map. And here comes another player quickly. Launched back with the flint knock. Trying to engage again as the storm starts to make itself known. Like we said, low on overall HP amounts, that's what it affects. And he realizes that Megga saying, have to get out of dodge, have to make sure that I don't sacrifice my life in this situation. Smartly decides to go and take that bounce pad to escape. And now they have a much different point of view, a much different kind of gauge point. However, they're still not in that safe circle yet.
It's kind of interesting. They have players up at Valhalla. They have players behind as well as in front. So this is really going to be a tell of how good these two are, especially in this format. If they're able to get away, I do love the fact that, you know, they may not be in the safe zone as of yet, but they immediately turn their attention to these guys who are going to be trying to escape, and you see the shots come through, and that's going to be a knock. And I love their positioning because those players were chasing them, getting very thirsty, in fact. And they were imagining, hey, Dubs and Megga, they're already going to be in the safe zone, but no, they were not. One player dips out. Megga stays behind. He gets a drop because of it. And now this player should get dropped out of the air, and there it's going to be. And that's going to be 17 for Megga. I'm loving the play style of these two. They already have a massive lead. They're looking solid. They're going for the drop. There's nothing stopping this duo.
Yeah, and that flint knock is so disorienting. It just cannot be said enough. The reason that gun, I think, is so effective is that I believe that from both ends, from being on the receiving end of it and the offensive end of it, I believe that gun just improves overall reaction time because you saw right when that fight started, you're essentially turning your opponent like you're skeet shooting your opponent. You fire him while he's coming down higher into the air and then follow up with a second shot. If you're on the receiving end of that and you're eating a shot and you're on the ground, you're getting repositioned almost instantly. You have to immediately re-react and try and fight back when it just throws off your game so much. So you have somebody that's super effective with that, also using that to regain high ground. I mean, it's almost like it's like a specialist weapon in a way. It has so many uses for it. And look at how they were just able to clean up these last few fights and walk away. Victory Royale in the bag. 14 kills for Megga that game. I mean, these guys are just on fire right now.
I mean, what? Like, how many do they even have? Like, they've got to be close to the 30 range, maybe
yeah,
just
they were
that
sitting
game
at
alone?
23 before those couple of elims, you know, to finish off the game, so they're definitely sitting close to 30.
That's very impressive considering that's literally just game one. I mean, that'd be impressive after 2 games, to be honest with you, in terms of some of our early round games. The fact that these guys are performing up to that level is very impressive. And you know what I liked a lot from these guys, and one thing that might have plagued them, yeah, they escaped with 32 elims in just one match, one game. That's literally
massive.
That's absurd. And one thing that I was really impressed about, and we'll kind of look at a few of these highlights toward the end of this game, was a matter of how aggressive that they really were. And I know we haven't really got to catch Dubs and Megga too much on broadcast, and I know they've kind of got knocked out a lot in the rather early on in the winners bracket. They're kind of known for the losers bracket runs, and that's kind of what has been the tail of the tape essentially for them throughout their Friday Fortnite history. But they're playing, to me, on the same level to an extent as Mongraal and Mitro did last week in terms of challenging with low amounts of HP. And I want to point out this play that I loved. I think what, in this situation, we saw Megga do was actually try to bait out that bounce pad. And then immediately after he takes him down, not worried about it, he even lets a gold scar go away when he literally has an uncommon assault rifle. Yep. He doesn't even care, and he challenges with 24 overall health, 45 shield. These guys just felt so confident throughout the entirety of the game. It was almost as if they didn't care about weapon variants. They didn't really care about their overall health. They were just worried about the next fighter wanting to engage upon it as much as they possibly can. And when you have that combined with a calmness, I think is a very scary combination. And that's what we started to see Mongraal and Mitro start to fall into when they were in that losers bracket run, which is match after match. As long as we stay alive, as long as we have a really good game number one, nobody can touch us. We just have to stay alive. Unfortunately, we saw Mongraal and Mitro continue to go to Tilted Towers, which we were very worried about, but they kind of always had that calmness about them. When they were in that one situation, they're kind of like on the tightrope, essentially, of having to go for your teammate's reboot card. You drop, you're in a much different situation. They kind of entered in that calm state while also playing aggressive at the same time. If we could see that be accomplished from Dubs and Megga, sky's the limit for them, honestly. I mean, to put up 32 eliminations in just one game, I think kind of showed everybody out there, myself included, that they are still a team to be looking out for in terms of a top-level competitor, one that easily could contend for a championship and maybe even be in that conversation of top 4 squads in this tournament. Well, like I said, remains to be seen in terms of letting locations. What are we thinking considering a Paradise Palms drop while being down, what, 87 eliminations?
Yeah, 87. More like 29, but it might as well be 87 depending on how the matter goes. But with that being said, hey, Paradise, not a bad location to be going to, given the fact of how good you have to see. A lot of players love to go to this location. You get looted up relatively quickly. I would like it to at least be, you know, kind of a hot drop, but it's not. And already into trouble is going to be replaced. He's out of mats. Luckily, Nick30 comes through. He's able to complete at least his 1-by-1. He's going to go ahead and dip out with the shockwave. Player up top from the top rope and the double barrel to the chest. Player goes down, and that's only one. Let's see if he can pick up the rest.
You can see that player is just kind of like looking left and right, having no idea where they went, dropping down from the sky, but now having to push and get these next fights here with almost no builds, now having to make sure that they can at least make their way there, traverse across, and making it a lot easier, covering that ground with the shockwave grenade, now closing in from 2 different sides, and that double barrel being super effective in that fight yet again. And now with a couple fights already under their belt, I expect them to find some quick rotations now here as they go more into the residential area, already spotting people out and trying to close the gap really quickly. Pretty good on the loot, I would say. No shields right now, but they have plenty to heal up if they do take a lot of shots in this fight, but able to hit these shots so easily. Like you were saying in the last game, Landon, why ditch out a SCAR when you have that gold or that regular AR? I mean, if you're hitting your shots, it doesn't even have to matter what gun that you have. You're already going to be as devastating as possible, especially when you have a teammate that's so good, or you guys are so in sync that, you know, your communication doesn't even have to always be there. You know, you can, there's like unwritten rules essentially that you guys can kind of build together as your chemistry increases as a team.
I'll be honest. I have to have the greatest variant because I couldn't accomplish that. But like I said, when you're in a stride, though, when you're feeling really confident, sometimes just speed is all you want. You just want to kind of keep being in succession. You're not worried about the loot that's on the ground. You're just worried about trying to find that next elim. And for these guys, I think it's arguably, Taylor, they have to consistently have their foot on the pedal. They have to transverse every single portion of the map, constantly go into new locations. They can't stop, admire the area. They have to continually look toward the next spot to try to find as many elims as possible, because being down the way that they are, if they want to try to dodge that loser's bracket, they have to consistently go at just an unbelievable amount of percentage, and that's a great way to start off this particular fight, as it is going to be a double barrel toward the face. Actually, double barrel coming through from Nick30. Quadra barrel. It's a new strategy. Everyone's doing it in Canada right now. It is happening, and it looks as if right now, up close, another one found for Nick30. Business as usual. Still a lot more to attend to. I was going to say, with no mats, I don't know if they really have any bounce pads. I'm not sure if I saw any in the inventory of
They do
replays.
have the quad crasher right there.
But they do have the quad crasher, that's true. So they do have the ability to kind of move their way out. But honestly, and I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this one as well, a pretty good start, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, going from
Gotta give 'em
Paradise,
props,
you know, get a couple of elims there, head over towards Westworld, get a couple of elims. But the only thing that's worrying me is we're now down to a total of 30 engagements. They were already down, 29 engagements going into this. Mega Dubs,
it's just 29. It's fine.
Mega Dubs, hey, they haven't stopped. They went over to Salty. Now they're over at Fatal, and they are finding players, and all players are going to be converging on this location, which means now Nick30 replays are going to be fighting off Dubs and Mega for these elims. So that does worry me, but I got to say, they are still playing with a lot of heart. They're playing very well, and Nick30 is on fire.
Yeah, throwing the stink bombs to the one player that he's fighting against with his teammate, then focuses on the other one to try and give his teammate a little bit of assistance there. They clean up that fight easy on that one. I love the usage of the stink bombs too in a lot of these fights, team-based fights, especially because, you know, you're using it and it's only doing a small amount of tick per damage, but you use that to either follow up on somebody you know is one shot so you can kill them, or a lot of times you're using that to try and figure out where they're going to be pushing next to try and push away from those. So they're forcing people into making rotations they don't want to make and maybe putting them, you know, in a worse spot so you and your teammate can close in. Look at these fights, though, that we switch over now to replays. Him and his teammate back and forth now in this small box, already decimating that first player, and now knowing they have that 2-on-1 advantage, going to easily try and regain the high ground and try and actually chop down a little bit of what this player is built up to, because they don't have any materials right now. So it looks like that replay is actually in a really rough spot as he's got to edit his way back down so he doesn't take fall damage in this fight.
Yeah, no resources and no teammate, right? Nick30 is down for the count right now. Thankfully dropped someone in sequence, but there's a lot of work to be done, and they can't consistently have delays like this. Also, there are many players still alive. So they've got to be very careful in terms of making sure that Nick30 does not get officially eliminated, because that's going to be a reboot ban that you have to attend to. Thankfully, someone's there, but it's out in the open. There's quite a few players around this position. 70 total HP in replays is still trying to hang in. He has to eventually try to go for Nick30, but just in the situation, he might be too far away. It may not be an opportune moment, and his focus just may be on the future here in the situation.
And to be honest with you, you're right? You have to be focused on the future. You have to start getting distance, because Dubs is still finding elims.
Wow.
But he is going to go for the revive. I guess 2 is better than 1. Maybe you can split off at the end. It's going to be a great scouting tool, especially if they do decide to split. Dubs and Megga could go down, but it's getting near that mathematical impossible point. I got to say, I am worried. And this is the Nick30, and this is the replays that just beat MrSavage and his teammate Benjyfishy. So, you know, this is a bit worrisome, especially thinking about how Dubs and Megga, we already thought they were putting up high numbers. But first game, 32 elims, and continually playing just the same in the second game?
It's Pleasant Park, Taylor.
It's amazing.
It is Pleasant Park. I don't know what is wrong with that location.
I hate Pleasant.
It literally has ruined so many runs. It's so unfortunate. And I believe that this game is probably mathematically impossible. I mean, in terms of reboot bans, you can kind of argue, but for the most part, this one should be locked up by FaZe, Megga, and Dubs, who I believe are now through to the quarterfinals. So that's going to be good for those boys in terms of their kind of confidence moving in. And this is my event, right? I was kind of talking about it earlier on in the broadcast. This is Dubs and Megga's chance, right? They've kind of had a few slow moments. They haven't really had the greatest placements. They go from top 16 in week 1, which I'll give them a pass, right? It's your first ever event. Many teams have had a much different look after their first event. They realized, okay, we shouldn't land in these locations. We shouldn't play as aggressive as that. Then in week 2, they finished 4th. Week 3, though, they finished top 8. So they go from a top 4 placement, which they looked fantastic in, to a little bit more of a subpar 1-1. But I think a lot of people think that they should kind of supersede that a little bit. So I'm kind of curious where to rank them at in terms of the way that they're looking. If they can kind of keep up that 30 elim per game, score line, I think they're going to be in a fantastic spot, though. But a lot easier said than done, that's for sure.
And I got to say, this Friday Fortnite's been kind of interesting, all 4 weeks of it, because first week, MrSavage Benjyfishy came through. All of a sudden, Tilt and Jarvis in week 2. Yeah. Then week 3 moves around. Then we have Gotaga and Airwaks, who, by the way, had not been performing well, to say the least, in both weeks 1 and 2. So I got to say, week after week, we're continually getting these new teams rising up and coming through and going big. And already, let's hop into quarters. This is going to be an interesting one. Always love to see Aydan Innocents. We got to catch a little bit of them earlier in our broadcast. They were playing considerably well, putting up high numbers. I think, 20 elims in their first game, or at least a little over 20 elims. And it looks like they are doing just the same here. Their opponents, Diggy and Bini, unfortunately have gone down. And Aydan Innocents have free reign of the map.
Yeah, and when you see somebody like Aydan right now, at this stage of the game, only 3 kills, that is an insanely slow game for him, especially since they came off such a huge opening game as well. I mean, it's hard for anybody to keep consistent every single game, since there are so many different variables, consistent as well as getting 20+ kills. But I mean, players that are as skilled as Innocents, as skilled as Aydan, they can just make it work, because they know so much about the game. They can pretty much dictate wherever a lot of people are going to push out, just based on the bus path, based on where people are, just fighting on third parties. There are so many little intricacies that a player as skilled as these two guys know exactly what to look out for, and I think that plays in really well to a lot of their high skill or high kill games. That they just know exactly where to get those cleanups.
Yeah, I agree with that. And one thing that I want to kind of point out, and I know, in the midst of obviously seeing another team start to fall a little bit early and even getting to engage even more right now is Innocents and Aydan, as they are just peppering players from afar, not having any adversity whatsoever. But I feel like teams and players are still continuing to mess up their early games. And I feel like valuing your life is so much more kind of important than it has been in prior Friday Fortnites. For whatever reason, and maybe it's just a player base getting more excited that Friday Fortnite's out and about, which I'm totally all for. But players are just starting to fall a lot earlier, and there are only so many teams that can accomplish these long-spirited runs where they play super aggressive off the start. I just feel like so many teams are playing as if we have the old World Cup, rules still on. It's like you don't get that extra HP. You're not getting, that 40+ multiplier on overall, or rather 40% multiplier on your resources. And it's kind of you're almost like falling victim to a situation where if you were to stay alive long game, that's what we even saw Typical Gamer and Thieves, HD and Cypher have so much success on, was that, hey, they were a consistent team. They're not putting up, 30 elims per map, but they're being consistent and they're allowing for the enemies to make mistakes. And that's one reason we can give a lot of credit to Cypher and HD for. They were taking down the Ghost Boys, consistently, they were taking down Dubs and Megga. They were taking down MrSavage and Benjyfishy because of those aggressive playstyles weren't always panning out. And while that isn't always the strategy that's the most fun, it's not one that's going to be high octane, it's one that's going to lead you to a lot more consistent results than a lot of other teams out there. But like I said, you do have your unicorns, right? You do have those random teams that just happen to overly perform, much like we saw in terms of Mongraal and Mitro last week. We obviously can argue Dubs and Megga in their early, in their earlier matchup that we got to witness as well. But I think valuing your life has kind of escaped a lot of the Friday Fortnite players' minds, and it's just like, wow, look at these talented teams. We have to play like that. Not necessarily, because we've seen teams get to that top 4 perspective, to that plan, and not have to play the enemy's game.
It's all about rotations, right? Yeah. That's the biggest thing. You don't have to hot drop. And a lot of players, I think, in these elimination-based tournaments, get so wrapped up in, I've got a hot drop, I've got a hot drop, I've got to go where everybody's at. You don't have to do that. Rotations are critical. And even going back to the original Friday Fortnite, Tifa and Clix, why were they so dominant? They were so dominant simply for the fact that they loved to go risky, which was an area we thought wasn't going to be successful, but then they would rotate to Tomato. Then all of a sudden they would be at Dusty, then at Salty, and they gradually, maybe off the initial start, they wouldn't get all the elims in the lobby, but they would pick them up gradually and surely as they would rotate through the map, and that has become absolutely critical, and I think players now are starting to understand that a little bit more, and there's a lot of mobility, despite Rift that Goes being taken out, right? There's still slipstreams, you still have the ships, you now have the shockwave grenades, so I gotta say, it is definitely fast-paced, and players are starting to play their lives a little bit more, at least starting to prioritize it, but with that being said, Aydan Innocents not stopping, more players down below, and they are gonna clean them up.
They have the highest possible point right now in this fight, just posting up on top of this mountain while this team is fighting their way up, trying to build up. They are just chopping them down right now, one at a time, trying to avoid them to close that gap. But you can see one already cutting down Innocents, and Aydan was able to get the angle and take him down, leaving just a few more below them. They're trying to pick their spots and come up right now. Aydan does get shredded, though, while he makes the peak play, and does get his shields taken all the way down, but he at least does get half of them back. Right now, as they still maintain their position here, they still know that there are at least 1 or 2 more players here. And right now, they're playing this so well, they're staying quiet, and they're just kind of keeping their eyes peeled while not being too visible so that they can follow up with the shots when somebody pushes one of their teammates. You can see Aydan is just getting so many damage points right now, just so many viable shots. And right now, somebody all the way down south, I don't know how long it's going to take him to get up here, but he is just not being able to get any closer to them, just getting picked off from the high point right now. These guys on the ground are absolutely clueless at the moment, and it's going to be pretty difficult right now for to say. I mean, that Aydan and Innocents right now, I mean, just fully in the driver's seat right now. They're just going to keep adding more onto this lead, and I mean, I expect them to drop just another 20 bomb, just like they did in that first game in Game 1.
Yeah, they just seem to be so calmly composed, just playing ultimately aggressive, but not too aggressive, right? They're kind of hanging around their builds. They're not playing, super up-facing the enemy. And like you were kind of mentioning it there, Trooper, you were mentioning, they're playing aggressive, but at the same time, they're kind of utilizing those builds. They're just, kind of firing from afar. They're not having to get in the face of the enemy to take them down. They're not wasting any excess HP. They're not wasting any extra shield. They're only doing as much as they have to while also still accomplishing all those eliminations that they obviously are trying to get to try to continually add toward that score, because we know on the other side, Diggy, Bini, very fantastic players, super talented in their own regard, and you cannot start to kind of allow for them to be involved in this game. You can't allow for them to have a break opportunity, if you will. But already spotting a few players off of the slipstreams as Aydan may realize this is my chance, this is my opportunity, and seeing someone just below an unfortunate soul, but Aydan does lose quite a bit of HP in total as he was trying to drop down. No problems, though, shooting the feet. And there go the wings as well. Great stuff coming through from Ghost's own Aydan. And Innocents sitting atop, watching over his squad mate, maybe trying to provide some assistance as that storm starts to move in. Thankfully, though, it's not a far jaunt.
Not at all. Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Only 10 total eliminations remaining. Now 9, as we're going to be heading over closer towards Shifty and Polar, which is always an interesting area.
Yeah.
You kind of have these little high grounds that you want to take over. And I like the fact that Innocents is taking priority. Comes through, gets 1 elim for himself. And now we are down to just 8. You could imagine it's probably 2 squads that they're going to have to face off against, but I'm kind of worried. Hey, like I said, there's a lot of different high ground opportunities here. You have that ship. You also have Polar. You got to take priority. You got to try and take over that high ground before your opponents are able to do so, or else you're going to be fighting a literal uphill battle.
Yeah, and these duos, you got to remember how the format works. They're in squad lobbies right now, so it's 2 versus 4 at your most disadvantage. So you know, you'll see right before this fight, they were able to clean up one guy that was pretty much by himself, which is kind of disappointing. You would kind of hope that there would be a second player, maybe a third to rack up eliminations, but I mean, seemingly that's a guaranteed point when two players of this caliber roll up to one guy by himself. So an easy pickup. Moving on to this fight, and now they're finally getting a little bit more hostility here, as I believe another team is, this could be their teammates helping them out, or another team just trying to come in third party. He gets out of dodge just enough there. The trap did go down before that. Looks like he's going to try a second time and box him in there. Getting even higher. Look at how he is repositioning in this fight to throw him off and give Innocents the leg up and to try and close that gap and also help out his teammate a little bit there. So this is just beautiful. And also, taking note of how well they're playing with this loadout, you could see just in the last game, those FaZe players, how dominant they were using, say, the double barrel, for example. Such a different play style that you're seeing out of a guy like Aydan and Innocents, where they're playing a lot more to that mid to long range and just hitting all their shots and just being as annoying as possible with those ARs. Yeah,
they're definitely kind of ruining everybody in this lobby's chance of wanting to try to escape with the victory royale, consistently locking players with RPGs and buildings, and the one-by-ones, that's going to do it, right? A very dominant closeout to that game, and continually feeling confident but not being overly aggressive. Love to see that. Aydan's feeling good, and obviously whenever you escape a game with 16 eliminations in a format like this where the intensity is starting to rise in a winner's quarterfinal game, it's important, and like I said, he has every right to feel as confident as he did. But it was kind of them hanging around on the same area. They didn't really rotate all of that much considering how the zone started to relocate. They were kind of hanging around the same position. You know, while there was a few hiccups, right, losing some health off of, you know, the drops essentially, but there was nothing really that you could really critique in terms of that gameplay kind of toward the end. They were feeling good. They were feeling confident. Like we said, 16 eliminations at least there for Aydan. I know it's only going to be complemented by the ones that Innocents ended up finding toward the end as well. So a very solid performance, one that's going to lead us to a 26-8 score line.
Write that down.
That's pretty solid, gentlemen. And in a winner's quarterfinal game, that's kind of scary at this point. However, on the other side, you have to kind of pad your stats that much in order to feel somewhat more confident versus a very talented team that exists on the other side. And there definitely is one on the other side, considering you've got Bini and Diggy waiting for their opportunity, waiting for that game number 2.
This is really encouraging to see. Aydan and Innocents, I said in the beginning, right? They can put up high numbers. I know, I always got to toot my horn. Come on, ladies.
I'm joking, yeah.
But they put up 28, at least in the first game that we got to see them play against Myth and Clix, right? That was the first one. Second game, we didn't get to finish it all, but they were already sitting at 12 elims themselves. Now, they finish off with 26 elims here in the first game. They are keeping consistent numbers, and I got to say, whatever formula they are working with is working, and I want them to keep that up because these are the numbers you have to put up to continue to move forward, and we are getting deeper and deeper into the winner's bracket.
That's true.
So, you know, Aydan Innocents, I predicted them to at least make semifinals, to go in and, you know, secure a spot in grand finals, maybe, but there's going to be a lot of talented teams they're going to have to face against as we get deeper into the bracket. But with that being said, they are playing considerably well.
Yeah, but really, I mean, what's the formula that their opponents have to follow now? Because you're down by so much. 16 kills right now, I believe, is what's the differential, and 100. I'm not sure. You need to really remember that. Does that how is that going to? Are they just going to play their game? Are they going to maybe say, let's just go a hot drop right now? Go to a place that has better loot, something of that nature. I mean, you really think about. Those types of players, when they get brought out of their element, it does change things up. You know, might throw their chemistry out of whack, and somebody might do something that they're not used to doing, or you know, maybe they'll try and get aggressive with a weapon they're not used to. I mean, and another thing that you were touching on earlier about the POIs is when you a lot of people might think about a certain place to land is, oh, that place is garbage, that has bad loot, why would you ever go there? Right. But a lot of people don't think that you really want to favor those places because less people go there. You do have just, you know, a rare occasion you might have to fight, but you've mastered that location in case you have to fight. You can loot out, but the most important thing is the location of that POI based on what's around it, because you can make easy rotations to multiple places, and it really it sets you up way better for the mid and end game situations. I think too many people do put a little bit too much thought. They overthink the early game, I believe, where, I mean, how many times did we see players go getting almost next to no loot, and they're like, screw it, I'm just going to use all these opponents as my chests and get their guns, basically. So, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see, like, when they're down by that much, really what they're going to do to bounce back.
That's a good point, right? In terms of, like, you know, we've even witnessed this in prior Friday Fortnite, you know, like 2018, where it was like, why are these guys letting poverty outside of Salty Springs? Because they want to wait for the fights to go down. Like, they know what they're doing in the kind of the back of their minds. That's the big question in terms of what are we going to see kind of come through from Bini and Co. to try to progress toward that semifinal? How are they going to have that solo performance when it comes down to game number 2? And speaking of that semifinal, we obviously do have our final 4 teams currently, or rather final 8 teams competing for that final 4, in winners round 3. I was going to say, Taylor, talk to me a little bit. What are you seeing that's making you a little bit surprised, a little bit shocked, right?
Yeah, I for sure thought Ninja and Sway was going to be able to take out Gubba and Gorb. I know Gorb is a very, very talented player. We've seen him compete with Aydan, I think, during week 2. He knows how to put up high numbers, a member on Team Parallel, but I got to say that is a big win to take out such a power team such as Ninja and Sway. I love to see TG, typical gamer, and FaZe Thieves moving forward once again. Last week was like a breakout week for them. They were very slow in week 1 and week 2, but the fact that they are now itching their way over towards semifinals is very encouraging to see one of the OG duos making a comeback.
Yeah, and I'm keeping my eye on FaZe, these FaZe players, Bini and Diggy, taking on Aydan Innocents. That is not going to be an easy, or this is going to be basically an uphill battle. It's not an easy match at all.
Right.
And those are the 2 players right now. Opening round, they took out Nickmercs and MoNsTcR, sent them to the losers bracket, which is I had my eye on them earlier, so I'm kind of upset I didn't get to see exactly what happened in that game. But right now, I'm excited to see 2 rounds later. You know they're warmed up, so I'm going to probably see even better gameplay out of them. And by God, is that jellyfish glider the most gorgeous thing you've ever seen in your life?
It is gorgeous, but look where it's going. It's going toward a very scary place.
I feel so bad if you own that glider and you're on like an original Xbox One. Your frame rate, oh, I feel so bad. Your frame rate's going to be the first to go in that game.
It's like, I look great. I have 2 FPS, but I'm rocking it out. I'm doing all I can.
I can't see it, but everybody else can.
Yeah.
That's the
It
most
just looks like a
important
bunch
part.
of pixels just all surrounding each other like a parade of some sort. But regardless, though, it's a party. In terms of Pleasant Park, like we talked about, it could be a little bit questionable in terms of how it's rocking. But hey, like I said, you do possess the lead, or rather, you might try to distance yourselves a little bit. But we'll see how it does pan out. Like we said, FaZe is here. We'll see what they can try to accomplish as some of the biggest organizations in Fortnite today. FaZe versus Ghost Gaming do battle again, but up toward a place like Pleasant Park, which hasn't treated a lot of people kindly. It looks as already off the start that is seeing a little bit more success than previous, as we're already starting to see, right, guys, that drum shotgun be brought out in the inventory of Bini, whether or not it's intentional or not. He has to rock it regardless, and he's making it look pretty easy. Toward the backside, though, quickly has to shift his focus. It looks as if that player is going to be silenced for the time, quicking up now a better variant, the rare now, of that drum shotgun. But grenades still starting to be spread throughout the map. Pleasant Park, not a silent place. In fact, a pleasant name. Not normally the correct adjective to utilize, that's for sure, but still seeing success and still trying to tamper down a little bit of this lead. Placing down that cozy campfires, they're going to have to quickly get back in the fray. On the bench right now, I guess you could say, but they're going to be moving forward here shortly, and we'll see what they can try and do, as the rotations now must be in the back of their mind, right? It's nice, so you kind of loot a little bit, but the deficit that you currently face, it's going to be all about when can we leave? When can we get out of this location to see more and more players? But before they can think about that, they've still got a few more knocked players here in the park.
Another reason why I don't like Pleasant, of course, is because the rotation out is kind of a bit sketchy. You do have, the hamburger head on top of Hamburger Mountain. You can go and use those rifts that are currently placed up there. The few natural rifts that are remaining here on this map, they're slowly getting phased out. And honestly, I'm very sad to see that because I love rifts. And I was really hating whenever they took them away from Valhalla. But it is what it is. The map is constantly developing. That's what Fortnite's all about. You love to see it. But with that being said, they need to be making their way over towards loot very soon. A little bit of troubles getting on top of the roof, but finally it's going to make it. And now they're going to have some unique angles. One player is going to be draining the player up ahead, but he's out of SMG bullets. He's also almost out of AR, and he's not looking good because he doesn't have a shotgun. Luckily, double barrel in hand, picks up a couple of bullets, and he's going to be able to get back into the fight. But they need to get these engagements done and over with so they can rotate the loot, because right now, Aydan Innocents, they're not slowing down.
Yeah, for this style of tournament, for this style of gameplay for Fortnite, it's definitely a big hindrance for a lot of these players that relied on that Rift to go. That's a huge rotational tool, essentially a get out of jail free card for a lot of players too that were in a bind. Taking that now away as we jump over to Aydan, picking up a nice kill there and another elim, just business as usual there. Staying on top of Dusty Divot at the diner and try to see where he can rotate right now with his opponent. They did find that launch pad, so it's going to be a little bit easier now where they choose to make their rounds. But, I mean, you have to really think about now, they're right now in the center of the map, so they can be pretty liberal with where they're going to try and make those rotations right now. A lot of players just try to scope out the area and hold their ground, see if they can hear where the next fights are coming in from. And as we jump over right there, you can see another switch up coming here. And it looks like just stealing this poor guy's baller as well as, you know, just using that as a quick rotational tool.
Right.
I mean, is so smart. On top of that, I would honestly, I love the people that utilize the bush. It's so underrated because it absorbs the first shot that you could take, so it gives you a little bit more of a reaction, you know, to try and defend yourself when you're getting sniped at or whatever. But yeah, the Bala, I think people kind of use them as a crutch almost too much. You see these pro players use them just at close distance when you see other players use them, you know, as escape mode essentially.
If Bini and Diggy taking down a few in Loot Lake. And one thing that I kind of noticed, I know we were kind of fading off of, and to kind of piggyback off one of the points that you made, Trooper, was a matter of, you know, in this situation, Aydan and Innocents, rather, in the situation that they're kind of in, they kind of do, you know, whatever they want to. And I noticed as they were looking at their scoreboard, one thing that was kind of nice was that they kind of had the rotational freedom as in the spot that they're in the center of the map. We can play aggressive at this point, considering the way that the enemy is doing. You can kind of you can kind of evaluate the score as of that moment, and then kind of play the play style that exists in front of you. If they're starting to kind of quickly make that comeback happen, then we can start to play aggressive. If they're not really in a situation where they're really increasing on that deficit too much, then we can kind of play the slower route, maybe go toward another location, kind of enjoy ourselves a little bit more, take the more passive routine. So I kind of like that idea of the place that they obviously land in Dusty Divot, they find the eliminations, and then based off of it, that's how aggressive that they want to play because they're in the very center of the map. They can do whatever they want to, and I've kind of labeled it in the past in terms of the way that Dusty Divot works. It's kind of the interstate of Fortnite, right? You have the ability with especially a number of different rotation tools to kind of maneuver your way throughout the map and to utilize a lot of those tools to your advantage. So we'll see how that starts to come into play as on the other end, while they're trying to evaluate is Aydan and Innocents, Bini and Diggy are starting to make somewhat of a dent at that overall lead. I know we're obviously taking a look at a gander at that kill feed as Innocents comes through with 2. Stormflip, though, in the middle of Tilted Towers is not going to silence the FaZe boys from continually piling on those elims in total. And at this moment, Benny's in a really good spot, right? 13 eliminations still, 23 players left alive. He's in a very good spot to maybe contend a few of those overall records that we've seen in the past. I'm not sure if it's going to eclipse 28, but it could definitely be in that situation of a top 10 situation in overall Fortnite elims in one game.
I think Aydan and Innocents currently sitting at a total of 9 elims this game. 13 plus 6. Quick math equals 19 for Diggy and Bini. So they definitely are starting to close that gap, which was around 18. So with that being said, they are definitely making good work. We have seen games swing wildly whenever it comes to this format, especially from Friday Fortnite. Look back at Sway, right? He was able to knock out Nate Hill and Funk Bomb by getting 28 elims himself over by Dusty to save himself and Valkyrae and knock Nate Hill and Funk Bomb out. So comebacks do happen. And if I'm Aydan, I just went down. I'm really hoping Innocents is going to be able to pick me up, given the fact that the scoreline is getting relatively close. Innocents needs to play his life appropriately, and he can't even go back to the card because he doesn't have healing. He does have the campfire, but he knows there's going to be a team up ahead, and they're going to be hot on his hill. So the way Innocents plays this is going to determine whether or not they move forward or they get knocked down to the loser bracket.
Yeah, that was too risky of a play to try and get Aydan's reboot card right there. So yeah, you have to really just play your life at that instance right now. I mean, when you're in the second game, yeah, I mean, risk can pay off, but in this instance, you have to make sure that you're playing a little bit more reserved there, as you have to keep in mind that Bini and Diggy were right on your heels in terms of elimination. So, you know, even if you're trying to keep count, there is so much going on that it's going to be hard to really, you know, guarantee if you guys are definitively winning or not. Look at how he is able to hold the shots, and then the final one taking him out as he got a little bit too close to his opponent there. So that's exactly why a lot of players like Aydan and Innocents, you've been seeing them play a lot of farther away, but man, these players were closing the gap and forcing their way on. Diggy is in trouble of his own right now and still trying to fight his way and keep that high ground. He knows he's only down to 20 HP, having to get a little bit back from the shields, and with those shields coming in, you know when a player hears you popping them, they always try to get more aggressive knowing how weak you are, but nobody was chopping him down yet. He's the one that's actually hunting down these kills as he knows somebody was trying to get revived. Thirsts the one, downs the other on the edit, dropping down for the triple kill. Beautiful play right there by Diggy.
And that's a big moment at this point in the game, considering how low he was on resources. The fact that he quickly glances back, grabs those is going to be crucial. And speaking of grabbing, manages to get that reboot card as well. Big play coming in from Diggy. However, the biggest challenge hasn't been accomplished as of yet. He still has to try and get to that reboot van to allow for his teammate to still be alive. So this is a crucial moment for them. One that does cause a little bit of a delay, right? In terms of Aydan dropping, it was like, okay, hey, FaZe much better situation. They're down by 10. Here we go.
Yep.
Now we're looking at it and saying, a little bit of a delay situation, this might actually work out in favor of Ghost. So while those eliminations come through, while it's important, it didn't equal out to as much of a result as I'm sure that they would have liked. So while this reboot van will come through, that also is going to allow, I believe, for Bini to come in as well. So kind of saves a little bit of the progress that the other side would have made if you are Diggy. So interesting spot that we find ourselves in. 3 inside of Loot Lake, someone on the end, or rather the edge of the circle. And it looks as if Bini, nice heads-up play quickly, going to go and try to grab the ball, try to find as much surrounding loot as he can, and try to get out of dodge because the task has yet to be accomplished, right? As the Ghost players are now both on the map firmly, that allows for their situation to be a lot more difficult.
Heads-up play. I got to say, shout-out to Innocents for going and getting Aydan's card during that moment because he knew, hey, Bini was down. Diggy's going to have to go for the revive. This is an opportunity for both players to come through and be revived at the end. And that was kind of a strategy we discussed, especially when the reboot vans were coming around.
Yeah.
So I got to say, though, was it worth it? Regardless, in Innocent's case, it definitely was. They already know they have the lead. Getting Aydan back is going to help them out, especially with the elims that are left on the map. So it is now going to be a old-fashioned 2v2 once again, but the lead still on the side of Bini and Diggy. Elims are going away, so they got to be starting to capitalize even more and more. I'm going for a split. I'm trying to get some distance, and it looks like they're doing just that. And hopefully they'll be able to find a couple more and keep it competitive.
Yeah, Aydan and Innocents still have a pretty good lead, I would say, but nothing to get too comfortable on.
Yeah.
Although there is only 20 players remaining, make that 19 now if you count everybody in the match. I mean, you're running out of time now if you're these players that are on FaZe. You have to make sure that you're completely in the front line ahead of Aydan and Innocents, and you don't want them also to get any of those last shots on the players that you're fighting in third party, basically, to steal your kills. This is such a crucial time. Ooh. So right here, you can see them boxed up, getting in his face right there, taking out that player. That was a very nice move right there, and you're going to have to wonder if Bini, he's going to take the time to actually pop that Chug Jug now, which is going to set them back a lot of time at this stage of the game when they need every second they can to make up that ground.
And I think it was Bini who gave the call out saying, hey, we can do this. This is still possible. So while he is in the process of trying to get back up to full 200 HP, his teammate is going to have to go on the race, try and beat out Aydan Innocents, who are trying to hold on to their already established lead and might have someone just below. Like we said, with that baller, it's going to treat him a lot more kindly. One player most likely is going to be here. And yes, quick elimination. Another one to pad the stats. And another one that FaZe does not have the opportunity to come here and grab.
It's definitely getting close, to say the least. Aydan, Innocents, trying to go as big as they possibly can, working their way over towards Salty. There's going to be a couple of players probably in the houses. And Innocents already calling out a couple of different players, and I think there is going to be one on top of Ice Cream Mountain, but Bini might be the first one to get onto the engagement. Innocents, though, close onto his hills. He's going to be shipping his way over towards Fatal, and there's going to be a player right in front, and a good heads-up play to get ahead of Bini, who is firing shots from up above, and luckily, Innocents will be able to find it and go for the engagement up top. He's going to go ahead and build his way up there, and you got to be thinking Bini up here in a good situation. He gets this elim. He'll be able to go over to Ice Cream Mountain as well and cut off a couple of elims from Innocent. And here we go. It's going to be a race for the couple that's going to be up front, and Bini's going to be the first one to engage Innocents. He's going to be able to steal it as he takes a heads-up play to get up there. And despite a ton of damage going to the side of Bini, it was, in fact, Innocents who was able to take it right from underneath him.
That was so close, and look at all these builds right now on the Sky base. These players are going to get extremely high right now if they are not enough already. You can see one down already coming in. Bini getting a second one, still having to reapply, and already have more players coming in, so he picks up the triple kill, turning around and getting the quick AR. Listen to these comms. I love this energy right now. This is absolutely possible.
This is definitely looking likely based on the way they're communicating. You'd like to think that, hey, it's either very much possible or Bini is very much excited for some reason, which obviously is making some highlight plays, some new ones to be added to the reel now. But on the other end, we quickly swap over, and maybe a little bit of that confidence starts to shift a little bit. Bananas are being taken down just toward the outskirts of Fatal, or rather toward the side of Salty Springs, and there comes the Victory Royale. Now time for the math. Let's see what it is.
I heard that they got 29.
We had like 40 total, I think, all of us.
It sounds like
God, that was kind of scary, right?
negative,
Yeah,
but okay.
It sounds like Aydan is going to take it.
Yeah, I believe that they were in a good spot, but you got to commend FaZe, right? Even by going toward Pleasant Park, which has not treated a lot of teams kindly, and obviously we have to digress a little bit. They did see quite a few teams here. They had a little bit of a slower start in terms of just trying to vacate the area, but it was because of how many enemies that were here. So normally, like we said, we do critique the Pleasant Park drop, but FaZe made it work, and they made this game competitive, which you could argue in any situation, it'd be totally normal if they were to have another slow game 2 where they play way too aggressive and they get knocked down. They played this one probably as good as you possibly can. Unfortunately, though, they just don't see the best result that they could have going down to that loser's bracket. I think they could still hold their heads high, though. And obviously, Benny is losing his voice in the process. So maybe not going to have all the comms working out, but they've got to feel pretty good, I think, heading into that loser's bracket.
But based off that second game, Bini and Diggy still managed to get 29 total elims, which is almost the highest that we've seen tonight. The highest being 32 from Dubs and Megga a little bit earlier, but that is going to be the second highest. So down there in the loser bracket, we know how scary it gets, especially as it moves along, and you really have to capitalize over here in the winner's bracket and try to make grand finals as quickly as you can. And you see how close it did, in fact, get 45-37. And yeah, I'm still looking at that 29 game 2. That's massive. And hopefully they'll be able to fix game 1 moving forward and capitalize in the losers.
I want to bring up something really quick because I noticed that scoreboard, and this is something that I've kind of realized. I'm thinking, and obviously if you're in a ping disadvantage, it's different, but maybe that super fast, aggressive game should wait to come in game 2 because we have these teams who see a lot of success when it comes down to, the early game or whatever it may be. My curiosity would be if you were to maybe allow for that very aggressive play so that you want to have, just wait a little bit. Wait till that game 2. See where the score is at. Play game number 1 out and just kind of let it rock, see where we're at, and then get that confidence underneath you. See where teams are kind of lying as of this moment, and then go there. We saw a fantastic moment for FaZe, but it came off the back of a 20-68 deficit. Like, you can only accomplish so much, and while they were seeing a lot of success by playing aggressive, it came because they knew the task that was ahead. They knew the deficit that they currently faced, and I feel like if teams would maybe slow down a little bit in that first game, don't get so rambunctious, don't play so aggressive, it would allow for that second matchup to gain some confidence, to know where the storylines are at, and then allow for that confidence to come out. It's just something that I kind of noticed, and I feel like that we should see implemented a little bit more because I feel like teams are just kind of ruining their chances. We've talked about 28, 32, 26 have been a lot of the scorelines after game number 1. It's because the other enemy is already down because they try to play aggressive as well. So, just a few things that we can kind of talk about as time goes on. A lot of strategies that can always be improved.
Instead of being more proactive, be more reactive to what the team is throwing at you.
Oh my goodness!
Summed up.
And
put it on a pillow.
I agree with that about just kind of. I mean, save a little bit of your mojo for game 2 because you never know how that game 1 is really going to work out. A lot of the times you could see the players are doing the math really quickly in their head.
Right.
If you do that focus on game 2 a lot of the times, and this is just based on any team. I mean, players tend to, just out of desperation, they play better maybe with their backs against the wall. When they know, all right, well, we have to make how many kills? It doesn't matter. We have 1 million. Just go. And like when you're not focused on the score, we just got to kill as many people as we possibly can because we're down 15, 20 kills, whatever. I mean, you're gonna get. I mean, it's lucky for us. We get the best possible gameplay out of everybody when they have their foot on the gas like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, how are you supposed to overcome when your opponent's 26 kills in the first game?
Right.
You guys, great, game 2, we made up for the ground, dropped 29, and then they dropped 16. I mean,
exactly. They said do the bare minimum.
It's way too hard to battle with consistency like that. I mean, it's just they're way too good.
Consistency is key, and that's the reason why we see so many teams currently making their way into the winners semifinals. As of yet, if you guys haven't done so already, make sure to visit our friends at G Fuel. Visit their website, the official drink of esports. I know we've been kind of chugging on it a little bit, trying to keep our energy up, and massive thanks to our friends at G Fuel. Feel free to use the code UMG for a 30% off discount in honor of Friday Fortnite. So along with that, like we said, said, massive thanks to Keemstar for making this tournament possible, along with Mr. Beast, who is still looking for that particular person. Make sure to be involved in the chat, be involved in the conversation, let us know why you deserve to be $10,000 richer. Like we said, we'll have those announcements toward the end of the stream, but you never know when those selections are going to be made. But like we said, guys, more awesome Friday Fortnite action to come. We'll see you at the end of this quick commercial break. Welcome back, folks. Friday Fortnite 2019, week number 4 underway, and we're actually dabbling in toward our winners semifinals as we've got TG, a.k.a. Typical Gamer and Thieves, facing off against Aydan and Innocents. Now, we haven't got to highlight TG and Thieves as of really too much, just because they've been kind of dominating on one side of the bracket, but they're facing off against a very worthy opponent in Aydan and Innocents. However, at the start of this matchup, a big moment for Thieves where he needs to clutch up, and thankfully will do so. 5 eliminations to his name. TG is about to be brought back to life, so a good situation to escape from, because going down early and having a big delay with trying to go for a reboot card, a reboot van would not be what you want when you're facing off against a talented team like Ghost on the other side.
Gotta say, Thieves, though, great start coming out of Salty with 5 total elims. You gotta imagine Typical Gamer has a couple himself, and the fact that they're both up despite getting dropped is going to be hugely beneficial as they decide to rotate out. But on the other end, though, got to be thinking some big numbers. Playing with the big boys now, Aydan and Innocents have put up numbers such as 29 elims, 28 and 26. They are definitely rocking it. And over here next to Megga Mall is a location that they kind of like to go to. And I got to be thinking to myself, has it been fruitful? Well, 3 elims for Innocents and a couple more coming in for Aydan. And let's see what kind of more numbers they can put up for Aydan and Innocents.
Yeah, and they're already racking up eliminations right now here at Megga Mall. Megga Mall, very, very diverse area. You have so much density inside the actual mall itself, so you're going to see so many of these players now on the outskirts of the residential side. They're just getting picked out one at a time, and Aydan gets caught off guard. Somebody sniped him from afar. Not sure what direction it seemed to have come in from. Actually, that was Innocent, that went down. Aydan now having to attend to him and see, barely has enough builds to keep them covered. If anybody rolls up on them right now, they have a huge advantage here. I mean, that was really you could see how surprising that was from them. He was really just hanging out there. I guess you got kind of tunnel vision there when you get 2, 3, 4 eliminations in a row. The odds of somebody else from a distance kind of watching out, scoping, waiting for you to wait, stop, and heal up. I mean, they really just took their time, and somebody took advantage, but did not capitalize, as you see, as luckily they didn't get pushed, which would have been terrible timing here this early on.
Yeah, it definitely would have been. So kind of clutch situation, both teams trying to go for those key revives, and all 4 players are still alive and trying to go forward on those rotations. By the way, quick little update for everybody out there, and you can feel free to use !bracket to be notified and to be up to date with what's going on in our bracket for today. But it looks as if Dubs and Megga have officially taken down Arkhram and ZexRow from TSM. So they are also booking their ticket to the semifinals and are awaiting the winner of Elevate and Valkyrae versus DJ Akademiks and Destroy. And obviously, that's going to combine for a interesting winners finals. But a ticket on the line for who can win this matchup. And unfortunately for Thieves and Typical Gamer, a bit of a shaky drive toward the loot lake, but they have made their way to this location, and thankfully now they can rely on the slipstreams instead of their own devices to allow for a few of those rotations. But spotting a few teams off the distance, this could make for a good few mid-game elims.
Absolutely. So Loot Lake, kind of a huge transitional point on the map. I love that they kind of introduced those slipstreams over in this area. But with that being said, a couple of elims coming through. Traps comes in onto Typical, and you're going to see his partner is going to go down as well. Thieves, Typical Gamer now out, and we have seen how detrimental this can be, especially when you're playing against a talented team who puts up huge numbers such as Aydan and Innocents. This might spell disaster, and we could be seeing Aydan and Innocents now moving into finals and winners.
And no pun intended, Like, this is not typical from Typical Gamer and Thieves to drop early on in this game. And they're a team who has been known as consistent, much like Cypher and HD, where last week they were a team who didn't drop early. That was the big problem for a lot of these very aggressive teams, was that they would drop early in game one, and then they would start to supply their advantages and then kind of play on. The fact that this team has dropped as early as they have been is a massive window of opportunity for Aydan and Innocents, right? As long as they can stay alive, even play at a medium speed, they're going to be in a really good spot, I think, here, Trooper.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've been already playing, I felt like they didn't even need an extra leg up in this game. They were already at such a great pace, so this is just not going to spell well for Typical Gamer and FaZe Thieves. I mean, I actually kind of feel bad. It's unfortunate for the guy that killed them had streamer mode on, or maybe it was from their perspective that's why you couldn't see that person's name, because wiping out both of them back to back like that, I mean, that is definitely going to raise your confidence up, whoever that guy was. But now with both of them taken out, you have Aydan and Innocent still trying to rack up as many of these kills, almost going for that quick scope through the edit there. It's going to drop down and be death from above in this case right here, and just try and pick them off still with the smoke. Now those stinks coming in to finish off the rest of them and just making it look so easy right there, as they were just trying to get their bearings back. And obviously you could see Typical Gamer, FaZe Thieves completely off the map now. I'm wondering, is this ever happened? This seems like a legit strategy. Taking your opponent's reboot cards, starting to activate the reboot, but not bringing them back in the game, and only using the sound that it emits to try and maybe lure players nearby. Because let's be honest, you hear that go off and people just dart to your location knowing, hey, this guy's at a disadvantage, let's push him right now. I mean, you could honestly kind of pull like a cheeky little play, I think, if you might want to go all the extra mile for something like that.
My only issue with that, which I like the idea of, and if you're in late game, I think it would work out very well. My only thing would be that, what if your teammate goes down, and then you have to pick up his reboot card? Then everyone's back in the game.
That's the only way.
But it could work, right? And that's a situation that you're kind of thinking the long game. Hey, you know what? If our teammates were to go down, we definitely could use those audio cues. Anything that you can do to allure the enemy is what you want to try to accomplish. And we've seen many diverse strategies over, I mean, I don't even know how many weeks that we've done on Friday Fortnite, but obviously a ton. There's been a lot of strategies that have kind of come through and started to change things up. And a team who's been known to make a lot of those strategies is actually on the other side of this one. TG and Thieves, known for mirroring, known for obviously trying to go for the early kill steals, were something that they even still implement in their strategies, and the reason why they're so successful. And that might be a strategy that they want to implement when it comes down to game two, considering the deficit that they're going to face. And based off the way that Ghost is playing right now, you'd like to think that they have a very tall mountain to climb.
And that's an interesting strategy to kind of touch up on that a little bit. But you also have to think about that you kind of would be wasting time, like trying to go through and trying to get that revive, but something to be used extremely situational. But honestly, I respect the creativity. Trooper coming out. I've never thought about doing something like that to bait your teammates out. I've thought about, maybe going for elimination farming or something like that. But hey, you never know.
Yeah, just not not letting him max out so you don't bring him all the way back,
right? And
then just using it maybe like 90% of the way. I mean, it depends how much time you feel like it'll use up, but I mean, if you think you've completely exhausted a lot of the eliminations that are in an area,
right.
I mean, you might end up baiting out those remaining players that aren't aggressive, that aren't very good at the game, and maybe you're hiding out, So I feel like it could be a really unorthodox strategy. I was trying to figure out, there has to be some way that somebody can use something out of the box that we haven't seen before, and I think that could be something that, I mean, you never know. I'm always surprised every week. I feel like with the different weapons that are on Vaulted especially too, but not just that, there's so many different strategies people try to utilize, especially when it comes to this format. You can definitely get creative.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You easily can. Game like Fortnite constantly changing, constantly evolving, and one of those evolving factors has been how talented the controller players have looked over the years. I say over the years, it's really been over the months, honestly, in terms of the way that these guys have quickly kind of transferred in, how talented that they are, and obviously Aydan, one of those guys who's kind of leaded that charge, as unfortunately Innocents manages to go down. A big moment here for Aydan. Quickly on the low ground, though, trying to go for the revive player. On the other side, opens up the window, does quite a bit of damage, and comes in for the solidifier. Fantastic play from Aydan, fantastic reactions as well, but the Storm is starting to move in while that little bit of a delay comes through and the elimination is in, as that guarantees Aydan double digits into overall points, rather overall eliminations. It is going to set them back a little bit, but regardless, though, quite a bit of inventory space to be making up. All the spoils are guaranteed, and they should be good considering they are on high ground to kind of utilize this glider redeploy, to even utilize these slipstreams to get out of dodge. But a big moment there from Aydan just to continue to solidify that lead that they've got over TG and Thieves.
And I like that communication coming through because Aydan wanted to leave Innocents thinking, you know, the storm was going to be ticking for much more than it was already. Luckily, it was only hitting for one, and they gave the confidence to come through. And with that being said, not stopping one bit, Aydan comes through, able to get one knock on a player located down below as well. He's going to try and overtake this wall. Oh, player edits through, just missing the shot. Luckily, Innocents from the flank with just a sliver of health. He's going to be confident, able to get that knock himself.
Wow.
As Aydan comes through for the third, and that's going to be another team wipe. And this is all extra credit, as we like to say. Typical Gamer and Thieves can only watch in horror as the numbers is going to stack against them.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I mean, also, going into that fight, Innocents barely any HP, only 50 shield. But obviously, with his teammate there, they had a lot of confidence going into that fight, trying to pick up a few more eliminations and also seeing if there were shields and healing items, which there were coming out of those players. I mean, it's really telling right now. If you can see the score, this is just an insurmountable climb almost that Thieves and typical Gamer have to fight through. I mean, this isn't completely unforeseen. They can totally outslay, I think, in this next game, but I mean, all Aydan and Innocents really have to do is just keep playing at this pace, at this rate that they're playing, and pretty much dominating, scouting this mid part of the map, using these slipstreams near Neo Tilted and near Loot Lake, and dominating a lot of these fights because of it. Now, as they jump into the next series of fights, there it goes, the first kill down in favor of Innocents. And man, that was looks like a singular player there, so he gets some more shields out of it, but that's about it.
Oh, trap game coming through, 14 HP. Not the worst situation if you are Aydan. So up close perspective, it's going to work out. And grabbing a lot of the loot from it, like we said, does have, 3 traps if need be. Has the bandages, going to go and wrap the wrists and realize that there are only a few more players alive. And like we talk about, I mean, Aydan and Innocents in terms of their last game versus FaZe, it was a matter of a slow game one that they can kind of cruise throughout that next matchup and feel good as long as they have a solid first match. They've been kind of in the driver's seat, and that very well may be the indicator coming in toward this second map, but as long as they continue to add toward the scoreline, it makes the opposition's lives so much more difficult. And currently, in the midst, I was going to say, of a fight, it really wasn't that much. It was just a matter of a little bit of a tug of war, but Aydan easily manages to find that one, continually wrapping the wrist again and even joining alongside of his teammate to make sure that they can enjoy all the spoils together. Great plays coming in from these two as they continue to make this one look effortless.
You know, the way you saw Landon take that, or excuse me, the way that you saw,
hey, I'll take it.
You're a pro player now, perfect. The way
Aydan,
the way that he took that fight though, from all those different angles, every time that he got a wall put down, he immediately repositioned, took higher, took lower, and just kept getting angles on that guy consistently. He was doing that so quickly, I'm wondering if that guy legitimately thought, like, oh, a whole squad just dropped on me, when it was literally just Aydan constantly changing direction. I mean, look how fast his edits are even, for example. It's almost like he heard me just kind of doing a little show-off, a little showboat in there as he's demonstrating how excellent they are. And, I mean, they got this match in the bag. You know they're going to get that Vic Royale, but really, I mean, what spells right now? What's gonna happen? What's in store for game 2 now? As there is such a huge mountain to climb.
Yeah, last time I looked at the scores, 23-9. That is going to be a large deficit to cover, even for TG and Thieves being as talented as they are. The slow but steady team that I love to see them. But with that being said, it is going to be a huge deficit to overcome going into game number 2.
Still surrounding, though. Final player on the map and quickly will be shut down. 15 eliminations in total for Innocents and a few dances along the way, as that's pretty much what they're going to be doing right now, feeling good when it comes down to that next matchup. But we were kind of talking about it being down the way that they are in terms of, in this situation, Thieves and Typical Gamer, who unfortunately saw the early exit. What really is the call for this group, right? Down 20 eliminations in total. I mean, at least my experience will be, and I'll give my quick little opinion. I think we do need to see a split. Is that what you guys are thinking? And if so, what locations would be the target for these two players to try and find themselves in?
Yeah, definitely so. A split needs to happen. You need to go all out, and that's something that we saw from Myth and his teammate a little bit earlier, right? Going to pressure, and then the other one had to go over towards Salty. Is it risky? Absolutely. Is it necessary? 100%. You got to risk it all, especially if you want to win this tournament. Only first place gets the money, right? So you got to put it all on the line every single time. I'm wanting to see a split, and I think both of these players, both TG and Thieves, are 100% capable of splitting off and clearing out the lobby and winning their fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think a split is the way to go here. Possibly splitting off at 2 adjacent point of interest, I think, once they come off the drop. Probably they should scope out and go with one that hopefully in the next game, depending on their luck, if there's one of the spots maybe is a hot drop, has better loot. I would say maybe focus in on an area like that. They can get a few additional eliminations thrown in there. I mean, as we did touch on earlier too, that worrying about the early game to not so much, always have to focus on, what you're going to loot up and as the later game, develops. But, I mean, the early game right now, when you're at this stage and you're down by so much, I think the early game is the biggest focus.
Yeah.
Really, those tips, focusing on the late game, that doesn't come into play when you're down by this much. You have to really catch people off guard, catch people before they can really get a weapon and defend themselves at this point.
And I feel like one thing that I've really enjoyed watching in terms of like Cypher and HD in their past, and even a few teams have kind of implemented this strategy, is, whenever you're down, it's a matter of, okay, hey, we need to split. This is a really big deal for us. But I think it's important where you split to in relation to each other, because we've seen a lot of teams in the past, they split, can't go for the reboot card. Sorry, man. Like, I'm across the map. There's no way I can get to you. What if they manage to work out a situation, and obviously depends a lot on the bus route, but just kind of being off in the distance, like we talked about, like a Dusty to Salty Springs, or even a Salty Springs to Mega Mall. Utilize those slipstreams, even if if it comes down to it. Utilize a few of those portals, a few of those rifts, to make sure that you can easily get back to your teammate if they were to see a negative. I think that's going to be a big situation if we do see TG and Thieves split. Is how close in relation are they to each other, and can, if necessary, they get to each other if one of them has a little bit of an early exit. Because we can argue, guys, you're down 20 eliminations, your teammate drops early after desperately trying to play aggressive. We kind of write it off. It's like, okay, well, 1v2, you have to pray the other team ends up dropping and that you have a fantastic match. Obviously, in terms of looking at Thieves' perspective, looks as if he's going to be making his way towards Salty Springs. No sign of his teammate, which is a good sign. But where exactly did he go? And speak of what was a good sign, just toward the side of a picket fence, Thieves already dropped. And one of the first players of this game, we see TG. He's going toward Neo tilted. Not going to be able to most likely go for his teammate. Obviously, a little bit of a delay on his stream. I value the play, however, not going to be able to go for his teammate. We need to see one heck of a performance when it comes down to the hot zone on one of the hottest locations in all of Fortnite.
And let's see what his reaction is going to be. Smiling now, but how is he going to be looking whenever he knows his teammate goes down early on? And there it is. And honestly, focused as usual. Okay, hey, I respect it. And you can't lose sight of the game.
Well.
I'll be honest.
I love that.
It's tough. And this is kind of the reaction we typically see, right? You're down 20 eliminations. You know your back is already against the wall. You lose your teammate early on. You already know you're going for a risky play, which is a split. Things are going to happen if your opponent or if your teammate goes down early on. Hey, it's okay. TG, as well as Thieves, at least they can, hey, maybe I can get the reboot card later on. It's going to be highly unlikely, but at least we have loser bracket to work our way through. So we're not down and out. We're not completely out of the tournament. There's still a comeback potential.
Yeah, and they did split and land, and one of them landing here tilted. Also coming off as one of those hot drops that you can see, but a couple kills already working in favor right now of Typical Gamer. I'm hoping that this is the start to one of the nastiest Reddit clip or YouTube videos that we're about to see as he comes back, hopefully, from a 20-kill deficit and outlasting these Ghost players. Look at this. Oh, he's just one player too many. And not only that, that player is not their teammates. He's thirsting those kills that he was working hard to get. So somebody heard a little bit too much noise over there and knocked on the door at just the wrong time for TG.
Yeah, window of opportunity. Unfortunately, they can't make it land, both dropping in the early game. Did kind of what they were supposed to at that point. And I will say a lot of teams who I have talked about kind of in previously, they struggle in that game one. I think more of TG and Thieves, it was just them, you know what, you're going to have a bad fight every once in a while. Not that I'm trying to give them a pass, but they're not normally a team who plays way overly aggressive, or their landing locations aren't always the most aggressive in order to, see an early exit. So I think for them it was just a matter of a slow fight, and just whenever you split, it's such an odd play, but it's kind of like that Hail Mary, right? You have to just pray that it works out. It's the necessary call. We've seen it work in the past. It's just not very likely. I'd love for someone, I know there's a lot of stat people out there who enjoy Fortnite who also have previously been involved in Friday Fortnite. I would love to see like the percentages of how often a split does work out successfully, because it doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't.
I don't know what they would be in. It'd probably be in the single digits, but it's always entertaining when it happens. I know one of the most entertaining ones happened way back in Friday Fortnite 2018 with Ninja, of course. Had King Richard go down, makes the clutch, forces the overtime versus FaZe, and that was obviously a phenomenal series. But that's an outlier, right? We can reference probably every single time that it's happened because of how slim those opportunities are.
Definitely so. And you can only imagine if the LMG was back at least.
my
This,
God.
I know. And Ninja with the LMG.
How dare you say that?
Is an animal. Well, the LMG was here. It was like the second day whenever
I
it
love
came
that.
to the Fortnite summer event. So you got to be thinking if that was there, it'd be nasty. Double barrel, though, I got to say, not getting as much use as I thought it was.
It's like teams, like some players are even.
MrSavage Benjyfishy loved it, but they're already out.
That's true. But there are like
Dubs
some
and Megga.
teams who literally are like, yeah, I prefer the common tack. It's like, wait, hold on. You do realize that is a one-shot weapon that you have in your arsenal if you want it.
Yeah.
It's like teams either love it or they would rather take, you know, what would be considered as one of the worst shotguns in comparison to the 5 that's on the map right now. And its worst variant as well. It's kind of odd, at least in my opinion, in terms of the way that players want to play and the fact that they wouldn't choose a weapon. But maybe, like I said, it is. It's only back for one day. Maybe you don't want to get super used to it. Who knows? But
Yeah, definitely so. It's been gone for a while, so might as well stick with what you're used to.
that's true. Like we said, guys, in terms of speaking what we're used to, rather kind of getting used to it, I believe that the other match that we have going on right now, which we'll be getting into most likely here in a little bit, is actually Akademiks and Destroy, as they're currently facing off against Dubs and Megga. So feel free to let us know in the chat why you think which team of your choice will be making it on to that next round and later face off against what is now Aydan and Innocents in the winners finals. Like we said, these guys have played fantastic up to this point. Can anyone get in their way in order to make it into that grand finals? Of course, we'll be learning all of that and more when we come back after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. We are hopping in toward our other winners semifinals. What remains in the distance? What sits just off in the distance? It happens to be a grand final spot versus Aydan and Elevate. And already off the start, some tricky edits coming in from Dubs is going to make this one a little bit of an interesting start, that's for sure. Calling out, trying to hide, trying to find a weapon as this one is starting off very, very interesting. Like we said, FaZe, Dubs, and Megga going up against Destroy. And DJ Akademiks, I like this. I'm excited to see these guys involved in that top conversation. What would it be if they can make it all the way toward that winners finals? It would definitely be a sight, that's for sure, considering that Destroy last week was just a qualifier player, right? He makes it through that gauntlet of a qualifier versus 250 other teams. I know we've had the ability to spectate him in prior tournaments, but he, along with DJ Akademiks, that would be a story for sure to see if they can make it past this very talented young duo of Debs and Megga.
Yeah, DJ Akademiks hasn't had much success playing with Liquid Fiber in the past, but with that being said, I kind of was putting in my notes, Destroy, a very talented player. He puts up high numbers. If he's able to continually do those high numbers as he is done in the past, he will be able to carry DJ Akademiks to victory, and he is doing just that. A bit of a rocky start for Dubs and Megga, but they should be able to recover. It was very testy for Dubs. Almost got pickaxe, and that would have been a terrible way to get knocked down to loser bracket. But over in Dusty, very fruitful if you're looking at Destroy and DJ Akademiks. They've managed to pick up a couple themselves. I'm loving the start.
Yeah, the jukes on that opening when they dropped it, having to fight. I don't know. That might be the first highlight I've ever seen with no weapons for either player in the fight. You know what I mean? Like, just so crazy how he was able to get out of that situation, just editing his builds, getting out and getting re-kitted up, now able to actually help out his teammate and get involved in these fights and jumping across, getting a higher point on one of these buildings, but putting himself in harm's way. A little bit too out in the open there. They're already building up to him, but do they have any idea who they're dealing with right now? Putting in the shots right where they need to be and wiping off this team right from the map to get a couple of eliminations from this initial fight here, or the second fight, I should say, here in Neo Tilted.
And Dubs and Megga, right, putting all those shotgun pellets to use, right, making sure everyone is being utilized the exact way that it's supposed to. A little bit of shield damage done by Megga, quickly places down the cone to make sure those builds are rendered somewhat useless, and comes around the corner with the tack shotty. It actually does make it land, and going to come in conjunction, providing a little bit of assistance toward his teammate as they are consistently seeing players inside of Neo Tilted. And this has been the conversation that we brought up ever since we first watched these guys at the start of the day, was the aggressive play style. Very similar to Mongraal and Mitro of last week. That blueprint may have kind of set up a confidence for a lot of these other players in terms of, hey, we know what we like to do. This is our play style, which not many teams can replicate. if they can make it work, like we said, we've seen it do wonders in weeks prior. So if they can kind of keep this up, keep up this level of play in the trenches, if you will, of Neo, in the lower streets, the alleyways of Neo, they could be in a really good spot to continually dominate the early games and really ruin a lot of team strategies of wanting to play slow off the start. So it looks as if they're going on the rotation as we go from one POI to the next. It looks as if Destroy and DJ on their way towards Salty Springs.
Dubs and Megga earlier in the tournament versus Nick A30 and FaZe Replays were able to put up 32 total eliminations in their first game.
Yeah.
So you definitely have to be worried about that, right? Whenever you're talking about DJ Akademiks and Destroy, Akademiks is going to have to come through clutch. But I'm loving the rotations from Dusty over to the tried and true Salty, and then eventually probably over towards Fatal. They're already meeting a couple of players over here, and I got to respect the aim from Destroy, using every single aspect of movements to his advantage. Players down below, Stinks to kind of, you know, distract a little bit. He's going to get right into the box. Oh, bit of a bloom coming in, almost gets destroyed. No pun intended, but luckily able to recover. That's going to be a full elim, and the rotation's going to come through. If they can continually keep doing this, Dubs and Megga staying inside of Neo Tilted, they could clear a lot of the engagements throughout the map. And look at how many's already been gone. Almost half the lobby has been eliminated, and because of that, right now Destroy and Akademiks are currently the favor to take over the lead going into Game 2.
Yeah, it looks like Akademiks was playing the role of scout in that situation, just starting a lot of the fights, and you could tell right there that Destroy was the man finishing them. As we switch on over now to these FaZe players, you have another couple of nice kills right here by Dubs as he's trying to gain some ground on another team going across the map here. He already does see a full team. I think they're closing in on another squad, and they're already landing on the high point. One down on the first few shots before he can even react. So now as they're getting involved with that other party here, this is a perfect time for them to at least pick up 2 of these quick eliminations at the 2 closest players. There's the second one down and taken out of the game. They're going to at least grab what they can and move along quickly here as they try and hone in on these final players. They don't want to lose out on any of these kills here. You can see the long shots coming in from Megga. Dubs is the man that's getting in their faces here and building, putting the shots down to defend himself. Perfect timing as he jumps on down to rattle that one guy's cage and finish off this engagement on top right now with a few more points to their name.
You can hear them feeling confident, right? And there's some unbelievable shots on their rotations, but as we kind of get from one highlight to the next, this is what we love to see, right?
Goodness.
Both teams succeeding, and Destroy from afar literally has to go for the reload because of how many shots he had already rendered from that heavy assault rifle. Fantastic stuff coming in from Destroy. The assistance from afar has been impeccable as he's already up to 9 just by himself. And he's kind of debating, should I go for the Chug Jug? I've been rocking pretty well with my overall inventory. Going to most likely hand that one over toward DJ Akademiks. He's calling himself king, and I love to see that. But making the rotation toward Fatal Fields, right? They are kind of around this mid-map area. They can kind of utilize these slipstreams to get toward a different point of views. But continually, Taylor, we've brought it up, utilizing Fatal Fields to their advantage, stuff that you love to see. But on the other end, in the mix on Pleasant Park, rotations from either side, Dubs and Megga seem as if it's a great idea to go over toward Pleasant. What a play, landing on top of the opposition and finding yet again another elim. I'm giving props to Destroy, which obviously granted Dubs, he's up to 11 already by himself.
Yeah, it's going to be a close competitive game, and what do you expect from the semifinals, right? Everybody trying to make their way over towards the winners finals, and it's going to be a close one. We're going to go ahead and utilize this rift, and we're going to go ahead and scout to see what is up ahead. I'm loving the rotational aspects of this as Destroy, as well as his teammate, DJ Akademiks, are going to have to rotate out of Fatal. Yeah. Use that drop ship. Maybe Lazy Lagoon is going to host a couple of victims. Let's see what Megga and Dubs can find.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was intentional, if they were trying to get out of there with the Quad Crusher, but instead kind of screwed up on the launch and then stumbling onto that rift. I'm not sure if they were just trying to quickly get to the rift or if they just used it as the second choice there. But they definitely have a lot more I would say, a lot more choices here deciding where they want to rotate. They have the higher ground. Now they glide down, land, and make their choice here as one player already boxing up there, going to replace that wall. One's already fighting through. You got to be careful not to step forward into that box as they did place that trap down out of desperation. Very smart moves right here by Dubs. Destroy, though, has been taken out, though, in his most recent fight, so that's going to leave just Akademiks right now to fend for himself unless he can get that revive going. This is not looking good already. FaZe on top of things right now.
Yeah, you saw that Megga as well as Dubs converging on a location where Destroy and King Akademiks were. And unfortunately, Destroy runs right into the trap in that 1-by-1. It's quite unfortunate. Luckily, he will get picked up for the meantime, but this is going to give an opportunity for Dubs and Megga to go ahead and rotate out. And you're going to see they're not going to waste an opportunity. Megga going off on his own. He's going to go ahead and split from Dubs as the lobby is going to get thinner and thinner. They're going to try and cover as much ground as they possibly can. Dubs coming from another angle, and hopefully it's going to be a fruitful one. Nobody over in loot currently, but maybe we'll see them go back into Neo Tilted. And
I actually love this play from them. You know, a lot of people would argue, do you really want to split at this point? I think what they're mostly trying to do is just separate to earn vision, because as soon as the rotation comes in from DJ Akademiks and Destroy, they're thinking, okay, hey, where do we rotate next? Well, FaZe already has the key point, because they didn't just go to one location where DJ Akademiks and Destroy would rotate to. They went toward 2 different places. So off the break, if you're Destroy and DJ Akademiks, you're in an awkward spot because the other team has scouted out every nearby place that you could go to off of that revive. So I love the play from FaZe. Obviously, they're in the midst of a fight, which, depending on how it goes, could be a positive or negative. I'm thinking more of the positive route, considering the high ground that we currently see Megga possess. Already going for a few fights, going for the quick edit. This enemy had no chance whatsoever. Threading the needle, still holding on to that high ground as Megga looking to try to overtake that 1-by-1. Shots coming in from afar. A possible sandwich could be going on toward the outskirts of Neo Tilted, but no problems as of yet. Still consistent gameplay, still loot that they are finding. It looks as if those chug splashes are being tossed out into good usage. They're just trying to take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a drink break, but trying to reference back. It looks as if that storm has been tossed in the storm flip. Definitely going to cause a little bit of some interesting game plan, rather an interesting game plan to form. And on the outskirts, here comes Dubs. Megga still on that high ground advantage, still possessing somewhat of the lead, trying to silence the enemies and utilize their numbers to their advantage. Those 2v1 fights don't happen very often, but W King trying to work out that finally works out in their favor. And another Elim here from FaZe on the outskirts of Neo. Phenomenal stuff from them, but the fight does not end here.
Well, it definitely does not. Rotation needs to come through. They need to try and gain as much ground as they possibly can from Destroy, and DJ Akademiks currently caught up is going to be Destroy, and I do believe there might be a player around trying to be sneaky. Actually, I think he's baiting out the reboot van right now.
Oh, yeah.
As he might be hearing that. I couldn't imagine he's being this patient, thinking there's a player around, because he's got 190 total health.
Reboot your team.
There he goes. He is wanting to play to reboot, and that's exactly what I thought he was trying to do. But unfortunately, it's not going to happen. But Megga, he's going to drop Dubs while he follows suit and Destroy, buddy. I think it's time to just go ahead and pounce. I don't think that reboot van's going to be used. No, it is. They're rebooting in the storm. Why would you waste so much time? Public lobbies, I will never understand you. Destroy, he's pushing forward. Player in front. Unfortunately, he only gets 1, but that's going to be 1 more. No, 2's going to come out of that. Can we get a 3rd, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think so, but that's going to be 2 more. He's going to add to his inventory. He's easily mowing them down.
This is incredible, the timing that he... Oh, 2 players now come back from the dead, sent right back to the lobby right now. And you know, those 2 players are probably yelling at the guy that got them back, like, why didn't you check for people? Like, that was so perfect. How patient he had to be. Sit in the storm. You figure, oh, I'm going to reboot in the storm. No one's going to be out here. That is such a next level play. Just having to be as patient as possible. He knew as long as if I hold out, waste some time here, I'm not going to walk away with 1 possible Elim. I could walk away with 2, and he got lucky enough even more. He got 3.
Yeah.
Phenomenal play coming in from Destroy. And I think a lot of teams, at least in our previous, haven't really kind of utilized that kill farming strategy, that elimination farming strategy, and Destroy is showing why it is an excellent one. Hey, a little bit of a passive play. You allow for the enemy to think that they're free, and that's when you pounce. That's when you seize the chance of what needs to be accomplished. Like we said, Destroy off by himself, and while he is the Lone Ranger, he is definitely showing that those shots are good. They're landing on that heavy assault rifle that stuck with them throughout the entire game, is still firing on all cylinders. Looking to try to overtake that top-level build, the roof. No one is home for the time. Still on the outskirts of the storm, 30 seconds before that one starts to move in, but still ready for the players that want to try to engage. Wants to try to evaluate the fight from the topside perspective and gets his chance and makes both shots land. However, it is going to be a knock. Still, enemies remain around this position. So while we are seeing success, I will say, from FaZe, and that's another positive now that DJ Akademiks goes down, Destroy is holding his own weight. I will say, though, not the greatest situation when it comes down to overall health, which could become a factor now that the storm is just at the side, continually finding knocks. And if he can find a health item off of this player, that would be big. Finds bandages, but no time to take those.
Destroy's cracked out of his mind right now, and I gotta say, I'm always a huge fan watching him play. He's one of my favorite players to spectate, just because how explosive he is on camera as well as on the sticks. 18 total eliminations. He's not stopping there. Another player in this 1x1 taking, you know, some time, not wanting to come out and meet his eventual demise.
Wow.
And there it is, the Victory Royale with the final elim. And he finishes with 19 plus. Of course, his teammate getting a couple himself, so that should be around 21,
Goodness.
22 total elims. Not a bad job from Destroy and DJ Akademiks, standing toe-to-toe with Megga and Dubs.
Yeah, there aren't too many final 1v1 situations that are going to be possible when you're up against a player like Destroy, knowing that he is also in a tournament like this, playing at that level. I mean, there aren't many people that are going to lose that fight in that situation right there. I mean, you could check these replays, how many times you saw Destroy drop in on these players so effectively, timing his shots once he falls in, always getting the kill on the second follow-up shot. Worked out beautifully. He had a nice little 1-2 package that he kept unleashing on these players, dropping down unsuspecting. I mean, he was using the height to his advantage perfectly, not just maintaining the height and using it to scout the area, but once he reestablished the height, dropping on these players, getting back to their level, and then completely outplaying them.
Yeah, it was kind of, honestly, it was kind of a highlight reel at the start of the game from one side to the other, rotational fights that just look so good. And I know we've been talking about it consistently, though. Dubs and Megga, they play aggressive off the start, and they are going to hold an 8 elimination lead coming into this next matchup, which is significant, right? I mean, 8 looks a little bit different in terms of like the way that we've seen a lot of the other scorelines go, but that is still a very significant one to have, considering the way that we just saw DJ Akademiks and better yet Destroy totally go off, utilizing these reboot vans, trying to bait him out. Just fantastic play from start to finish from Destroy. Obviously, we got to watch his perspective a lot toward the outskirts and the end of this game, but really did a lot for the team, but it just was not enough in terms of the aggression that was being showed from the FaZe boys.
And Destroy by far is going to be the IGL for this team. Yeah. So in terms of landing locations, I definitely think they're going to stick together. A split doesn't need to happen because I'm not too sure how well DJ Akademiks will be able to do on his own, but he's a phenomenal support player. Yeah. So with that being said, I do think Destroy is probably going to be heading either over towards Dusty or Loot Lake. We've seen him do that, of course, in the Sunday Showdowns a couple of months back. So I think Dusty's going to be the drop for them. Dubs and Megga, though, they're probably business as usual. Yeah. They're going neo-tilted. It almost ended up being their demise, especially for Dubs in the beginning, right? He almost got pickaxe, and that was a very detrimental spot to be in. But with that being said, if they make it out of neo-tilted once again, we're talking about a very high-scoring game, and I think they're going over towards Megga. Not a bad drop either. They like this location too.
I want to point out really quickly, we took a quick little gander at the map. Hot Zone is on Salty Springs. Now, that could be a very opportune target if you are in this situation, Destroy and DJ Akademiks, right? That's a perfect splitting opportunity that you can go, and it looks as if off the rip, maybe going toward one of those sky platforms is Destroy, maybe going to kind of fade into one of the locations that exist just toward the outside. But regardless, though, I feel like Salty Springs is a great opportunity to try and take, and that may be even what FaZe, Dubs, and Megga want to do. But very late off the start, Taylor, you're saying, oh no, they're both diving into Dusty Divot. Trying to go for that sky platform off the start does not pan out the way that you would have hoped it would have. And now it's going to be a race for who can find the better weapons, and this may not be a good start. Door opened already, and that may be, I was going to say, does have that double barrel, but not the shot from afar. He's going to have to rely on DJ Akademiks to maybe try and bait something of the sorts and try to rely on some good, opportune time. And those are valuable eliminations that he needs to find. It looks as if Jonesy is not going to stop ADSing. DJ King, where are you at?
Yeah, this is actually an interesting scenario to be in right now. He finds a gun that's not even going to be in the game tomorrow. He has to deal with it right now and just use it to the best he can with virtually no practice, no preparation right here. It's the only thing he has to fight. You can't even shut that door because of it's actually damaged on the map itself. Yeah. So right now he's getting shot in the back, able to down that first player, following up with the second shot, and then able to steal those minis he saw him throwing down.
Woo,
look at that, jumping on top of the tree.
Oh, no.
Plenty of time if he wants. Down, but look at that, doesn't take fall damage, landing on the tree. This is amazing maneuverability. No one's going to find him right now as he had just enough time to get out of dodge, get some more mushrooms now to add to his shield count here. I mean, with Akademiks down right this early in the game, I mean, Destroy has been playing very well, but right now he's in kind of a rough spot if he wants to get a lot more players, even though they're walking right into him. A full team showing up now. He's getting shot in the back right as he downs a player. Let's see if he's going to be able to stay with it right now. Only with 2 shotguns to boot. Double barrel in the face. Still has 1 to go, but he has to now switch to that double barrel and reload it if he has a few seconds of his time here. He's going to just pickaxe this player knowing that he doesn't want to waste the little amount of ammo he has for the shotguns.
So
still going for these shots, still somehow staying alive and finishing off these remaining players here in Dusty Divot, stamping his name on this location.
Gotta say, man, you know, Fortnite is a little bit of skill, a little bit of luck, a little bit of hide and seek, and that's exactly what Destroy was doing off the initial start, kind of hiding from those players, double barrel in hand. That's all he was able to use, and I gotta say, he made it work for the best. Unfortunately, he won't get the card, but he will have a great success off the start with 5 elims. Meanwhile, in the elimination feed, Megga will get in, and that's going to be the
heartbreaker.
End. Destroy goes
that's
down.
The way
off
that he
of
gets
the
lost right there.
And you heard me saying, "Oh no," off the start because
Yeah.
he was going for the supply ship.
Yep.
And he dropped a little bit too low, but he was at a perfect descent to land on it and potentially get the loot that was on it. But I believe he looked down to check his phone for maybe a text. And because he looked down to check his phone, he didn't get the elevation he needed to land on that ship. And because of that, he didn't get the loot he wanted, nor the drop he wanted. And then he had to double back and come down to Dusty, which is highly unfortunate.
That literally could have been a $10,000 text message.
I 100% agree.
It was the player that downed him saying GG, and then he sniped him right after.
Megga just like, hey, man, check your phone. Why?
That's legitimately happened to me before. One time I was playing Gears of War back in the day in Gears 1. I got an Xbox message from somebody I didn't recognize. They were in the game. And then I opened the message, and he basically said, "I'm about to chainsaw you." And then when I went back, he was hiding behind me.
Oh, my God.
Ready to chainsaw me.
No way, really?
I swear.
That's
so
crazy.
that was the day where I realized, like, either A, turn off my notifications, or B, you know,
just ignore
improve
them.
my reaction time maybe a little bit or something.
Oh, man, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Obviously, it has happened in previous, so at least if you're Destroy, you can kind of rely on that story maybe and say, you know what, I'm not the only one who has unfortunately maybe used technology to my disadvantage. But that is going to solidify our grand finals, right? That kind of books the ticket for Dubs and Megga, as now they're going to be facing off against Aydan and Innocents. I am so excited to see how this one is going to go, because we talked about Aydan and Innocents have looked so good up to this point. They've been playing so consistently, especially in those game number 1s. And if we're looking at Dubs and Megga, right, kind of taking the blueprint that we saw come from our victors of last week, right? We got to watch in terms of Mongraal and Mitro how fantastic they played in those fast-paced, or rather that fast-paced and aggressive play style. They seem to be kind of making it work as well. So I'm curious if that will kind of carry over and maybe lead to what could be our first grand final position locked in. But like we said, guys, feel free, if you haven't done so already, let us know on social media who is going to walk away with this game, who is going to make their way to the grand finals. Let us know. And while you're doing so, make sure to, of course, visit our friends at G Fuel as well. Use the code UMG for your checkout for 30% off in honor of Friday Fortnite. We also want to give a huge thank you to our friend MrBeast. Guys, he is supplying the entire prize pool for this week. So $10,000 for first place. He's also awarding $10,000 to one of you out there. If you haven't really heard too much about the giveaway, type in chat why you deserve to win $10,000, and MrBeast at some point throughout Friday Fortnite is going to be giving it away. Of course, we're going to announce that at the end of the grand final, so make sure to stay tuned for that and let us know why in chat you do deserve it. But massive thank you to MrBeast. Make sure to visit shopmrbeast.com. It's fun to say that because I obviously have visited it many times, and I may be having some merch next week being delivered. So who knows? You know, it could happen. Maybe going to rock out one of the new merch lines. But like we said, guys, as I maybe fade away to MrBeast shop, we obviously have the grand finals up here in just, or rather the winners finals up here in just a moment. So we're going to go to a quick little commercial break. When we return, winners finals up and ready to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. I need to get in touch with the guy who just had that highlight rep, so it was pretty nice, I'll be honest. He has a nice voice, I'll be honest with you guys.
He does.
But like we said, obviously we are back here live from the UMG studio. Landon Lano Sanders joined in part by Reflections along with Trooper. Like we said, boys, we're about to hop into our winners finals. We've got two very talented teams who've come from some different backstories in terms of the matchups that they've had coming into this. Obviously, we've got Aydan and Innocents on one side, and then Dubs and Megga on the other. Now, I believe this is the first opportunity, at least in Friday Fortnite 2019, where both of these teams have kind of been in this spot, been in this location. We've seen both of these squads make their losers bracket runs, but so far, their blueprints, their strategies have worked out fantastic.
Definitely so. Dubs and Megga have been putting up huge numbers left and right every single game. And I got to say, though, Aydan and Innocents themselves have been putting up huge numbers too. So we have two of the top scoring teams facing up against each other for a grand final spot. It's definitely going to get interesting, and I'm excited to see who's going to end up on top.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure 100%. I think from the games that we saw, there wasn't a game where Ghost or where Aydan and Innocents, I think, got less than 16 kills total, which is insanely hard to try and keep up with if you're anybody. I mean, even the best of the best. I mean, that is some crazy amount of consistency throughout the bracket, and this bracket is no joke. A lot of these players are really up there in terms of their technical skill, but coming across a team like Aydan and Innocents, they just know everything. They know the game at this stage so well. I mean, being able to pub stomp like they're doing right now, making these maneuvers across the map and picking their spot, it's really not coming down to, I think, as seriously as where they're dropping. They're just able to make the best out of any situation right now.
And in terms of our landing locations, obviously strategy's really got to come into it. We've been looking at the FaZe boys, right, going very aggressive toward Neo tilted off the start. And then for the other end, a little bit more of a passive route, right? Obviously, Aydan known for his strategies, known for his highlights, his plays in previous when it comes down toward tilted as well. But a little bit of a change-up strategy. And unfortunately for Megga, it's not going to work off toward a very nice start. And that is when we talk about that Neo tilted strategy. High risk, high reward. Let's see how Dubs tries and overtakes this and tries to get up his opponent, because now starts the clock. Now starts the timer for how long his teammate is still going to be alive for. He has to go for the reboot card. He also has to make sure that his life is still intact. And trying to get a few calls, trying to get a little bit of a better weapon situation. Has that burst SMG, but to no avail. Just wanted to make sure he has the greatest HP position to allow for an easy escape from his teammate.
Dubs and Megga always risking it all, going over towards Neo tilted. This is a very risky strategy because you don't get that many second chances, right? So with that being said, he's got to come through clutch in this situation, getting tagged up quite a bit, only down to 59 health. He has one more build to his name. He's going to go ahead and use it and try and pop a 50 shot, but opponent is going to be just below, and he decides to try and go for it. Notices he's getting challenged, and he makes a great bold move to come through and get an elimination, but that was only a knock plus a full elim. With that being said, you know there's going to be more players coming through, so Halfpot needs to get Drink as soon as possible so he can at least try and survive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think actually his initial, I want to say that he wanted to go out that window. He didn't create too much of a distance between him and that player before he tried to pop that half shield. Since it's such a long time to pop that, I think he was really just initially baiting that player into trying to shoot down that build so he can follow up and be the aggressor in that fight. So it ended up working out for him, just trying to make sure that he can build off of that little bit of success that he was able to pick up. Jumping now to the other side to try and get his teammate back into this game and just trying to build himself a little bit of some protection here with that medal as he gets this squad member back in game. I don't think, it looks like no one's contesting him either, so especially when you're in the center of Tilted, nobody's contesting you to come back into the game. Definitely going to be a pretty lucky scenario for them. Hopefully they can capitalize right now.
Big pot right here.
As if in the midst of the rotation, Aydan and Innocents have found their way in Salty Springs. Unfortunately, though, you take a look and one elimination for one side and one elimination for the other. Depending on the mid-game of these locations, it may be a positive for either side. Could it be for Aydan and Innocents for playing a little bit slower, not sacrificing their lives as much? Or can Dubs and Megga start to pick it up a little bit and allow for an advantage to be formed off of a slower-paced strategy? We'll see how Ghost starts to dive into this one, as Aydan having, unfortunately, no proximity grenades, but he does have the trusty double barrel to work with, trying to fire in through the builds, and he has a shot of his own. Fantastic play, entering in toward his 1x1, as it will be on the other end. A solidification for the Elam to make sure for those to all come in. Great stuff for Ghost up to this point, and there's the other, as that's going to be a good group, or rather a good group of eliminations to find at this point here in Salty Springs. And like we talked about, Dubs and Megga, it's been a little bit slow for them up to this point. This may work out in somewhat of a positive if you're Ghost.
Absolutely. So Aydan Innocents in a very good position so far, but they're only sitting at a total of 4 eliminations. On the other side, I think they're sitting at a couple themselves, but they're going to start heating up even more. Megga with 2 players in front. One gets knocked, another as well with the full elim. Some grenades coming through Luckily, he will escape with his life. You hear the call-outs. There's one more in the vicinity. And Dubs trying to search for him along with Megga, but I gotta say, it was a very testy start, but they managed to come through on the other side. If they go down, you gotta be thinking Innocents, Aydan, they were gonna have a huge lead going in round 2, but luckily it's not gonna be the case. It's gonna be a little bit more competitive than that.
Yeah, and these right now you're trying to clean up these kills as fast as possible. And stealing the baller now in the middle of the slipstream to rotate out and get himself get himself a little bit more ground here, a little bit quicker. There's the high ground coming from Innocents on top of the slipstream, and then he's going to swan dive down into the crops and try and pick up that remaining player. Let's see if he can put the builds down and clear out where those crops are. There they go. Oh, and catches him underneath, editing out that pyramid and then completely decimating him while he had that bush. An easy pick right there. They have another player trying to defend here. And there is no way out as you're getting attacked from almost all sides here from these Ghost players.
And that's just good overall play, right, in terms of Aydan and Innocents, just trying to dive into multiple locations. Like we said, they faded south toward Fatal Fields, and it's clearly working out very well. I do say that. Keep in mind, there are still enemies just toward the top side of that barn. Innocents going to go and give the quick little call-out, obviously trying to get back in the HP situation, but they still also have players from their backside, so somewhat of a pinch being established. We'll see how Ghost tries to deal with the adversity that they currently face. Stink Bomb's tossed out, a little bit of an HP loss, but no worries. I say that, though. Innocents takes a big shot to the chest and quickly has to reference back, maybe going to go ahead and drop down this cozy campfire and get back to a better situation, but the stink bombs are continually being a problem. Jonesy thankfully is brought back out, but the stink bomb is continually doing damage, and Aydan on the other side is losing health. Shout out to Shroud. But as we fade back to the gameplay, Innocents and Aydan both down. The stink bomb does so much damage to the point where both of these players are down, and that is a very unfortunate situation to be brought in, considering the way that they were playing that mid game, considering the way that they were playing those rotations. That opens up the door now toward FaZe.
And that just comes to show you how powerful stink bombs are in your utility. They force rotations, they force your opponents off of low health, and you get knocks, and that's exactly what they did. Campfire was down, and the opponents knew this was the moment to sink their teeth in. And that's when they threw the stink. And unfortunately, Innocents during that moment was just way too low in health, and Aydan wasn't able to capitalize. And now, Dubs and Megga, this is the perfect scenario that they want to be in. Full reign to the map. 32 total elims that they can pick up, plus they already had the elimination lead. This is going to potentially spell disaster for Aydan and Innocents.
Yeah, I'd say this is the probably the least favorable position right now that Aydan and Innocents have been in. They really have not been taken out at this stage of any game this early like this. So right now it's going to be up to Dubs and Megga. How much can they really work together here? They're going to try and split off here. I really at this point just try and stay together and just try to focus and don't let the goal get out of your mind right now, where you don't have anybody to compete against right now. So everything right now is just going to be another positive for you guys. You don't have to really worry about that uphill climb or going toe-to-toe with them right now. This is all for you guys to try and regain a lot of ground here as they're fighting and trying to figure out where these shots are coming from. And there's one player down. Dubs couldn't get out of that engagement. It looks like they weren't even ready for it, but there comes the snipe, and the follow-up shots almost getting that second player down, but instead of following up, he knows that that player's going to retreat, most likely heal up, and he's going to give him that opportunity to now try and heal up his teammate right now. Dubs luckily does get back into this. Let's see if he can at least get some sort of healing right now. You can see max bandages on Dubs, but he has to just focus this player right now, the remaining player, and he almost gets dropped down to 8 HP right now from this player. That is a no skin you do not want to mess with right now, as he is putting a lot of work for these guys to try and overcome here. Where, I mean, right now, they're in the driver's seat. They had everything going for them, and right now, luckily able to get one down here. It looks like they're just able to save themselves, but more madness coming out of the woodwork here for them. I mean, they are trying their best to keep their bearings. Megga drops again. Dubs cannot handle the barrage, and they are taken out of this game when they needed all of the time in the world remaining in that game to try and capitalize the best they can off of Aydan and Innocents dropping early. But man, an unfortunate turn of events right there as Aydan Innocents did catch a break right there.
Yeah, everyone in Ghost is celebrating right now, right? The entire player base, the entire staff has got to be so happy that out of the situation that they fell to in terms of the stink bombs and fatal fields, it didn't equate to as much of an advantage that we thought would form coming in from Dubs and Megga. Like we talked about, their early tilted tower, rather their early Neil tilted strategy, it started to get a little bit shaky, right? There was a lot of moments where their aggressiveness didn't really look as strong, and I'll be honest, even if they would have fell towards the end, much like that situation that we just saw here, there was a lot of delays that they had throughout this game. I mean, that scoreline could easily be up to like 14, 15, 16. That allows you to feel a lot more confident. But they were constantly kind of cautioned, if you will. They were constantly yielded to what the enemy was doing. And I think that allowed for them to kind of not form too much, even if they were to drop no matter what. So an interesting game plan, but one if you're Ghost, like we said, I mean, as you were mentioning, Trooper, sweat off the brow situation. Okay, cool. We're coming into game 2. We obviously saw an early exit, but we can kind of, form a new fresh slate and start to move forward.
And what's tough about that last situation and that total engagement, they, honestly set themselves up right to take off a lot of chunk damage off their opponents.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, bandages, campfires isn't going to be enough. You need shields in that position, and the players that they were thirsting, unfortunately, didn't have any shields. Because of that, they weren't able to heal up in those tough situations, and that's why we saw them lose their lives in the end. But 11-9, going to be a lot closer than I expected it to be. I know you expected it, of course, just like all of us.
Yeah.
Maybe you think it was going to be a much higher score set.
I mean, right before that game I mentioned, I don't think we'd seen below 16 eliminations for Ghost, and right there, they couldn't even get 10 in that first game. So I'm sorry, that's a total caster's curse, 100%. That's textbook right there. But could not have come at a better time if it was going to happen. I mean, at this stage of the bracket right now, because this is probably the best kind of, or the best level of opponent that they're going to face that are probably going to try and capitalize on it. Yeah. I mean, they should have stayed in that game a little bit longer, but like you said, Taylor, there was just really nowhere for them to at least get some distance from just wave after wave of squads that kept coming in, and they really just could not keep up with the madness that was coming in there. Could not get themselves healed, but this game 2 right now, so much focus going on this. Only that 2-kill differential between these two teams, and I love it. Innocents picking my favorite drop spot just outside of Pleasant Park, and it's a place where I don't like going directly to Pleasant, but this place, this church right outside this factory, I should say, kind of a great spot for some low-key loot. You get a baller, good rotational tools. Always, I think a vending machine does occasionally spawn out front. It does, yeah. Pretty versatile location, pretty low-key location, too, at this stage, and a great way to get started, I think.
Low-key versus the definition of aggressive, right? Dubs and Megga, they went toward tilted. They're going back toward tilted. They saw some early exits. They were, unfortunately, kind of swarmed by opponents, but they managed to make it work. Let's see exactly how they are going to survive in terms of that kill feed. But now we look at the main screen, Aydan taking one down at, what, is that the 40, the 50, somewhere around that location, but on the outskirts of flank, nearly being made with the baller, out of sorts, no weapons, only a boogie bomb, it looks as if, for the opposition, and actually does have a weapon somewhere in that inventory, a few resources as well, so a positive if you are that only enemy, but just shredded. A laser coming through from Aydan, fantastic shot. And I believe that was only a knock, I want to say. So if that is the case, that obviously has to mean that there are more players around this area. And based off the explosions, that seems to be very, very likely. Up close, one ends up dropping, but unfortunately Innocents does as well.
Double barrel, watch out!
Force on the staircase, has to be so careful. Thankfully dodges the shots, hardly loses HP, and Aydan will narrowly, put an asterisk next to it, survive.
Double barrel, so devastating, not only in the hands of these pros that you're watching play, but also in the opponents that they have to go against. All it takes is one shot to the head, and you can be down for the count. And luckily, Aydan went so clutch there. He was hit with the boogie earlier. He was able to overcome that. He comes in face-to-face with a double barrel. After his opponent got dropped, he was able to overcome that. Beautiful plays. Aydan showing that experience.
Yeah, Neo tilted still seemingly under control right now for FaZe right here to see if we can switch now and catch Innocents in this next fight, as he already does have some help here from Aydan. So they're just going to hone in on this player, get another pickup here, and look for the remaining members of his team that are going to do their best to try and help out, not knowing, I'm sure, what they're about to go up against in this team of these two Ghost players, these two unstoppable players at this stage. They already know that they fell way too short in their last matches, and they're trying to more than make up for it right now. And it also helps that things are just working in their favor right now. Pleasant Park, we've been talking how it's not the best spot in terms of trying to rack up a lot of eliminations in the early game, essentially, just the way that it's played. But look at this. They haven't even left this house. Everyone's coming over. They're throwing a party. Everyone got the invite, and, hey, they're showing them to the door now.
They absolutely are. Hey, 4th of July was yesterday. Get out of here. We don't want, this is no time for this at the moment. We have a game to go on, and it looks as if another Elam coming in from the Neo Tilted side. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of resources. Definitely gains that back. Yeah, 350 brick out of that one. That's a nice body to loot, that's for sure. But exchanging inventory spots, exchanging weapons, and like we said, only getting richer as Neo Tilted proving fruitful from those trees in terms of resources, in terms of eliminations that they are finding as of this moment. Well, they have had a few close calls. They're still surviving. They're still holding on and even flint knocking themselves in toward that slipstream. As now the rotations are underway, FaZe has claimed, and rather nearly claimed, as they knock. Another elimination about to come through. And it looks as if kind of holding on to that high ground. Those eliminations are solidified. So good stuff if you're FaZe, but not overall yet to be achieved, but I'm sure it's only going to happen in just a matter of seconds. And yeah, a few more players start to fall. That's a nice way to kind of fade out of Neo Tilted, if you will. But like I said, I think they got a good usage out of this location, right? Not as much adversity, still found quite a few eliminations, and they're sitting pretty good, especially when it comes down to the inventory as well, right? In terms of the resources they're getting, in terms of the overall weapons that they have, they're in a really good spot now in the rotation here.
That's definitely not bad. Aydan was able to pick up a couple of eliminations on the other side as well. They decide to get the ballers. They do not. Actually, we could see both teams converge onto the same location, maybe even over towards loot. That's a natural rotation for Aydan and Innocents, depending if they decide to go over to loot or if they go even further using the rifts, which I think was just utilized. 23-17, so incredibly close, and that player, unsuspecting, goes down. And another one down below. Dubs, I got to tell you, his accuracy is insane. He hits every single shot and able to capitalize with every bullet, and that's exactly what you need to do to be the best in the world. Both teams are here. It is officially a party, and rotations are going to go through, and this is probably going to stay par for the course for the entirety of this match, at least for the end game. I think both teams are going to stick together, and it's going to be a mass fight for the kills.
That's a dangerous quad of people to come against right now. I mean, just right now, you can see how hungry they are. I mean, you can hear the comms right before they pushed on that fight right there that they were calling out their bots. All these players were basically foaming out the mouth trying to grab those quick eliminations. They were not a problem at all, and you got to love coming across players like that, because you come across any new players, I mean, you're wasting virtually no time to get that elimination point. Looting them for whatever they're able to hang on to. The only thing about those types of players is, killing them and moving on is really the best thing. You are getting an elimination point, but those types of players are not the kind of players that you're most likely going to be regaining a lot of your mats from when you kill them. Most likely players like that don't generally carry too many. So more of these skilled players, you're going to see a lot of people build fight for, maximize their building defense, and then regaining a lot of what they lost over the course of the materials in that fight by picking up what their opponent dropped. And now look at this high ground by Aydan, getting the multiple downs here in the fight. Oh, but the worst timing. What a boogie bomb. 3 players now are dancing. Oh, man, this is actually keeping Aydan out of the fight. But I think that it looked like, yes, Aydan was still able to get one of those players that he already had down prior into that fight, as he was part of the team, so didn't come out from a total loss in that fight. But still, those precious few seconds, I mean, that was a pretty important boogie bomb play, as his opponents were able to get the cleanups on those kills. That could come down to it, really. We entered this game 2-point differential. I mean, every single elimination at this stage is going to matter.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Trooper, because I think at the start, rather after the start of the initial landing locations, it was a 14-7 advantage for Aydan Innocents, which is a very interesting talking point, considering we're bringing up Dubs and Megga, the early game. It's really important they survive till the towers, yet they're down double, and in fact, they were at a deficit off the start. Nice shot coming in from Dubs, kind of playing that gatekeeper role, that's for sure. But still to no avail. That's a big moment if you're Ghost at this position in the game, saying, hey, not playing as aggressive. Like we said, Pleasant Park, not always the greatest location to go toward, but it has worked out for a few teams, and if you can survive, it's without question a great spot in terms of just overall player base. So good call coming in from Ghost to remain kind of somewhat in a more passive play style, but one that equals out to getting more eliminations. A great call coming in from Ghost, and one that they can be proud of, considering that they should at least have a lead, if not be brought back into this game with just 18 players left alive.
They're shadowing you. They're shadowing
Definitely going to be an interesting ending. Luckily, some ability items are going to be used. The hoverboard going through loot, and a split has taken effect. So I got to say, Megga is going to be that wild card for this game overall. Innocents might even be himself, depending on where Aydan is, which I think he's just a little bit behind. He's going to be an engagement over near Salty. So I like this, and I always like endings like this where the teams end up splitting apart and going for separate engagements themselves. And a nice shot for Aydan up top. That's going to be one elim. Players located down below as well. I think this was a third-party opportunity. And who's going to be over there? I think that is Dubs who was able to join us. So we have both teams mirroring each other in different locations. Definitely competitive.
Yeah, and if teams decide to do a split really at any point, I mean, you have to kind of think about how you approach a lot of these fights. If you're going to split off with your teammate, it might be a better option to instead of being the aggressor on a lot of the fights. I know you're splitting for that reason because you need to cover as much ground as possible, but a lot of times if a player splits, their best advantage or opportunity would most likely to try and third party as much as you can. The worst thing that you can have happen is when you're by yourself, an entire team of 3 or 4 players completely focus on you, which opens the door to other teams to come over and just a complete mess. The thing you'd rather do is wait to see if you can catch an engagement beginning, swoop on in the last seconds where nobody expects you, clean up, and then move along. I think that's the best way to utilize a split properly, especially without putting yourself at such a high risk this late in game 2.
It's a great point to bring up. Like we said, I know we got to take a quick little gander at our map, as we've been discussing, right? Both teams kind of mirroring, all 4 players for the most part, starting to separate, beginning to move around toward different portions of the map, and I think Innocents may have his focus when it comes down to that sky platform. Player, I think, might have used a shockwave grenade to get that high, or maybe it was just a matter of high ground and a flint knock usage. Regardless, though, Aydan has him in his line sights, getting ready to dive down, and unfortunately, not able to do much. Stranger things have occurred, but unfortunately in that situation, Hopper not able to do much. Lovely call, love the skin, but like we said, Aydan is continuing to be a dominant force, 13 for himself. And is already on the hunt. Another player spotted, unfortunately doesn't get the greatest line sight, has the resources to account for it. A worthy transaction, a few builds for an elimination, one that Aydan will take every day of the week.
And Aydan has been by himself for quite some time, and he's able to pick up every single elim he has ran into. On the other side, Megga by himself over at Polar. Very unique spot to kind of fight because Polar, you know, acts as a funnel where you have to go through either the old greasy or maybe even rotate around over towards Wicker Chair. But with that being said, a lot of interesting fights, especially over here on the ice. But Dubs not missing a beat, taking a couple of elims himself out of the hands of Innocents. And now, of course, they're going to go ahead and divvy up the loot. And they're going to have to rotate out. But the ice does make things a little bit awkward. Nobody has a launch pad to themselves. And now we're just down to the last 6 eliminations to be had. And you got to be thinking both of these teams are so incredibly close. The last couple of elims, you got to make it a count because you know how close the scoreline is. Every elim is going to matter.
Yeah, and I'm also keeping an eye on where the positioning on the map of where these players are, as you had 2 of them, really one member from each squad in that area at Polar, and then the other 2 players are now split off, but also together in the northern part of Tilted. So one at they were at the bottom part of the circle, another at the northern part. I suspect that there's a lot more opportunities for eliminations down near Polar just as much as Tilted because of the direction of the storm coming in. And now you have a lot of these fights near the soccer stadium here. Oh, jumping into the storm, but going to take a few ticks there. Luckily, not in there longer than he needed to be, just cleaning up a couple more of those kills there. So now we are down to just, I believe, 4 opponents possible, 4 possible eliminations here, it looks like, for these players to go after. I mean, when you have these many players left, is there any time available to heal up? I mean, you can see right now Megga wasn't even popping those minis. He tried to actually get that glider across, just barely missing that, and now having to go around. That's going to waste precious seconds right here as we hone in on these final fights.
This is crucial, right? Only, what, 2 more eliminations are up. And we're at a game that could easily be decided by one of those. And I think one from the long range, it was Megga who ended up taking him down. Based off the hype, you could use that as an indicator that that one might have just done it. FaZe, Ghost, what a performance. What a series that this one has provided us, regardless of the scoreline, regardless of who makes it forward into that grand finals position. boy, would I love to see this one form up in a rematch for that grand final.
Can we get some Fs in the chat for the remaining player in this lobby right now? I would hate to be that guy right now.
I want to point out, man, Aydan was doing such a good job earlier, and you mentioned those minis. Why are we not seeing Megga pop those minis? Is he trying to gain distance? Well, exactly so, because Aydan over in Soccer Field was able to clean up 4 players right underneath Megga's nose. And because of that, he couldn't waste any time. Aydan, he already dips out. He goes and finds a couple himself. The man's sitting at, 18 eliminations. His partner's sitting at 9. Aydan played a phenomenal game, and he is the main catalyst as to why Aydan and Innocents have such a lead.
Yeah, and look at how much area of the map is still open to play, and there's 1 enemy remaining for these guys to hunt down. I mean, that's telling you this game too, how this playstyle has shifted. They have hunted everybody possible down and completely exterminated this lobby to where, I mean, when's the last time you've seen a competitive game with a circle this large, really? I mean, obviously not all professional players in this lobby, but man, they have so much room to work with, and finally spotted the final player, which we can now looks like only a few seconds remaining for his lifespan. Finally wrapping up that final kill. Aydan and his teammate Innocents right there, getting the final set of kills right there. Luckily enough, but is that enough for them? I think it could be only the math that we're punching in here. I don't know what those final numbers are. Who came out on top there?
36-26, Aydan and Innocents by 10 elims are able to take it over. One of the favorite teams in this tournament, Dubs and Megga, and they secure their spot in the grand finals for $10,000. A team that I was incredibly excited to see last week. Unfortunately, Aydan unable to play, but this week coming through big and already not being defeated overall. You love to see it if you're an Aydan and Innocents fan. Definitely got to be sending your power to them. And now they don't have to grind out through the losers bracket. They're just going to have to sit and wait. Who is their next opponent going to be?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? They're kind of sitting at the top of the mountain saying, okay, we get a little bit of a break, which could be somewhat of positive. It also could be a negative in terms of, you get that kind of ability to relax a little bit, but at the same time, that relaxation could turn into an advantage for the opponent. So that's definitely something to kind of keep in mind. However, they only need 1 more series. Whoever faces off against them in that grand final is going to have to win 2 of them, considering they are coming from that losers bracket. Like I said, we saw some hype kind of at the end for Dubs and Megga. They were feeling pretty good, but in the end, it was a matter of the Ghost Boys turning up. And like we talked about, it was this man Aydan kind of leading the way throughout a lot of this matchup. I think, finishes with 19 eliminations in that second game, which is so crucial considering the way that game 1 was lining out, right? They started to struggle a little bit. They weren't really having the greatest of performances. And I got to say, the fast-paced play finally started to settle down for Dubs and Megga. They were playing so well. They have a little bit of a short stint when it comes down to, Neo tilted off the start. They come into game 2. Same kind of situation in terms of Ghost. A much better break-off, 14-7, after a more aggressive playstyle was shown from FaZe. Good overall play from Ghost. I'm excited to see what they can do in terms of the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, and if you're a Dubs and Megga fan, hey, they're still in the losers bracket. Still could make a run, and the numbers they've been putting up definitely makes it possible for them to have a rematch in the finals against Aydan and Innocents.
Which that'd be a fun one. Like we said, I got my fingers crossed, much like a lot of you guys out there. But like we said, guys, our grand finals at least has one particular team in there, but who will join alongside them? Who's going to make it toward the top and face off against Ghost? Well, now begins that journey. When we come back from this quick little commercial break, it's time to dive into the losers bracket to see who can be that one final team. Like we said, all that and more when we come back right after this quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 9 here in 2019. Like we've been talking about, it's been a phenomenal tournament up to this point. We're currently dabbling in the losers bracket a little bit, and that kind of gives us a little bit of a time to discuss a little bit and kind of in terms of what we've expected so far from the tournament, what our expectations are for a few of these losers bracket games. They're going to be coming up here shortly, but like we said, it's been a fantastic tournament up to this point. Like I said, Lando Sanders along with Reflections and Trooper. What an event it has been, but like, what are our expectations right now for the losers bracket? Because up to this point, I have to say, the winners bracket has treated us with a number of different kind of surprises in terms of strategies that have been thrown out, teams that have been early knocked out, and like I said, that losers bracket has kind of turned into a gauntlet. Maybe a lot of people's predictions of who would be in that grand final or who would be in that winners semis, winners finals didn't really meet those expectations. Now they're currently all doing battle right now in that losers bracket with only 1 life left.
In all honesty, I think losers bracket is like the true gauntlet, the true test for the players out there. Because, you know, at winners, hey, you may have a couple of crazy matches, but you know, hey, you're a little bit more relaxed. You have that entrance. You lose, you're still dropping to losers, and you have a second chance. But at losers, you have to put it all on the line, and things start to get crazy as we now move into losers round 5. I'm already looking at Bini and Diggy making it forward to play against Ruski as well as Ceice. Good to see that match happening, and got to say, shout out to Bini and Diggy for doing as well as they had. They've knocked out a couple of great teams. Replays, Nick A30, and it's kind of the only one that they've been involved in so far, but still, I got to say, Replays, Nick A30, a talented team that we've seen in the past, and going down, this is a team that I'm wanting to look out for. Arkhram and ZexRow.
Yes,
two talented
absolutely.
players, and they might potentially be meeting up with Ninja and Face Sway during that losers round 5. That's going to be a chaotic match, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that they end up crossing paths. I mean, this section of the bracket, I mean, like you said, it's the trenches, that gauntlet that you have to run through. I call this area of the bracket the stream ender because you see so many people end the stream once they're completely done, double elimination. It's a shame. It ends a lot like once you're playing. I mean, obviously a lot of these players have been playing for hours, of, competing and stuff, especially when you get late into this bracket. But it's so deflating when you do lose that game too, especially if it's early on. Like you might even be on like, all right, guys, Friday Fortnite all night, and then next thing you know, within an hour you're hosting one of your friends. So yeah, it's something that you gotta keep that mindset. That you gotta keep your mental, obviously. Keep it in a good place because that definitely leaks into into your actual gameplay as well.
Absolutely. And one thing for a lot of these losers bracket teams that, they kind of obviously go on, it looks as if we do have an official update, though. Ninja and Faceway have officially taken down Elevate and Valkyrae from 100 Thieves. So interesting to kind of see that matchup. But as we kind of obviously go from topic to topic, one thing for me that's always interesting is that, like, as the losers bracket kind of continues, it's like, in terms of the way that this losers bracket has kind of looked out for, you always have to be worried about that next game that's kind of coming up, knowing that, hey, like the even more steep competitor is only going to continue in front of me. So I think for, we could obviously just use, Ninja and Faceway in the situation. Obviously, Elevate, Valkyrae, fantastic competitors. We look toward that next round, and it's like, okay, hey, now we have to face off against Arkhram and ZexRow. Like, this is a very difficult matchup for us as well. So a lot to look forward to, a lot of fumes that you have to be kind of running on if you were to make it through the gauntlet, make it through this losers bracket. But as we get ready to hop into another matchup, it's currently FaZe, Bini, and Diggy facing off against Mad Ruski and 100T Ceice. Try to hold it down for the 100 Thieves team. I think he's the only player from the organization, at least to my knowledge, that's still alive. So trying to hold it down for Nate Shot & Co.
I like it. 100 Thieves, love the organization. Ceice, a talented player who has made huge waves when it comes to the Fortnite scene. But man, I gotta say, bringing back an OG landing. We're going to Shifty, an area that we typically don't see. I think we've seen it a couple of times this year in Friday Fortnite, but for the most part, we typically don't get to see this location, as already our first victim going down as Diggy gets dropped. Bini, where are you at? Well, he's going to be coming from the flank, but look at Ceice as well. He's going to be dropped down to a lot of low health too, and this is game number 2, and Ceice has already been dropped as well, and this is in fact the loser bracket, right? Every match is going to count. Did the Boogie Bomb connect? It did not, but still confidently pushes in, and that's going to be a knock plus a full elim.
Wow.
But Diggy still not revived.
Yeah, this puts so much on the line now. It changes everything, and everybody's, their initial play style when they start these games. You have to worry about now your teammate's down. You have to try and go and defend him, because if he does get taken out, yeah, you can get him back with that reboot card, but that is just so much time now that you have to sink into essentially a side quest now here in Fortnite, that you have to save your teammate that gets taken down early. It's so unfortunate when you do get caught off guard. You get too much tunnel vision when you initially drop at a spot, and it could be your worst nightmare when somebody else focuses on, somebody else finds a better weapon than you off the drop. So right now, Fighting and Dusty, luckily though, was able to save his teammate, but with these two FaZe players now looking like they've run out of possible eliminations here, they're going to try and I guess mine some materials, get out of the divot while they still can, and see if they can at least do some damage here now that Mad Ruski is only by himself here.
Where's Ceice?
Ceice is down and down for the count right now. He is really far away. I'm wondering if he's going to fly on down and get him. He does have 20 seconds. I think, it does look like he'll have just barely enough time.
It's going to be close, actually.
If he focuses, he should get there. He's still kind of high up.
He's got to land.
Oh, where is the card? It's all the way
right
underground. What a landing.
Oh, my gosh.
Now that's clutch right there. I hope he is able to at least do something with this here. He's got to get to the closest fan. Just outside of Shifty, though. Hopefully he doesn't have anybody nearby ready to third party.
That was so scary. I was about to be like, okay, does he not? I was like, okay, his teammate's going to be on the other side of the map. Surely this is not working out. But pulls a James Bond, pulls an Agent Cody Banks. If you will, we're pulling the throwbacks on that one, but still.
I love the reference. Keep him coming.
Good stuff from Mad Ruski. But in that situation, right, we're kind of talking about a very kind of last-second moment, trying to keep the team alive. But for the face side, it has been any easier, right? They've also seen their adversities up to this point so far in Dusty Divot, and they're only going to continue, right? This is a big moment right now for Mad Ruski, and he will manage to stay alive for this first fight. He doesn't have any resources to build with as he gets taken down by 3 enemies, isn't able to solidify the other player. And my goodness, Mad Ruski and Ceice, they're down, and it is up to Diggy and Bini to lock this one up. And I believe we were given an update. I think it was Mad Ruski's team who was up by 7 points, 7 elims coming into the second game. So still some work to do if you're FaZe Clan, but by no means is this, not accomplishable. Yeah. It's very, possible that this could be coming in. And I will say the biggest task they have to do first is to try and escape out of Dusty Divot, which seems to be a very hot target in the most recent Friday Fortnite tournaments. It obviously was the hot spot as well. And here are the first group of eliminations possibly just in front of them.
Already down, dropping just below. It's going to be 1 knock. That's going to bring it now to 18 to 20. And, of course, that was just a knock and a full elim. So that means there's going to be a couple more players coming down, I could assume, from the Diner side. So they're going to go ahead and rotate through, but just kind of capitalizing on Ruski as well as Ceice. Ceice ended up going over to Shifty with his teammate. Ceice ended up going full send into the shafts. Meanwhile, Ruski ended up going to houses and up, of course, to the ship. 2 contrasting styles, and you see the results of those 2. Going into the mines is always a risky thing to do, even for some of the best players in the world, and Ceice kind of fell victim to that. And unfortunately, Ruski with no mats, unable to build, goes down himself, and hopefully that doesn't cost him the game. But Diggy and Bini, as they rotate out, they're going to probably get into some third-party opportunities. And, honestly, cleaning up 2 and 3 probably should be fairly easy. But you never know. We could be going into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I'm loving this duo right here. They've really won me over throughout this entire tournament through their playstyle, and gotta show some love to the controller players. I mean, come on, that's just me. Big shout out to them. It's scary, man, how much better controller players are getting by the week, as time goes on, and as the meta evolves for this game. Controller players are just getting scary, just straight scary out there with their effectiveness, and I mean that is just changing constantly with just the outlook of the competitive players. I mean, there's even players that have actively switched from keyboard to mouse, or even some from controller to keyboard and mouse. But I mean, there's definitely a lot of variations that you might see a player really try and find, even when it comes to their binds or what they're using to control the game with. You see a lot of players try to experiment and try to play it into their strengths really, and see exactly where they're best at. I mean, right now you have these 2 guys, coming out of Dusty. There's really nobody else that was in the area, so they're going to make sure that they go towards Salty here as they see plenty of builds, plenty of fights. And with players looting under those builds, that can only tell me one thing, that there are weakened players that they want to hone in on here. But, man, talk about weak. He's now down to 39 HP. Let's see if Bini's going to be able to fight himself, regain back to that high ground. He is going to try and tunnel his way out. There is a campfire down. He did see, but once he put his eyes on it, it opened the back door for somebody to take him out. And looks like now Bini has to rely on Diggy here. And let's see, with only those few kills that were separating between them and Ruski and Ceice, I'm wondering, I think they might be down to the last kill here or tied at this stage. It's getting pretty close here, and it might just come down to this last engagement.
Yeah, absolutely could. Trying to hold on to that high ground advantage. Thankfully has the scar and the inventory, but is very aware of the pressure that now relies on his shoulders, right? Bini, reboot card available, but you might have to go this one solo. The spotlight is on Diggy. What can he do? A few bandages, a few solid weapons, and a pump shotty. Going to go and try to get up to at least 75 HP. That extra 2, it does make a difference. But now with 1 bandage left, what can he try and accomplish? Does the enemy think that he's still there just on the other side of the cone? Diggy relying on the element of surprise. Maybe wants to go for this one in a stealthy manner. try to pull off one of his own. The viewers, the follows continue to come in, but Diggy's focus is remained on what the task is ahead to try and survive and to make it into that next game. And the element of surprise works out very well and does solidify the tie in this game. So only one more elimination needed, and FaZe is moving on in the losers bracket. And you notice he immediately goes for that reboot card. I love the play, but does he have a tool to get out of dodge? I don't think he does.
Definitely going to be a question, to say the least.
Oh,
and I do believe there is going to be one player just off in the distance, and I think he has a good understanding as to where he could be. And there he is. Finally, the break is going to happen, but is he going to be able to overtake high ground? That's going to be the question. Building up, and now the 90's coming through, and he does successfully take it over. Player down below in the 1x1. He's going to have the turbo build going forward. He's going to try and overtake the wall potentially relatively soon. Double ramp into play, and it does, at least for the time being, seem it's successful, but you notice how good he is doing at taking this high ground. The skills coming into play. Player is now going to be white just down below, and the break is going to happen, but he can't go crazy with this. If he breaks down and the player sets traps, he trapped down below. No, don't do it to him. And now it's going to be up close and personal. And with 2 health, he manages to make it happen. And Diggy and Bini are going to be moving on. And Ruski, as well as Ceice, unfortunately, are going to be out of this tournament. But that could have been so deadly. If Diggy, with the turbo builds, he drops down, trap in front, but such quick thinking with the stairs to come through and go big to end the score, 21-20.
Just perfection with his reaction time right there. I mean, he could not have made that happen, just timed it any better. And I was kind of worried for him in that fight.
Oh,
he had to fight that last guy, and he had a SCAR and a silenced SMG. I was kind of thinking, you know, the time it was taking him, that fight was getting extended. He kept trying to spray the guy with the SCAR.
Yeah.
I was worried it was luring people over to him. He was going to get third party at any moment. But luckily, able to save himself, putting that ramp down, that was absolutely gorgeous timing by him.
It's insane, right? When you're in the clutch like that, he obviously knows the situation that he's in. He may not know, and he maybe was given updates from his teammate, but for the most part, he's just trying to carry on, right? Just trying to find as many eliminations as he can, and then in order to react like that, knowing, I mean, we all know when you try to enter into a 1x1 like that, you never know. The enemy always has a trap kind of up their sleeve. They're ready to utilize it. Places quickly down the ramp, solidifies the elim, and then moves on. I don't know if he's aware of how important that elimination was, that exact one specifically, that kind of put him over the edge, but to no avail. Massive congratulations to FaZe and to Diggy especially for going off at the very end. Needed that one last one and managed to get it in fantastic fashion. But my goodness, what a matchup that was, and one that's only going to keep going right when it comes down to the losers bracket, which I know we'll be hopping into a graphic here shortly just to let you guys be kind of up to date. If you're interested, you can also feel free to use the ! bracket in chat to stay up to date with all the games that are going on. Like we said, there's a lot of teams, 31 to be exact, for this week. You're trying to keep up with some of your favorite players, some of your favorite streamers. That's the exact way to do it. But of course, bracket now on stream, and we talk about it, right? As Bini and Diggy do move forward to losers round 6. At the bottom side, we're still experiencing a losers round 5 game that's getting ready to go down between Arkhram and TSM's own ZexRow versus Ninja and FaZe Sway. Now, this is a game that I am more than excited to see. I can't think of the exact word for it, but without question, this one is going to be a phenomenal one. Taylor, you were bringing it up, right? Arkhram and ZexRow together. It's going to be this was a combo for me that I thought really had a very big opportunity to really kind of surprise a lot of people in terms of this matchup, because these guys are so talented. I know that at least in previous, they've had their good moments. Arkhram, only 15 years old, qualified for the World Cup. ZexRow as well, in his own regard, is kind of, you know, worldwidely established as one of the best players in the game as well. So it's going to be an interesting combo, but we're already hopping into this matchup as we are just on the outskirts of Salty Springs. Unfortunately, Ninja is taken down. ZexRow, I believe, just got revived, and now Sway, in the midst of trying to utilize those shockwave grenades, is already here. Prime fashion, trap placed down, and can he see the same?
Oh, no.
Can he see the same play as what we just saw from Diggy? No, it's not going to happen. And what a way that these loser bracket games are going down. It is Trap City, and what an advantage that is for newly brought back to life ZexRow and Arkhram.
Oh, this is going to spell disaster for Ninja and Sway. Arkhram and ZexRow, 2 talented players. Free reign to the lobby. A slow start at Polar. And a very interesting drop at Polar, to say the least. We typically don't see that, especially with it not being a hot drop. There's only a couple buildings up there. The castle's been removed, so you do run the risk of not landing on a weapon and maybe potentially getting mowed down. So I got to respect the confidence between the two. Maybe their World Cup drop that they're just comfortable with going for, but ballers in hand, plus they're going to have that mobility. That's going to be good pushing forward, but Arkhram, ZexRow, they lock down at least 10 eliminations right here. They're going to have a huge lead going into game number 2, and Ninja and Sway, they're going to struggle to recover.
Man, just this area reminds me. I miss Greasy Grove, man.
I do too.
really.
I do too, man.
Look how they massacred my boy. Like this area is just covered in ice. I mean, it's completely used to just get far and fast away from a place like Polar
Peak. It turned into
Peak.
a parking lot. Like it's
it's a shame to see, but you know, I mean that's why it's so surprising to see a team here. I think that's only like the second time tonight where we've seen any teams making a rotation through that area. It's kind of a no man's land almost.
And now Valhalla too. This is interesting.
Right.
especially like this is a place that you go off the start, or if you have to at the end. Not a place that you normally would rotate toward. However, I mean, I'm looking for something to kind of call out in terms of like, oh, maybe they're doing it for this reason. I mean, they are kind of playing the edge of the storm and trying to maybe play someone of a gatekeeper position, but like how many people stay in Snobby Shores for that long? Like, you're not really seeing a ton of influx of players that come from that area. I will say it happens from time to time, but it's just not the targeted area that I would have assumed a team like this would go for, considering the advantage that they just got given.
That's true, but I mean, Snobby is just on the outside of that safe zone, so maybe there are some players down at Snobby, but it is disconcerting to see the fact that nobody looted up here at Valhalla, so that does give you the fact that nobody is rotating through. That hurts my soul.
He does have a chug splash, but at the same time, like
there was minis.
There was.
He's getting a little scatterbrained here. Clearly, that seemed like the obvious play to make. I don't know what's that's definitely a slip right there, a slip up by him. But I mean, let's see how that's going to really affect him. I mean,
never know. I mean,
he's hoping he finds it.
All right,
there he goes. He gets
Are
saved
you
by the
kidding?
other half shield.
Wait,
He
wait, what?
He has chug spot. What? All right. He's
okay, all right, good. I was
little
about to
Next show,
really
you're worrying us a
confused
little bit. Obviously, you qualified for the Fortnite World Cup. You totally know what you're doing.
We know you're
However,
good, but
it
use
just
the
worried.
shields. Come on.
And don't tell me he knew there was a half pot in that chest. I don't want to hear any arguments there either.
Oh, it's always fun there, bro.
Total streamer loot.
According to my calculations, 85% of the time it spawns there.
Could you imagine?
I mean,
I haven't found a half shield in 38 minutes, so that means I'll average
get
one.
chest.
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Love that. But I got to say, this is a really unfortunate situation that Sway and Ninja find themselves in, right? Because this is a super talented team. This is one of my sleeper picks kind of coming into this, action today. I wasn't really sure how they were going to perform. I don't know if they've ever, or at least in Friday Fortnite, I know they haven't played together, at least in previous. But obviously, two guys, like I said, who qualified for the Fortnite World Cup, very talented in their own regard. And I'm curious how Sway and Ninja are going to try to recoup a little bit. And one big thing, too, for me was that Ninja, I think last week, right, he ends up finishing top 32, which is his worst placement in Friday Fortnite history, which it's got to give a little bit of a blow to you, right? It's like, okay, I played with PewDiePie, I played with Tim the Tatman last week, and I just couldn't really get anything going. And for him to kind of form up with Sway, which for a lot of people was their favorite. And I got to say, it was definitely one of the teams that I had in that top conversation that I very well think could be in that grand final. But this is a very large mountain that they have to climb, and unfortunately, you're not always guaranteed ballers to do that. So they're going to have to try to make something happen when it comes down to this next matchup. And with 37 elims still available for Arkhram and ZexRow, who do possess ballers and can constantly rotate, constantly find opponents, it's going to be an awkward spot for the Ninja and Mr. Sway to try to accomplish.
They have wasted a lot of time, though. That's something to think about. Still plenty of engagements to be had, but with that being said, taking their time may work against them depending. And literally, they cannot find anyone at this current point in time. Nobody at Valhalla, nobody over at Polar, nobody at the old Greasy, but it does look like there is going to be a baller just down below. I think that's ZexRow as he ditched it. And now finally, an engagement is going to go down as the first victim up ahead. And of course, Arkhram making some good call-outs coming down below, and this player getting tagged up just a little bit finally is going to get knocked in the meantime. Another player up top. And it's going to be an interesting situation. Let's see how these World Cup players can get out of this.
Yeah, it took them so long to find this fight. And right there, finally, Arkhram gets 2 kills. It didn't have anything before that fight. Luckily able to get on the board. This is very upsetting if you're in this position because, hey, we have such a huge advantage right now over Sway and Ninja. And it's really disheartening when you're not able to come across kills as consistently as the last games, especially when you have to claw your way neck and neck, fighting team, a full team that's still alive, and trying to keep pace with them. It always seems like those are the times where you're trying to fight people the most, is when you're obviously getting third party, trying to heal up from your previous fight. But now, as they're the ones that are on the hunt, it's
what a game!
So
My
few
goodness.
and far in between. This is by far our. I'll just say this is our not our slowest game. They're trying. They're picking their spots. This is the most strategic game right now. They're just thinking a little bit too much. That's all it is.
I guess that's it, man. 4 points. I'm not trying to laugh. It's just from the games that we've seen up to this point, we're talking 32 points from one team after one game, and we're at 4 combined with 22 players. I said they're probably going to turn up and take down most of the lobby, but this is your chance, right? This is your opportunity. Like I said, they still have a chance. We can't count them out as of yet. They're playing way too slow. It hasn't looked the greatest as of this moment, but they have had ballers, right? They've been trying to locate players. But it may be time to try to leave the zone a little bit. Maybe try to go toward the outskirts and try to gatekeep a little bit. Thankfully, they do find a few ruins from what seems to be a prior-built fight. Normally, players would vacate the exact opposite direction, but no. Friday Fortnite's about eliminations. You got to fight for them, and unfortunately for that sole member, it was a matter of just one shot, one kill, and on the other end, as soon as they start to engage, Arkhram goes down, and now this one is up to ZexRow. A much-needed solid performance, a much-needed reboot that needs to come in on his teammate, because they have a lot more work to do. They can't allow for this game to conclude like this. And I believe we're already starting to see Glad redeploy come in on him, so he's going to try to go for a few builds, toss out a few of those chug splashes, get back up to 190 HP, but he isn't sure where to engage at. Goes for the quick little edit. That's the double barrel on the other side. Fortunately, having a little bit of his perspective overall block, but player from the backside, losing quite a bit of HP, still has a few chug splashes, some minis to work with if he needs, but still just trying to vacate the area, trying to look toward a new location. Chug splashes are out, but here comes the opposition, here comes the opponent. They are hungry, and they want to take him down. He's yet to do any damage toward them, and now he's headed toward the back lines, headed toward the lower end. Tossing in a few of those stink bombs, actually ends up taking a little bit of damage himself. And still, there are players around this area, and ZexRow very clearly is displeased. Finally gets his chance, takes down one, trying to get toward his side, but just so many players, so many different perspectives, and there are multiple teams around this area that will allow for him to be dropped. So as soon as they rotate, we start calling out they need to get toward a more populated area. They fall, and they have hardly any advantage coming into this next game.
That is not the way that you play in
4
these
to
tournaments.
1.
That is not the way you play in these tournaments. And
4.
if you're Ninja and Sway, you're doing backflips right
Quattro.
now. Because you're like, man, I can capitalize on this. And Ninja and Sway, they can put up massive numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Arkhram, ZexRow off their drop. I don't even know where they went. Frosty, maybe? And then I could only assume Polar, because there's no way they climbed all the way up there. Maybe if they had ballers, but they didn't have ballers whenever they were heading down into the old Greasy. So, honestly, that was very poorly played. I'm going to be straight up.
Oh, yeah.
There was no reason for them to play as passive as they did. They had free reign to the map.
And then they started to split when they entered
and
in
then
Salty,
they split
too.
into Salty, and it's like, I don't get it. But this is the point in time where Ninja and Sway can capitalize. They literally, Christmas came early. They just got a good present, and they should be happy at this point in time. So Ninja and Sway just got blessed.
Yeah, that last fight, I could hear ZexRow complaining. You could tell he was going from box to box, editing, and he couldn't exactly put his finger on where the player was that he was trying to track, and you could hear him starting to freak out, like, why can't I find him? And that was because there was a whole other team that just landed on them, throwing the audio in every direction. He had no idea what to expect, and then he just got hammered from that. So, I mean, yeah, lucky break right now for Ninja and Sway. I mean, and huge amount of fans I know are watching, trying to show them love, new duo, and the way that Sway has been playing in the last few Friday Fortnites, and of course Ninja, the man that has played in so many of these. I mean, yeah, this is a team that, if you're gonna have somebody like this, like that you're gonna go against, you need to make sure that you're not losing these engagements this easily when you go on these splits.
Hopefully this drop is going to be a little bit better.
Ninja just called out Neo.
Well, Ninja loves Neo. So does Sway, so who knows. But definitely, you're only down 3. This could get interesting. They said they picked Neo. Are you serious?
Or is that Sway going back and forth? I liked it. I'll be honest.
Is Sway
This
questioning Ninja, or?
It might have been. I know it's hard for our audio sometimes to kind of tell exactly which player is which, but
Oh my goodness.
I'm landing the burger.
this is interesting, right? Because like I said, this is a big opportune time. I was thinking this landing was going to happen with the lead that Arkhram and ZexRow would have founded, but there isn't a lead, so the fact that they're going toward this location, you could argue it's questionable, but you only can once the game has ended, already taking some damage, has that flint knock, and has the support of his teammate.
Nice
Thankfully, Sway from the backside will save Ninja for the time. Not going to allow him to have an easier time when it comes up, rather when it comes down to getting up those stairs, but to no avail. You hear the communication coming through from Ninja, being here so many times in the past, taking a few shots to the backside, blocking his teammate from entering in. But boy, they are here. They're ready to go. And my goodness, what an opportune time this is for Ninja and for Sway to bring it back in this game. I will say, right, it's risky. We all know that it's risky, but if they can pull this off and have a solid start to this matchup, I mean, if you're ZexRow and Arkhram, you're thinking, hey, you know, we're coming into that last game. We're feeling pretty good. We're feeling confident. All your confidence is lost by not even establishing hardly at all of a lead. So a big perspective, a big kind of change, rather, and the overall tie to this game if Ninja and Sway can have a dominant performance in Neo.
It's going to be a big fight going through. As
Oh,
one of the
no!
players is going to be dropped. Sway goes
Nice
down.
shot.
Ninja comes through with the clutch, not coming in. But where are the remaining players at? Does he go for the revive? Is he just going to get looted up? He's just below 60 health, so not a lot to work with.
Oh, my
Player
gosh.
challenging up ahead. Shots fired with the drum. Able to connect a lot. And he's just down to 17. Luckily, medkit plus campfire and plenty of loot. And that's going to be the final team. And Ninja goes clutch. In the meantime, though, Arkhram as well as ZexRow over at Salty. How are they doing on that side? Well, I noticed that they just picked up a couple of eliminations themselves as they slowly decide to push in. And they got to be feeling good. They're looking at that stat line. Sway and Ninja very low in health. This is only going to give more confidence to Arkhram and ZexRow.
Yeah, and that game was, this match was all but over if Ninja wasn't able to pull that out. I think at that point, ZexRow and Arkhram were going to be tied or already still in the lead. So that was a humongous play by Ninja to overcome those odds, stay in this match for a little bit longer, especially after that slow start. I fully expected this game to be like a flip switch, basically, just completely flipped on its head and the polar opposite of what we've seen. I expect much higher kills here, regardless of how much. Oh, and you can see now with the nades coming in, that's going to take all the way down Arkhram to a low amount of HP, but with ZexRow on that high ground still, getting one down and then getting shot, it looked like from the air. Either a player landed on the tree or somebody had built nearby that had a little bit of a higher ground, somebody potentially sniping him from that mountain area as well. But now with people also on the bottom near that gas station here, they're trying to scare that man hiding behind one wooden wall, finally building a little bit of extra defense here as these two members are now able to regroup and wait for the next engagement. The first double barrel shot comes in, but the second one, no time to follow up, and down goes ZexRow. So now Arkhram, it's going to be up to him now to save the day.
Arkhram having to go for this clutch revive. Like we said, these are only knocks. There are absolutely opponents that are existing toward the outskirts of Salty Springs, and the first one is beginning to come in their line side as Ninja gets taken down and Neo tilted, but adversity is not just on one side, it happens to be on the other, and Sway possibly taking his last big pot of the tournament.
Take your time, man.
And I love that communication from Ninja saying, hey, take your time, evaluate the fight. We'll see what Sway can try to pull off. Like we said, ZexRow and Arkhram, very low amounts of HP on the other end. As Ninja does get thirsted. Here's the big opportunity, misses the first double barrel shot, and only has 2 more shots left to go. Has some trusty ones when it comes down to the attack, but looking for a new reference, looking for a new frame of mind, getting tagged from the back end, and now only has bandages. No shield's going to be recovered until he can find a few items off the ground. As that communication still coming in from Ninja, trying to be that support system, doing all he can to make Sway feel a lot more comfortable. But here come the shots, and he does get taken down from the backside. Had the opportunity, had the moment, but can't seize it in the end. What seemed like a great opportunity in Neo tilted turned out to be a total upside-down situation. The Demogorgon can't stay alive, and neither can Sway. A very valiant effort, but one that allows the other team to win this one. Arkhram and ZexRow, we were so critique-heavy after their first game. What can you guys do? They don't really pull off a whole lot. Taylor Sign and I am too a little bit. You have an opportunity. They don't seize it. Ninja and Sway come into this one down 3. They go toward Neo, and they can't escape. They had some good moments, but just one play forms. I got to say, I think that there were definitely mistakes made on either side, and it's kind of indicated by the score that we have. 15? That's combined. Like, that should be, after one game, that should be what your score is. So, I mean, I think it's fair to say, guys, we saw mistakes happen on both ends, and I think that both of them could have easily been avoided, to be honest.
All I'm saying, ZexRow Arkhram, they move forward, but they can't continue to play the way that they just played if they want to continue to have success in the loser's bracket. It's just not going to be possible. You know, Ninja and Sway going to Neo tilted. It's a bold move. Cotton, did it work out? It did not, unfortunately. And there was honestly no reason for them to go to Neo. A Dusty drop would have probably been much better, but, I mean, that's in hindsight, right? Because if they go Neo, they make the hero play, they end up coming out. We're not criticizing them at that point, so... honestly, a very weird round to say the least. One of the most lowing scores round that we have, or game at least, that we have seen so far. But with that being said, Arkhram ZexRow, they move forward, and let's see if they can capitalize. Yeah,
it was a pretty ambitious drop for them. Maybe a little too overly optimistic there because, obviously, I suspected that game, you know, we were going to explode with eliminations. I think we all did. But, man, that might have been one of our lowest scoring games of the day if it wasn't. And, man, them both suggesting or essentially guessing that they were both wanted to drop tilted, both going there. I don't know if they took into account that, and either of them, they didn't suspect either of them were going to drop early. So right away, you could see, you know, that changes up everything. Now, Sway was constantly on the run because he was trying to not only get Ninja's reboot card, he had to find better loot. He had to get shields and healing items. I mean, there was way too much to take care of in such a hostile area of the map. And like you said, it would have been way better if they maybe had played the intro to that game a little bit slower. I mean, they were gifted this game too, essentially nearly tied. I mean, only a couple kills off. They had you know, they had to get out of jail free card for that. They could have just easily used their mulligan and tried again, just keep it low key. But man, they went full bore into tilted. Unfortunately, it does not work out every time.
Yeah, definitely does not. Like we said, guys, mistakes were made when it came down to that last matchup. However, while it is somewhat of a somber ending, that only means that only more action is going to come. And like we said, guys, speaking of positivity, if you haven't done so already, let us know in the chat why you deserve to win $10,000. That's right, we're giving away $10,000 at the end of this stream. Massive shout out and a massive thanks to Mr. Beast for, of course, supplying the prize pool for week number 4 and for also awarding $10,000 to one of you lucky viewers out there. So make sure to let us know throughout the chat as much as you want to why you deserve to be $10,000 richer. Like we said, guys, only more awesome losers bracket action to come. Who can be that final team to face off against Aydan and Innocents when it comes down to that grand final? We'll only continue to gain some nuggets of information as time goes on. But like we said, more losers bracket games to come right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 4 here in 2019. Of course, we're live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders on hand, joined by Trooper and Reflections as we are about to hop in here toward our next matchup in the losers bracket. Things are only getting interesting as we talk about Arkhram and ZexRow, despite a lot of adversity, despite maybe a few mistakes, are in their next matchup and they're facing off against the veterans and Typical Gamer and Thieves. And we're getting ready to hop into the game because it's already underway. But guys, I'm excited to see how this one goes. And my first thoughts coming into this matchup are Typical Gamer and Thieves. They're a no-nonsense type team. If you give them an advantage, if Arkhram and ZexRow are coming off, you know, a shaky performance, these guys aren't about to make your life any easier. They're known for mirroring. They're known for kill stealing. They'll do that versus you and not even think twice.
And the loot from Typical Gamer is looking solid, right? He's got the SCAR. He's got the double barrel. And then, of course, he has another AR in his possession. In the meantime, though, Face Thieves doing a great job just kind of keeping the players at bay. Throwing out some. Oh, and he did get explode. Okay, so not a bad explode on that. I can only imagine that the player was knocked. And he did call out that a player was rebooted, so potentially more players up above to add to their stat line.
Only 30 HP, too, coming out of that van, so better make haste to move up that hill and see if they can capitalize on that. And as we see now, Thieves trying to get that advantage building up here. I want to see where he's going to drop, if he's going to go all the way to that van or no. It looks like he's just going to keep on maneuvering now, and both of them are going to head up north as they do seem to have a little bit of a lead here on their next set of opponents as we jump on over now to Arkhram and Typical Gamer. From Arkham's perspective here, looking like that he is also in a fight as well and getting low grounded right now. Luckily, his teammate is there to shoot from another direction there and throw off their aim. Gives now a second here for Arkhram to at least box up here and get some heals for the time being. But man, they're going to have to react now pretty quickly here. They don't want to leave each other hanging too long, as they do have a little bit of HP. And the med kit now canceled and loses even more. So now the Shadow Bomb is going to come out so he can at least make the rotation a little silently here and just try and get out of harm's way so he can get back into this fight.
I'm out of mats.
He wanted at least one more jump from there, but I guess he's going to go ahead and suffice. Try and heal up for the time being, and hopefully that trap will come in handy, and he's going to go ahead and take a med kit himself. Players above using some chug splashes, which of course ZexRow wishes he could get his hands on, but not going to be able to do just that for the time being. But a tough situation to be in, to say the least. But as he does get dropped, unfortunately, and they do see the trap. And now, oh my goodness, as Arkhram goes down as well. ZexRow and Arkhram, and by the bridge, from the rotation out of Paradise is normally not a location we see players drop, but it seems to be their final resting place. And now Thieves, Typical Gamer, Landon, you brought it up, a no-nonsense team. They now have the advantage of free reign of the map. They're not going to try anything crazy. They're going to be consistent and start to rack up those elims.
Was ZexRow, was he taken out by the trap that was in front of him? I didn't actually even see the kill feed.
So I want to say that I think he heard the first player come in the room that he shot at, but I think the other one came from above him and dropped in on him, because I can't figure out where else that shot possibly came from.
Right.
Once he got down,
I saw the trap get initiated, so I wasn't for sure.
Yeah, you saw two players in that room, so I think the one came from above him on that one, and definitely hard to keep track of when you have multiple players around you.
Guys, feel free to let us know. Was it the trap or was it a shot? Well, kind of remains to be seen. It's kind of like the Han Solo versus Greedo. Which one was it? Which one did it first at the very least? Feel free to let us know. But like you said, Taylor, I mean, this is a team, Typical Gamer and Thieves. Like I said, no nonsense. They're going to kind of roll with this one. They're only going to pile on the points. And these guys, like I said, they don't drop very often. They're not the most aggressive team, but they are one of the most consistent, that's for sure. And consistency is what will win you championships. It's what allows you to get in the clutch situations. Thieves, big moment there when it comes down to the Storm. You'd think that he'd be a pro player for FaZe Clan after that play, not just a content creator. Like we said, he and TG, very solid, great communicators. And here comes the Glad redeploy to try to join along his good old buddy, trying to hang out in the 1x1, and Thieves is going to be there to at least finalize one. Like we said, these are only knocks, which means that eliminations are still to come. More players have got to be around the surrounding area, and traps, they haven't treated us so kindly, at least as of recent, but that may have been what defines one of the final players coming in from TG and Thieves. But shots coming in toward that mountainside, maybe even a few sniper shots as well. They've got to be very careful considering that they are on the backs of the Storm. And this game has gone by pretty quick, guys. We're already down to 17 more players left, and I feel like we just got in this one a few minutes ago.
One thing I appreciate about watching Thieves Typical Gamer is they can play the build game. Hey, listen, they are some of the best when it comes to building, but their ground game is phenomenal. And something that really I think is special about them, because you notice they stay very calm in situations, especially if they're getting shot at. They kind of look around and play their lives accordingly. And that's something that I do appreciate, and really something nice to watch, especially Thieves as well. Staying nice and controlled. See, not going crazy with it. He's not trying to overtake high ground and build all the way up. He just wants to build enough walls. Now, despite, though, he does go down to 9 health. Probably not where he's very comfortable at being. But then Typical Gamer comes around and calmly just comes through and picks up the elim. It's a good duo. They piggyback off each other well, and I think they complement each other equally as well. And that's something, and that's why I love watching these two play.
Yeah, got some of his health back after that first fight. Does use what bandages he has. Does find a couple minis as well. He's going to make sure that he can light the campfire nearby. Big stroke of luck right there, just based on their positioning from that fight. These things will definitely help out in a pinch when you need some extra health. There's the double campfire setup now, so they can get back to 100 HP even quicker here, and are already getting set for the next fight. Building up, trying to use those gliders now and get closer and closer towards Dusty Divot. And they already do see some builds over here that were, I think, used just for some repositioning here. these next couple of choices that they make on where they want to hang for the most part and move on the rotation, I think it's going to spell a lot because I mean ZexRow and Arkhram, it's just so hard for them just to be in the position they're at right now. All you can do is sit and watch.
You hear the reboot. I love this play. We were talking about this one even earlier from Destroy at this exact same reboot van. The ability to play a passive, allow for the enemy to get these players up. That's only going to be more eliminations in the long run for you. Elimination farming at its finest. Let's see how many players decide to go and get back in the game. Well, here's one. There's two. You rocking the Galaxy skin, but back on all fours as there's going to be back-to-back knocks, meaning there are only more players alive toward the top side. I was going to say Thieves is not in a situation to place builds because of how close he was to that reboot van. However, TG toward the top, Thieves from the bottom, solidifying elims and making sure that he's providing some good support fire as these two continue on their run. Double digits reach for Thieves, and I'd like to imagine that TG is up in that conversation as well. Like we said, these guys are calm, cool, collected, Storm at their backside, and Thieves are feeling so good. He's just singing. He's laying out a few tunes. Lovely voice.
You love to
like
see
an
it.
angel.
America's Got Talent. Come back, American Idol. Fortnite player for the. Well, he wanted to be for the World Cup, unfortunately not. But
another item for the bio.
Another item for the bio.
If you were to be in
the Twitter
America's Got
bio.
Talent. Yeah, 100%.
I like it.
A Twitter bio is important, man. You got to list all your awesome facts. It's like
you definitely do. You definitely do. As this player getting a little bit bold, but too bold. Unfortunately, as he goes down for the meantime. And we're now down to, what, 6 total eliminations? Chug Splash is going through, which I think did, in fact, get all the way down to him. Is this player coming down like a flying squirrel on top? Unfortunately, he's going to lose his life as well. As the double edit comes through, he gets taken out. And we are looking at a nice lead for Thieves and Typical Gamer going into round 2. And this could spell disaster for ZexRow and his teammate.
Just racking up those elims even more now. Every single fight that they're going through. Not only that, racking up these elims, getting closer to the late game now. Less players available now to go after. So it's going to be a little bit harder to really hone in on these final kills. And now, oh, look at that. Easy shooting out the builds. If that guy's lucky, he'll land on that launch pad down there. But instead, dropping all the way down below. And there goes the final takeout from him. Right now, I mean, I'd say they're in a pretty good position. There are so many builds right now. It's going to lure a lot of attention. The circle's about to close in on this location, so they're going to have to move a little bit north of Mega Mall at this moment. And it's kind of getting at that stage where, I mean, there's virtually no players left, so you know they're pretty much all going to be in the bulk now of the center of the map. Nobody coming out of the storm, but here, somebody already dropping in on this position. Let's see if he is going to be able to hang with these two hungry players right here, looking for every possible kill that they could get. This guy looking like he wants to come in, glide in, so to speak, on a silver platter for them, but I don't know if they're going to be able to at least finalize this kill. So far, they still got about a minute till the circle closes. I'm assuming that kill is going to come in a few moments, and then they are going to make that rotation and try to wrap up this game. So far, a great game one at this stage for these two players to kick things off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Keeping it at a good pace. Like we said, one more player alive, a lot of HP loss, a very valiant effort from that particular player, but just really couldn't accomplish much, especially when Thieves is on top trying to hunt you down as we are back toward the Mega Mall, trying to get some work done. And the call out coming in from TG saying, yep, pretty much took care of everybody. Trap being involved as well. As another player tries to fly, and these are just being gifted to them right now. Skeet shooting for fun, and Thieves making it look easy. And I'll be honest, it wasn't really the most difficult, and he'll even attest to that as well. Fantastic stuff coming in from these two, and look at that. Nice. They are just running at their perspectives, running in to their ADS shotties, as they are feeling good, right? That's 14 for Thieves. TG was up in there as well, as these guys put on one heck of a performance, constantly lining it up. We're finding numerous amount of players on rotation, and look at that, 29-6. That is going to be a hefty lead for the Vets coming into this next matchup. And the one problem that I'm already starting to think about when it comes down to Arkhram and ZexRow is that you're not facing off against a super fast-paced team, right? You're not facing off against a team who's going to go to Neo-Tilted, go toward Mega Mall. This is going to be a squad who plays the numbers. They're going to play their lives, which makes Arkhram and ZexRow's life so much more difficult, because when you have a deficit like that, you're relying on the opponent to make a mistake. And the one thing about we constantly discuss when it comes down to typical gamer and thieves, they don't hardly make any.
They don't. Yeah, I mean, they are a very consistent team. You've been kind of highlighting that. I've been highlighting that as well. And I will say, this is probably the highest scoring game that I've ever seen them get.
I was going to say,
29, like that. I mean, typically they're around, 20 is a really good game for them, but 29 is a phenomenal game. And they continue to improve week after week after week. And now in the 4th week, they continually double the numbers that they typically get. And I got to say, it's very encouraging, especially because they're one of the OG duos.
Yeah, I mean, getting that many kills at this level, I mean, it's so impressive that you could tell they were really feeling themselves in that game towards the end there. They were getting super confident. The comms were really on point, too. And they
Especially
were
the singing was good, too.
Right. That on top, beautiful, by the way, awesome. You also notice how relaxed those comms sounded. A lot of those players, when they get into those fights, constant engagements, one after the other, they'll be like, oh, on me, or on me, on me. And it really is it a call-out if you don't repeat it 3 times in a row? That's really how it goes. So, but they were cool, calm, collected that whole game. I mean, really, at the 23-point differential now, all they have to do is exist in this next game. They don't really have to do much of anything else.
That's
true.
And they pretty much got this in the bag.
That's a good point, right? I mean, this is going to be a pretty much of a slower game when it comes into TG and Thieves. The big question, though, we've been talking about, we kind of know the play style from the other side. We know what the lead that they possess. They're not going to do anything too crazy. But what are we going to see from Arkhram and ZexRow? What are they going to try to do to try and impress us? And that's kind of the big question as of this moment is, what are they going to be able to do? And it looks as if they do have their eyes on the Mega Mall, for those who get the reference, the Star Court. It should be fun. Let's see what they can try to accomplish here off the break. Is already looking for a few of those weapons. I think I might have saw the key to the upside down, that little portal just in that room right there, which I love the Stranger Things references. I'm not going to lie. I watched 4 episodes yesterday for day number 1, so I'm excited. Let me know if you guys are interested in, or rather are enjoying Season 3. But regardless, though, great start coming in from these guys in terms of just overall weapons, just trying to get in a better spot. But this is their chance, right? If they want to find some elims, this is their opportunity to kind of get in that situation. But it all starts right now.
I was tripping out the other night because I had no idea the portals were introduced, and I was playing like super late at night, went into, of course, Megga, and just ran into one of those portals and just absolutely lost my mind. Arkhram has been dropped, and ZexRow has to go incredibly big. They already possess a massive deficit. And up close and personal with the double barrel, it's going to knock off 54 whites, and that opponent is going to be kept at bay for the time being.
If he comes back and wins this with the double barrel, they are going to unvault it officially for the game tomorrow.
You think so?
Permanently.
Stranger things have happened.
There is no doubt about it. I mean, this would be, this is a huge, huge climb right now for them to overcome. I don't know what's really next. I mean, you have to just put your opponents completely in the back of your mind at this stage. You don't have your teammate right now. That reboot's going to take a lot of time that you just don't have to really give. And right there, he's trying to cut the potassium out of his diet. Does not connect on those shots on Banana Man, and going to have to back up a little bit, regroup. He wants to make sure that he can stay alive and take this as carefully as he can. He also has no mats. I mean, he's got enough for 1 metal wall. That's about it. That's about as far as I might get in some fights. So that's max material for me in my situation. But for him, he needs a lot more right now.
He definitely does. Needs to try to do some work. You can only do so much work when a shotty is at that far of a range. Maybe like, 11 HP? Doing his best to not take the L. Gosh, you guys just aren't understanding the Stranger Things references, but it's all right. The reference game is one of my favorite things to try and do.
It's the first Fortnite crossover I'm actually feel left out of.
Oh, but Thieves is down, and you obviously hear the communication coming through from ZexRow and Arkhram saying, we're alive, we can actually accomplish something. This may be a really good moment for us considering the deficit that we face right now. And you see TG, bottom right of our screens, going for that big pot, knowing that he has a lot of work to do. Trying to do some damage toward the top side. Like we said, a little bit of a replay, as his stream is a little bit delayed. So let's see what Typical can try and pull off, as he has only a minute amount of builds. It looks like there's a thief off in the distance, maybe taking his teammate's identity, and we'll see what he can try to accomplish at this moment. Great stuff coming through from TG. That should have been the only player, at least in terms of that particular squad. So a good moment from him. Let's see if he can try to grab that reboot card.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You need to put priority on going and getting Thieves' reboot card, because if TG goes down, at least you know probably a revive is going to be coming through, because ZexRow is going to want his opponent up. So that is a priority, to say the least. Or at least even if ZexRow does go down, and let's say, or excuse me, Typical Gamer went down, ZexRow's the only one alive, then he's got to prioritize. Do I want to bring opponents back up even though I'm the last one on the map? I'm going to have to close the deficit out myself. But in the meantime, ZexRow, he can't think about any of that at this point in time. He's already got 2 knocks, a couple more to still be had as players are going to continue to push somewhere. But for the meantime, though, he's going to have plenty of shields, plenty of ammo. He's got a couple of mats, and here's the rest of the players coming in. Straight into him as he's going to get that melt, and that player is going to be fully eliminated, and that's going to be a gift. Now 4 elims, not bad at all. ZexRow trying his best to keep his team alive.
And until those last few eliminations right there by ZexRow, I mean, even him and Typical Gamer, they have virtually no builds. I mean, we've been seeing that a lot in these past few games where the severe lack of builds in the early game, that's how focused these players are getting on just solely trying to get these early game eliminations and just trying to get a leg up. They're trying to catch everybody essentially with their pants down, no proper loot, trying to get them with just maybe a great pistol, just catching them completely off guard and not focusing enough on also taking care of themselves and making sure they have enough material for any possible third parties that could come in. Right now, here comes another lack of build. So luckily, he's able to transfer from the sky-based tunnels here, from these wind tunnels, and gets shot right out of the sky. Oh, that is a heartbreaker. I thought he got away, and now ZexRow is the last man standing in this game.
And you know what's unfortunate about that? He was in a flamingo suit, and he still couldn't fly despite getting knocked. That is such an unfortunate circumstance. But with that being said, you see the reboot already coming in, you know, Typical Gamer, you know, a little bit delayed on his side, but we will now get to see Thieves on the other end try and keep his team alive. And that's what I was talking about. TG getting that card was a huge priority.
Yeah.
Because now his teammate's back. TG probably not going to get revived. I highly doubt it. But if he does, you never know. It could be a 2v2 once again.
Well, it definitely could. Coming on the flank, a big opportunity right now for ZexRow to try to make something happen. Like we said, needs to get back up in the elimination situation. Manages to shut down Jonesy, but the task does not end here. Only more work to do. Grabbing a few bits more toward that inventory. Some shield is what he would prefer. Grab some resources, grab some ammo, but coming over toward the top side. HP. It's being lost from the opposition. Good stuff coming in from ZexRow. That's going to be the double. And one more just toward his bottom, making sure he takes possession over those walls. But just as he enters in, he's shot from afar. An assault rifle manages to lock him down. He's also going to be thirsted, and now it is a 1v1 Arkhram versus Thieves. Reboot card not going to be gained for TG, so Thieves is in a 1 versus 2. However, ZexRow's should be in a good spot like we've been talking about. Arkhram can get his teammate back up, which is going to be crucial. And I was going to say, if Thieves could have gotten TG's, this would be a reboot that brings Typical Gamer back in this matchup. So 32-16, still a very sizable lead, but it makes it that much easier when you do have more players than the opposition does.
Be an interesting one to say the least. Still, enough eliminations remain to make this comeback possible, but it's going to be a close one. Thieves, as long as he can stay alive, get a pick here and there, that's going to be enough to keep the team at bay. But so many clutch plays getting these reboot cards and getting their players up. In the meantime, though, taking his time, he's going to be looking through. You know, med kit there, not bad at all. He's going to go ahead and get kitted up. He definitely needed a little bit of something because his inventory was lacking, but I do like the idea that he has the rollerball. Honestly, if I'm him, I am now heading over to ZexRow and Arkhram. I'm going to stick next to them. I'm going to be the thorn in their side and try and manage every single elimination that they get.
And that's the one thing that I want to bring up really quick, is that at least in previous, the strategy that we have seen come through from Thieves and TG was, if we possess an advantage, stay with the opponent, right, visit and try to get as many eliminations as you can. So what might form is that Thieves could join up with one of these players. They may feel the pressure of that and then have to split, which could in turn actually hurt their overall game plan because they feel the pressure of trying to make sure that Thieves doesn't find any of these eliminations. So this could actually work out very well. Like we said, a lot of work to do, a lot of players still available, but if Thieves can somehow, like you said, Taylor, be that thorn in the side, maybe hang around with some of these players and try to steal some of their eliminations, it may allow for Arkhram and ZexRow to be put in a situation that they're not too familiar with. We talked about this is kind of a younger duo. They haven't played in that many Friday Fortnites. At least I know Arkhram has played in a few, but never in 2018. And same thing for ZexRow. They could be totally caught off guard with this strategy that they've never really seen before.
Ooh, I like that strat with the minigun.
I was just going to say that. Speaking of strats you never see, the minigun, I love when that's utilized. It's super underrated, in my opinion, to try and get through those builds in those tight situations, and nobody expects it. It's something that people forget about until it's really just mashing its way into your box.
Absolutely right. Minigun needs to be used a little bit more often. LMG was that minigun back in the day, but
yep.
I
For those following at home, that is 2 references to that amazing weapon.
It is. It is.
We miss you, LMG.
When it was back, I was in love. I was so happy. I thought they involved it. I was like, are you kidding me? This is crazy. But ZexRow turning up. He comes through with another elimination, and slowly but surely, they continue to make this comeback possible. And I do like the split. It's exactly what needed to be done. You have to put it all on the line. This is, in fact, loser's bracket. And we're getting deeper into that bracket. And with that being said, you got to put it all out. That's exactly what they're doing with the split. Big engagement coming through. Let's see if Arkhram can capitalize.
Yeah, Fortnite doing a Stranger Things crossover. It looks like Arkhram doing a Spider-Man Far From Home crossover with that traveling he was doing in the baller and finding exactly what he was searching for here. Another engagement that he can capitalize on. Already gets 1 player down, and that is exactly what you need when you're getting shot. Only taking 2 shots of your own to down the first player in that engagement. You do not want to have to focus too much time on that first player. You want to get the first player down as quickly as possible. That way you can at least, you have a lot of teams that'll definitely be on their heels or maybe focus on trying to help their teammate up and then give you even more chances for eliminations. So right now, as he's trying to find another angle, does get the second player down. Now going to have to try and fight his way through those builds and try and track that last player. But no need to get insanely aggressive. Look at how close he was from getting boogied right there. I imagine they were going to bash their way into his box, but he catches his breath just for a second. And now 1 wall separating them. He edits and gets a nasty shot through the window. But can he stay alive as he does get shot from a distance and able to just barely get those shields off in time?
Oh, man, an angry neighbor nearly taking down Arkhram. Like we said, that 3-piece situation. He does have the bounce pad and will most likely escape over the Durburger. So he can thank his good graces for that. Fast food coming in clutch. But
hey, don't forget that head. That's like 100 free material for metal.
That's true.
Everyone forgets that. Go grab that thing.
I mean, hey, that's a good opportunity. Like I said, could definitely make a lot of usage out of it. And here's the big opportunity right now for Thieves. All things considered, ZexRow's card is down. And now Arkhram may have to reference back. And like we talked about, he was a person who was kind of overall trying to get out of a spot, trying to make his way over the mountain. He may have to transverse that yet again. And here he comes, Arkhram to the rescue. Going to try to grab his teammate's reboot card, knowing how valuable this is. But this is the one thing at this point in the game is that delay of time may cause you to miss out on a certain few of situations. And it will pan out that way. Like we talked about, Arkham's not here. He's trying to do some work on the other side of the map. And while this is nice, ZexRow's card is starting to fade away. Will he try to make the play for it, or is he going to try to rely on his own devices to try and clutch this one up? I mean, for God's sake, the man's already at 12 eliminations. He may think, maybe it's best if I try to do this solo.
Yeah, honestly, you can't waste any time, especially with Thief still being on the map, picking up a couple eliminations himself. You have to continue going without your partner. It's absolutely crucial, but getting tagged up, this is going to be very dangerous zone to be in, especially with the double barrel being back. He could, in fact, be one-pumped in this situation. On top, player just located down below. I did hear, in fact, a redeploy come in. He's going to go ahead and dip out, and a wise decision to do so. He's not losing out on anything. It's only going to be a one team down there, and Thieves isn't anywhere in sight, so he's not going to run the risk of his teammate, or excuse me, his opponent taking any of those. Quickly following suit is going to be the players, 42 health, and this could be the end of Arkhram and ZexRow, depending on how they play this.
Whoa,
and he's forced to get out of this situation once again, but getting tagged out from the top, 13 health. Can he escape? Bullets flying down. Popping a medkit is going to be deadly, but comes in through the edit. Messes up a couple of times, but he lost the wall. No! And now he's going to be up close and personal, and he's going to go down. Arkhram and ZexRow are now out of the tournament.
Man, that was so close at the end. He almost got away. Getting shot from the from up above that top of that mountain. You can see the first guy coming in that followed on that initial launch pad. He didn't take that first shot because he was a little bit too far. Thought maybe they're going a different distance. Then he focuses in on the other guy that went directly for him, the second guy off that launch pad. And then when he focused those first couple shots, he got third-partied from that first guy who landed up above on the mountain. So, I mean, yeah, that was a great play by that team just to kind of throw him off balance. And, man, he just did not know exactly where he should focus on right off the bat, and picked the wrong guy, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I want to point at the scoreboard, by the way. 29-6 after game one from TG and Thieves. Game 2, a totally different situation. Arkhram and ZexRow went off. Like, they were down by 6 eliminations. This one was very doable, especially when you're in a 1v1 situation. Like we said, Arkhram did all he possibly could. There was just so many players around the area. He didn't really have a whole lot of times.
Right there.
Yep, he had so many kind of situations where he was at adversity and he couldn't really kind of collapse and try and make anything happen. He did, like I said, his very best in that situation, but he could only accomplish so much. And just like that, our loser semifinals is decided. Bini and Diggy from FaZe Clan facing off against TG and FaZe Thieves. So kind of a battle of that. And then obviously whoever makes it forward also is faced off against FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga, but Ghost still sitting off in that grand finals. Like I said, quite a few kind of organizations getting involved, but FaZe and Ghost obviously major contributors when it comes down to the Fortnite scene and obviously here in Friday Fortnite. But like we said, guys, a very interesting losers quarterfinal matchup that now has kind of our final few teams decided. Right, we're in our top 4 overall, and things are starting to get dicey. I will say, though, and I'm going to bring up one kind of point that I've been trying to harp on a little bit, was the aggressiveness. TG and Thieves could relax in game 2. That was my biggest emphasis, was a matter of they could relax. It was 21-6 or something like that, and they still won. And it was like not the worst of situations. Like normally we would harp on and say 21-6. You can play a lot better than that. They could just relax, and that's the big thing for Arkhram and ZexRow. Play slow in that first game. Get a decent padding, and then if you want to play aggressive. That's my biggest thing, at least, that I've kind of taken from a lot of the matches that we've seen. Do you guys have anything that you kind of noticed off the start that maybe could allow for better strategies moving forward in Friday Fortnite?
I mean, honestly, you just got to continue to play your game, but you can't play too slow. You got to find that balance, right, especially against a team, typical Gamer and Thieves. I mean, you know they're consistent. They're not going to be going for the hottest of drops. Maybe you can capitalize off of that, but I got to say, honestly, TG, Thieves, they just played a great first game. 29 total eliminations. I mean, you can't complain.
Yeah, sometimes it's so incredibly possible, as you see, to just do so well in game 1 that you already win the game. I mean, obviously you can't guarantee that right off the bat, but sometimes it's those game 1s that solidify your victory right off the bat. And I mean, hey, if you're a FaZe fan, we're guaranteed at least one player from FaZe is going to make these grand finals. So it's looking like a strong possibility of a Ghost versus FaZe finals. That's if you'll have one half of also Thieves teammate TG, typical Gamer, also potentially could be getting there. But I have my money on, I think, on Diggy and Bini. I think that they've showed out in terms of, especially in this this losers bracket. I expect them, I think, to make those grand finals, and that is a matchup. Aydan Innocents, I think everyone would love to see.
I like that. Okay, we're already giving out the predictions. I like that. I'm going to ask you for yours, Taylor, when we come back after this quick little break. But like we said, guys, if you haven't done so already, make sure to check out our friends at G Fuel. Visit their website, the official energy drink of esports. While you're at their website, check out a number of their new flavors that have recently come out, and make sure while you're there as well at checkout to use code UMG for 30% off in honor of Friday Fortnite. Speaking of discounts, speaking of cash, make sure to keep typing in the chat, and Mr. Beast will be selecting one of you viewers out there to walk away with $10,000. So make sure to make your case why you deserve that. I know he's going to be having an answer here within the next few matchups, kind of toward the grand finals is when we will be announcing that. But like we said, guys, a few more matches to go, right? We got loser semifinals right up at the end of this quick little commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. We are already hopping in toward our losers semifinals. As you've got Dubs and Megga sitting off in the distance waiting for who can come out of this game. Can it be their FaZe brethren and Bini and Diggy, or will we see the vets and TG and Thieves pull off yet again another top performance? We'll have to find out. Our landing locations are already set in stone, and we are loving it. Live here from the UMG studio, myself, Lano, joined in part by Reflections and Trooper Boys. We have been treated to a fantastic tournament, and I'm imagining this series is only going to treat us even more.
Very much so, right? Thinking Dubs and Megga in losers finals. You're going to have to compete against them next. So this is kind of your practice round that you have to kind of lay it all on the line, learn some new strategies, see what works for you, because you know you're going to have to put up high numbers in order to take Dubs and Megga out and eliminate them from the tournament. But We kind of, you were asking, kind of hinting, what are your predictions for this tournament?
That's true, yeah.
You went
I need to hear it.
You went for Diggy and Bini, and obviously that is a great choice. I'm going to go for the underdog, though, because I definitely think Typical Gamer and Thieves are going to be the underdog in this situation because they are consistent. But then again, they do put up high numbers. 29, it's nothing to scoff at. So with that being said, though, I'm going with TG and Thieves. I hope they walk away with this, and we see them play Dubs and Megga in the losers finals, but we will see.
Yeah, fighting through the box, getting one player down, using the double barrel as his teammate was picking up a few shots to help him out. You see the emotes coming in. He's taking it in stride, no problems there. But I love the play styles from people like Typical Gamer, from FaZe Thieves. When you have predominantly more people that are known for content creation, Fortnite videos and stuff, as against to professional players that are trying to compete or have qualified for the World Cup, you'll get some really unorthodox strategies. You'll get some straight up trolling going on with the way that they're playing the game and trying to capitalize on so many different things. And that's a lot of the problems that you got to worry about when you're playing people like this. You never know what to expect when you're going against them. It's really hard to kind of systematically figure out what they're going to do next.
On the tree line, right in front.
Well, I got to say, though, in terms of
They're really bad.
these two, as you would label, and obviously as is fit, right? Content creators, these guys are just so good at their strategies. And, while they aren't necessarily regular Fortnite professional players, they do have some amazing strategies when it comes down to especially this kind of game mode combination. And the things that they've come up with, the things that they've solidified have only taught a lot of Friday Fortnite players for the future. And I kind of would label them as some of the best content creators that aren't designated, known as professional players in terms of just their overall skill, the way they come about the game and whatnot.
Yep.
It is a sight to see, a sight to behold, but from one side now to the next, half the lobby's already fallen, but that's not going to stop the enemies from continuing to try and engage upon our 4 players that we've got going on right now, losing a little bit of that height advantage. And you hear Diggy calling out, that was my storm flip, so that's going to try and push out a few of the enemies. But you notice, top right of our screens, all of the arrows beginning to engage, and this is what TG and Thieves are known for, coming in, stealing some eliminations. Thankfully, Diggy's at least able to drop one in his own regard. TG's looking for a little bit of that loot, rather Thieves was, for the time. That's what these guys are willing to try and make happen. A sniper shot nearly took out Diggy. It was not looking the greatest, but thankfully puts up that wall. It is now going to chug on another shield.
Typical Gamer Thieves coming through, unbeknownst to them, helping Diggy and Bini out, who are in a very difficult situation. That's a double-edged sword. You come through and you get some eliminations, but you also, maybe took away the fact that Diggy and Bini might have been eliminated there, which would have opened up the rest of the lobby to you and only to you. But you do have to be aggressive, and I think you kind of got to make those trade-offs in those situations. And, it's a trade-off I think that was absolutely necessary to be done. But look at the massive players just ganging up on the opponents up ahead. And I think Thieves managed to get one of them. Diggy got another one, so a nice little trade going through. No, he's trying not to get the chug splash to the other one. You love to see that's the first time I think we've actually seen someone try and come into the mix with the chug splash.
That's brilliant.
That's funny.
Kind of just joining your opponent's huddle at the say, hey, what's the strategy, guys? That was perfect timing right there. I mean, I was kind of, I was literally just thinking that, the closest thing you might get to a sabotage from somebody against their teammate or their opponent is, they're fighting over loot once they can't clean up any of these kills.
Yeah.
They're basically, I got to get there as quickly as I can. If we're right next to the guy, try to steal shields or whatever that might be useful to my opponent.
Wow.
But look at that, blocked out, not able to get up high like he initially planned, completely blocked out, and almost a waste of that launch pad, but has to fight his way into that box. Still, though, has some of his teammates remaining that are going to be pushing up now to this fight. But this is going to be so tough when you have so many players now. Even your opponents are that close to each other. Every single shot counts. You got to be the last person to connect.
That is really unfortunate. Meant to place a trap down, break the opponent's stairs, place it a launch pad. Luckily, doesn't go to waste, but still able to use it. But he definitely wanted that elim from it rather than the launch pad. But hey, it's all good. But it definitely would have been useful later on in the game, especially for getting that mobility. But it is what it is, and now we're going to be rotating through, trying to find where the players are going to be. Heading away from the storm, or heading into the storm, rather. Playing that gatekeeper role, being very aggressive. And all 4 players are going over here. So normally you would think if a team is going this far out, it's not going to be a good strategy. But if all players are going, you might as well follow them. No harm, no foul.
That's a good point, right? That's a Very solid strategy to implement, and normally we're talking about TG and Thieves are doing this to the opposition. How do they react? I think in this situation, Diggy was given a call to Bini saying, hey, should we continue this? And they're saying, yeah, keep following him, right? Like you said, Taylor, no harm, no foul, and it looks as if it might be Diggy who manages to find a player just toward the bottom lines, and he will. Not ready for the reactions. I think that was maybe
another Chug Jug?
A little bit of a DPI short, that's for sure. But yeah, I think some Chug Jug, some
like
very valuable items. Yeah, it really is. There's so much loot.
I don't think I've seen one the entire night, and now we've seen 4 in this one game. That's so ridiculous. You see when they swoop down, all 4 of them, seemingly all with a different motive in mind, like on that fight. I mean, you can see how clueless that guy was that was just taken out by Diggy, and it makes me really think. You know, you got to kind of like. The players that are in this game, some of them are probably just chilling, like, oh man, had a long day at work. Let's get on some Fortnite tonight. And Friday night, hang on by. You're playing, little do you know, the guy that you're about to build fight against is playing for 20K. So it's like, that is a totally different perspective that that a lot of people don't think about. But these players, man, they're playing at their best of their ability in terms of aggression right now. So right now, it's just getting now under 30 players in this game. I cannot wait to see this unfold. I'm so happy all 4 of these players are remaining. Let's get this.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Like, it's so nice to kind of see everybody still alive in this game, still firing. And like we said, man, Friday Fortnite has totally changed the gaming world in terms of how competitions are looked at when it comes down to this incredible game. And like I said, whenever it comes down to a Friday night, we're just going to kind of game with the boys. You never know. You might run into a few streamers. You may run into a few of our competitors. It is a fun way to spend your night, obviously playing some Fortnite, watching some of the most entertaining people in the world as well. It's always a pleasure to be a part of, as we are in the midst of a fantastic series going on right now where all of our players are still firing and fighting for all
like
of these elims.
Hippos getting that loot right there.
And I want to say, I think that TG was trying to block a few of them off so that Thieves could manage to grab that scar. That may have not been intentional, but regardless, it works out that way. And now here comes the play over toward Fatal Fields, making a few plays, and actually they're going to vacate out of that area. Going to go toward the street, and
at least 2.
Should be a pretty easy elim to try and find.
That's
Quick
the
builds.
last chest he's going to open, Landon.
And it will be. It will be indeed. Knock comes through. Teammate's going to be around the area, and that sniper shot could indicate why or where that player is.
Up ahead.
Same skin.
Typical gamer going forward. Thieves get tagged up a little bit, but you see the dynamic between these duos, laying down the suppressive fire. Meanwhile, typical gamer going up close and personal, and he's going to capitalize.
Wow.
That's going to be 4 elims to his name to go out and add on to what he already has. 5 for Thieves, a lot for typical gamer as they continue to decimate this map. This is literally the best Friday Fortnite performance I have ever seen from this duo.
Yeah, and if it's Friday, you're playing Fortnite, and you're playing squads, and you notice that kill count, or the people that are left in the lobby, is dropping by the second. Yeah, you might be in a Friday Fortnite game and not even know it. These players right now at this level, with all of them alive, I mean, yeah, it's a race at this point. All of them are now neck and neck in the same region too, and starting to really scout each other's kills out and try to just get that last shot in a lot of these fights. So, I mean, the worst thing that you could do in sometimes in these scenarios is be the first one to engage, because your opponents are just waiting at a distance and trying to pick off anything that you start up. And then also, you know, you're taking all the shots and getting lower on HP. So there are definitely a few different ways to approach this kind of situation this late in the game.
You hear the call coming through from Thieves.
I'm gonna build to the sky, okay? You can follow my builds if you want. Say builds.
And so Thieves is saying, I'm going to build the sky. You can follow my builds if you want. You try to utilize the Glad redeploy to get over toward a different point of view. And I think this might be the first time we actually do take a look toward Lucky Landing. This was a common spot back in Friday Fortnite 2018. I'll be honest, I don't think we've seen this location even on our line site here in 2019, the last 4 weeks. This may be our first time trying to visit it. We'll see how long we decide to stay. Will it be lucky or will it be unlucky for a few of our players? We'll see exactly how all of that will line out. TG and Thieves, first players to be here.
Hello.
And one enemy wants to get super close
Bold.
personal time with Thieves, trying to get a fan picture, but Thieves is not interested. Thanks so much, but going to go and grab a few of the shields, going to go and wrap the wrists here in just a moment, as they have found yet again another team, first ones to engage, and they are capitalizing on these opportunities here, Taylor.
Absolutely. And now we're going to see on the other side, Diggy mowing down a player, and he's not going to waste any time going and builds up, but you see a shockwave coming through, and that's luckily going to be Bini. And that is going to be a capitalization as that player is going to go down themselves easily. Could have been typical gamer coming into the mix, or maybe even on the other side of Thieves. But with that being said, highly competitive game we have here. Both teams trading off left and right. We're now down to the last remaining players, only 4 remaining on the map. And a lot of places where they can be hiding. Getting that ultimate high ground is going to be Diggy, trying to scout out the surrounding area as these players are going to be rotating through as quickly as they possibly can. But
my goodness,
a lot of mats being wasted, but he still has plenty of them. And honestly, you got to be thinking when it comes to these players, they don't need all the mats in the world because they can capitalize with their shots.
Yeah.
But Thieves is going to be the first one to have that go-ahead straight up. And I think he might have spotted somebody, but he will at least have the distance.
Yeah, and I'm expecting this game to end very shortly, based on where that ring is now on our map. Half of the circle now that everyone has to move is out of the map in the water where you're not able to go. So pretty much everyone right now, they're going to be, if they're not in the circle already, they're going to be from the north moving in. And you can see now everyone's they're all flying out, just scouring the area, trying to play that gatekeeping role. And they're just going to put some builds down here in the crops, seeing if anybody's hiding out. But there's really nowhere to go for long. You either got to make that move very, very quickly as that storm moves in, or just camp out, wait to die. But looks like they didn't see anybody initially hiding there. But, man, just how many mats are being used by Diggy to get these high ground spots, use the gliders, and just try to keep up with the players that are on the ground here. Man,
typical gamers.
I would hate to be whoever's left right now. You can see. Oh, there come the last few shots. There. The Thieves is actually getting shot from another area, but gets some help from his teammate there. They were able to clean up one of those last players. Only one left on the map.
Okay. There's one guy left.
Did you see it? One guy left. Where's he going to be at? Is he going to be in the Shaolin Temple? Is he going to be on this mountain? Well, Typical Gamer has already found him, and there it is. Yeah, actually just going to be a replay, excuse me, from TG. Delay a little bit coming in, but I got to say, TG, though, easy cleanups. His opponent's down below, and that is going to be the last one, and TG able to pick him up. Excuse me, one more left. But with that being said, TG, look at this game. He's at 17 total elims, one more potentially coming into his favor. There it is, actually, as TG gets the last one. But, man, 18 elimination game for TG. That's like the second time we've seen him be that far up in eliminations. He is having the best game I have literally ever seen him had.
Yeah, these guys are just playing so solid. And like I said, this is a team where we're not really thinking, super high eliminations. They're just overall consistent, right? You can kind of count on what we're going to see from them. It's pretty standard in terms of prior weeks, but 18 eliminations, that is not something that you just look at and say, oh, it's pretty good. That is fantastic, especially when it comes into one map by one player. TG, he's not known as a professional player, and the name Typical does not define his gameplay or rather so ever. He is just very, very good at the game of Fortnite and a multitude that he plays on his YouTube channel. Like we said, a ton of subscribers and obviously a ton of talent on his side. Was supplying communication, was constantly there with he and his teammate, but at the end of game number 1, shout out to production with all the stream delays to find that score 24-19. Nothing crazy because we've seen, like 30-plus advantages after early games. So I'm kind of excited we're in the single digits. But still, Bini and Diggy, this one is doable, right? This one is very doable for them in terms of what they want to try to pull off. Their strategy may be a little bit different because you can kind of evaluate your game, say, hey, we tried to stick with TG and Thieves the entire game, and this is where it got us. It got us still to be down by, 5 eliminations in total. So they may try to change things up, or maybe they're going to try the same thing out and just try to branch out toward the late game. I'm kind of curious what their idea is going to be. My big question is their landing location in comparison to TG and Thieves'.
This is the type of games that you need to consistently have. If you're a Typical Gamer and Thieves, especially going against a powerhouse team such as Dubs and Megga, who we know, at least earlier on in the tournament, put up 32 eliminations in one game alone. So I will say TG and Thieves, they keep this momentum up. They are a force to be reckoned with. Bini and Diggy, how are they going to recover? 5 eliminations, not a lot, but it still is 5. It's going to be at least one team elim plus another one. So with that being said, landing location still definitely going to matter. Dusty, I think that's the area to go to. Salty as well. You want to get crazy with it, go loot, rotate into Neo Tilted. But Bini and Diggy, they could come back with this if TG and Thieves are not careful.
Yeah, I think it's really going to kind of rely on it. I mean, if we see at any point players start to fall or you have to go for a reboot card, that could easily define the game, no matter even what the score is as of this moment. We talk about player goes down for, it's like maybe a 20, maybe even up to like a minute and a half delay. That totally changes when those 5 eliminations or even 4 eliminations could start to kind of come through. So I think it's going to be very apparent, very important for both of our teams as of this moment to very much be valuing their lives, because if their teammate goes down, they have that delay, there goes your lead. Or if you're in the same situation in terms of the FaZe boys, there goes your opportunity to tie the game or to at least maybe try to overtake the lead if you're them. So like we said, I think the landing locations are going to play huge. And it's also going to be important that both teams very much are valuing their lives, because we argue you lose your teammate, maybe you can't get the reboot card, you are not in a great spot whatsoever. At that point, you're having to rely on the opponents to have the same fate that you just did.
And you mentioned the reboot cards. I've noticed tonight, throughout most of this tournament, everyone that has got a reboot card, they ventured away from the fight, from where they gathered that reboot card, and then used it and got their teammate back. For the people that died near the reboot vans, you'd think that would be super convenient, but actually, you're just inviting more people that are coming to the aftermath of your fight.
Yeah.
Also, drawing more attention with the noise of the van. You're better off grabbing your opponent's card, going probably a little bit off the beaten path of the game, maybe into the circle if you have to, or beyond where the ring is moved, and just try and get your teammate back in the game. Also gives you a little bit of extra space to breathe, kind of recuperate, maybe share some of your shields or weapons, whatever you got, to try and get back into it.
Looks as if off the start, Thieves goes toward that sky platform. We've seen a lot of teams kind of try this strategy. A little bit of a minor split off the start. You try to grab as much loot as you can, and then you begin to dive on in. But it is kind of surprising, though, that we don't see TG, at least on the mini-map. I'm not exactly sure where his location is.
I think he's down at Fatal.
Is he down at Fatal? So he's not too far off at the very least, right? He can kind of quickly join up with his teammate if necessary. But on the other end, it looks as if the FaZe boys have decided to go toward Paradise Palms. A lot of players normally, and I've seen even a few people on Twitter start to react and say, why would players want to go to Paradise Palms in this particular format? Well, you have the opportunity for the rifts, right? That's the main reason why players want to go here, is because of the fact that it is kind of one of the only areas that is super populated when it comes down to the southeastern portion of the map. So you can definitely find quite a few players wanting to go on vacation, and then if necessary, you can take a quick little flight onto any portion of the map. So that is one of the positives for this situation. The negative could obviously be argued in terms of where it's placed, but a quick little rift and you're back in the situation, as this start here could actually be very good for FaZe, because that's the one thing that you have to rely on is that there's no way that TG and Thieves can affect that these players are going to be here. There's no way they can steal these elims away. There's no way they can kind of steal a rotation away from Paradise. You can kind of always rely on what you have in this particular location.
And it's also not a bad idea, too, to go to this location simply for the fact that you pick up a couple of eliminations. Usually the competition is pretty soft over here. You have an opportunity for at least 2, potentially even 3 vending machines, so you can go and get the loot. Especially if it's a hot drop, you have a lot of those drones that you can come and get. And Paradise allows you to space out your eliminations because of the location and how it's kind of laid out. But with that being said, Diggy down to 74 health, medkit in hands, and it looks like at least one more opponent is going to be up above, but no, that's just going to be a knock. So I got to say, Paradise, a very fruitful location to say the least, and they probably, at least with these last few eliminations, are going to close that deficit of 5, and now it's going to be all up to 0-0.
Yeah, it seemed pretty quiet in this entire area, and they were able to locate a couple of teams in their respective houses still looting. So they looted and moved on as fast as they could. And right here, they still spot players now down near the resort area right out front. So they're now going to close in on them, try to regroup together, and focus in on these kills while they still have their full team, their full numbers here together. But there they go with one player going down. That's actually Bini, not able to hang long enough. So as you could see, Diggy trying to get closer and closer to join him in that fight. Wasn't able to get there in time as he was focusing on another player. And Bini getting taken out. And now the reboot card up for grabs after he gets thirsted. So a big setback now for FaZe if he decides to take that card. Looks like Looks like he's going to take it now, have to try and at least save some of this time. Luckily, they have a van right in front of them, but I think he's got to make sure the coast is clear. Already dropping one player. Now just waiting to finalize this kill here to see if he can wipe this team out. Shooting at the floor with the replace. Nice play to get the high ground here. Shoot him out and still with the knock. And now more eliminations are going to be coming up for him. So he does want to have to at least rush through this fight as much as he can to finish off these last remaining players of the squad. But has to take his time now, or actually has all the time in the world. He just wants to stay alive. Now that he has the card, just needs to get safely to that van and out of here.
Yeah, a little bit of a tall task, that's for sure. Elimination's still beginning to kind of come through
more knocks
over
can he
time.
get?
Yeah, he's consistently finding players, but there's going to be another one just toward his left. This could be two separate squads. It's got to be the case, right? Trying to hide behind the chairs. Oh my goodness, he's not able to stay alive behind the office chairs. But at the
Typical
same
gamer
time,
goes down.
TG is down. We're going to do our best to try to get some score updates to see exactly where we're at for the time. Thieves in the trees, the only man who remains in this matchup. And he is in the bottom.
Thieves needs to pick up a couple of eliminations, Landon. I mean, I definitely think that he has the disadvantage. Getting tagged up, luckily Chug splashes in hand, also a couple of minis, and that's going to be a nice headshot to kind of break some shield off. No traps. He's forced to break down. He's going to be in double pump situation, up close and personal, as he's going to get 2 knocks, and that's going to get him started. I think I overheard that he needed 5, but I can't be sure. So all I can say is he needs to get as many eliminations as possible. Go for the edit. Drop him down. Drum gun in hand. He's going to wait until the drum gun is going to be relatively empty, and then he's going to break off. There it is. Coming through. Launchpad in hand. He's breaking out. Not a bad strategy. 26-26.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, and he's getting melted.
He's got to be so careful at this point in the game. Like we said, low on overall health. Thankfully, has a few minis to allow for the situation to be a little bit easier. We're guaranteed overtime. However, Thieves wants this last one. And like you said, he's in a great spot. He still has 37 more players for that engagement. And now that he's given the call, and I love the fact that you're hearing TG try to communicate, try to relay some information to him. Maybe if he wasn't sure of his situation, he might think that maybe he's already won the game, or maybe he needs 2 or 3, 4 more players. This allows for his play style to be so much more different, knowing the game is already tied, and knowing that the series relies on him. It is in the balance, and based off what he does,
You've got to be
it's
kidding.
what he can accomplish.
I don't think he could get out. I don't think he could.
Make the jump. Oh, is he going to parkour
Jumps and
from
spots.
the trees to the slipstream?
Thieves! Oh, gosh.
I don't think he could. He's going to take too much fall damage.
Oh,
no,
okay,
I
the
want
catch! The branch and the hut. Oh, Thieves. Good call.
That is lucky.
That is such a nerve-wracking moment where it's like, okay, I'm up here, I'm exposed, everybody can see me. Solid play coming in from Thieves. It may look very minor, but no, at that moment you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm about to take a ton of health loss. I don't have any med kits or bandages.
Oh,
and
so
right here, there may be a few unfortunate campers who could be taken down, placing down some walls, wanting to make sure he's in a better spot, and is going to back up. Once a different line side is not confident in trying to engage on an entire squad, you do have to respect that, considering he is the sole man alive. If he drops, that's on him, and he only does have minis.
Not a bad strategy. Getting out, playing his life appropriately. This is exactly what you need and expect from a vet. Oh, there's going to be players down below, and you can't expect them to be that good, right? Especially from this location. That you got to be thinking that this team landed over at Racetrack as a snipe goes just over his head from a silent sniper. Drop down to just 28 health. We might be going into a game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Couple minis in hand. All he has to do is get 1 drop, and these players have pushed.
Oh, man.
Dropping down below. That's going to break the shield off this opponent. He's going down. Player going to be wiped. Can he get the drop? He's going to go for the knock, and there it is! He locks it down, and typical Gamer and Thieves by 1 elimination. Knock Bini and Diggy out. We're going to losers finals. Dobbs and Megga versus typical Gamer and Thieves.
I don't know if you bite your nails, but Bini and Diggy just picked up a new habit in that game, watching. Oh, my God. How long that took. We were on just completely on edge for that long. He was picking his spots there on the fight. Did not want to push anybody where he was really at a disadvantage. Really, you have no choice at that stage. You're going to probably run into at least a couple duos or a squad, but he found somebody isolated enough and was able to finish him off and give them the 1-point win, 1-point lead and victory. I mean, just an amazing display of resiliency right there.
Yeah, that was just... And in the clutch, like, he knows in the balance, I am the one who decides this game. Like, I am the one who can either send us to an overtime, of which, hey, do we feel confident? Maybe, maybe not. But the fact that he was able to clutch that one out is so respectable. Obviously, we talk about FaZe Clan. They unfortunately don't really make it out too much farther in this situation. Fall to a few armchairs, a few office chairs, which
that really was it.
It's never really the kind of situation to be in, but still, Thieves. And even up close in this situation was huge, right? The fact that he ends up finding these two up close, the situation where he pretty much values his life, decides to not engage on a few of those players that were over just toward that tree line, and waits, make sure to find his opportunity, and then he seizes it. Fantastic play coming through from Thieves. Single-handedly puts through he and TG into that losers finals to face off against Dubs and Megga, which this one is interesting, right? This is the definition of new school versus old school. And I got to say, 2018 to 2019 playstyles are so much different in terms of the teams that are kind of at the top. For the most part, a lot of the squads who have kind of won, Friday Fortnite and obviously haven't necessarily, or I should say through all of the weeks that we've had in terms of 2019, they've all been fast-paced teams. They've all been teams who want to get in the action, constantly landing Neo, constantly landing Megga, for example, and seeing a lot of success. And I'm curious to see exactly how these two playstyles are going to start to clash. It's kind of a 2018 versus 2019 battle, old school versus new school. I cannot wait to see how this matchup goes through.
You have a typical hare and tortoise matchup here, right? Slow and steady wins the race versus the fast and aggressive team of Dubs and Megga. I don't know who's going to take it. It's going to be a close one.
It absolutely is. Like we said, guys, feel free to let us know in chat what you are thinking. Is it going to be TG and Thieves, or will we see the boys start to hold on a little bit in terms of Dubs and Megga? It's going to be a fun one to look out for. That is without question. But we're going to go through it to a quick little commercial break. When we return, it is time for Losers Finals. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 4. We are live here from the UMG studio. And boy, are we having a fantastic time. It's Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and Trooper. And like we said, boys, we're about to enter in toward our losers finals. We've got FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga getting ready to face off against FaZe Thieves and Typical Gamer. It is set to be a phenomenal one. We've kind of laid out the story, right, that kind of comes into this. A team who was dominant throughout 2018, obviously won week 2 of 2018 in Typical Gamer and Thieves. A young squad who was qualified countless times for the Fortnite World Cup as of recent. A group of guys who are very young, but have kind of started off in previous of 2019 and had some good moments, but this is by far their opportune time to have the highest placement in their Friday Fortnite careers. It's a big moment for Dubs and Megga, but they now face off, like we said, against TG and Thieves. It's old school versus new school. It's about to be a fun one.
And it's going to be an interesting one, and I think the biggest factor that might hurt Dubs and Megga is the fact that they love to go to Neo Tilted. We saw Ninja and Sway, honestly, arguably one of the most powerful teams in this tournament, because they landed Neo Tilted. Unfortunately, the tournament run ended a lot earlier than I think a lot of people wanted it to end as Arkhram and ZexRow moved forward. But if Dubs and Megga cannot capitalize in Neo Tilted and they fall early, Typical Gamer and Thieves, we've seen what they can do when they have the map to themselves. Typical Gamer coming through along with Thieves with 29 total eliminations in their last game number 1. There is a lot of opportunities, and I'm already hearing, I think Tilted. Are we going there?
Yeah, right now they're already focusing in on it. They know exactly what they want to do. Look at that. Right below Neo Tilted, you have Shifty Shafts as a hot zone for this game. So definitely gives you the option now to go there, slay out as much as you can. And in between there now and Shifty, you might have a lot of other people going there. And not just that, but also a lot of loot that you can take from those people as well. But they're going to focus in on this main POI right now and just try to pick up as many quick picks as they can and try to get started hot.
Let's see exactly as FaZe begins their descent in toward Neo Tilted. They've reached ground level, and we'll see what they can try and accomplish. Finding weapons off the break is going to be crucial. Seeing an enemy from long range, that should be first blood that's found, and it will be. The early knock coming through from Dubs, wanting to solidify it, and he will in fact do it. So first elimination is through, and we'll see if that continued, or that rather if that will be a continuing thread, as he will continue to stroll down the elevator, finding some decent weapons, trying to make sure that inventory is looking as good as it possibly can. But like Taylor mentioned, this is a make-or-break situation. If they can have a successful venture into the towers, that could give them a huge advantage for the rest of this series. But if they were to fall instantly, that could be the defining factor in terms of why TG and Thieves managed to make it through it as well.
And you hear them saying, right, Typical Gamer and Thieves, Dubs coming out and saying they play so slow, and yes, they do. And obviously being very well aware of their competition. They've been watching, they've been doing their homework and studying. So how are they going to react to that slow play style? Well, they're taking it slow themselves, and I think they understand the situation. There's no reason to go crazy. There's no reason to be as aggressive as they have been in the past, maybe against, other opponents, maybe such as, Camo and Ceice, maybe MrSavage Benjyfishy. You could take your time, but already in trouble. Thieves down to 27 total health. He still has to be aggressive, but out of mats, he's going to get dropped. Typical gamer has to go big here, or it's all going to be but over as Dubs and Megga are going to get that extra credit, and they're going to go big. Can typical gamer capitalize?
Yeah, this early going down now, it's so unfortunate. Game one, right away you're going to feel like such a big burden now for your team, having to take now your teammates' focus off of whatever he's doing, or potentially now wasting precious seconds here. And oh, a nice drop, and then landing the flint-knock shot to get a little bit more distance and also connect with a solid shot on his opponent. And now he's going to be able to build up a little bit, as we see now this getting synced up with where FaZe Thieves actually got dropped in here. And now he's going to see if he can go and for that rescue, but somebody dropping in, not letting it happen. And he's going to try and throw some of these chug splashes here. You can actually throw them to give a little bit more health to your teammate when he's down as well. Man, the flint knock disorienting his opponent there, and then editing the roof, going from the top to get the double kill. Listen to those comms. How hype are you going to get after a play like that?
Thieves getting the gas. What a play coming through from TG, keeping the push alive. As we fade back toward Thieves' perspective, they are succeeding when it comes down to Salty Springs, tossing in a few of those chug splashes. But what a clutch, what a moment that is, and continuing on, pretty much just melees the opponent almost, it looks like, at that close of a range. It was the shotty, obviously, but one enemy looking to try and get out of dodge here in Shifty Shafts, as this was the hot zone for this map. Unfortunately for him, though, a quick exit as FaZe, Megga, and Dubs are starting to combine for a few on their side. So it is interesting as we kind of fade in back toward FaZe's gameplay that they instantly left Tilted Towers and made their way south towards Shifty Shafts, which could be a good opportune time for them to as well, off of that rotation, which consistently is one of the big digs that we give toward Neo, is obviously, a number of not the opportunity to get resources. Maybe not as many people go there anymore, but also the rotations from time to time aren't always the greatest in terms of if you want to try to go south or want to try to rotate because of the zone. They clearly are seeing success there as well. But from one side to the other, we're back on with Thieves and TG, seeing success in Salty and grabbing that high ground.
And one thing that I do like about this match, we kind of talked about, we've been hinting at it, typical gamer Thieves, that slow and steady wins the race, style of play. But Salty has forced them to play more aggressively than we usually see them, and they have been lighting up the elimination feed. And that's why I think we saw, of course, Megga as well as Dubs rotate out of Neo Tilted as early as they did, because typically they stayed there a little bit longer to get some mads, as well as their inventory maybe a little kitted up, and maybe focus on players rotating through. But the fact that they are rotated so early over to Shifty shows that they are giving some respect to the play style of typical gamer and Thieves, and we have a phenomenal match as we're seeing a replay here of all those elims the typical gamer was able to get earlier. He is at 8 eliminations. Thieves is at 1. That puts them at 9. That is one of the best Salty starts we have seen.
You hear him gassing his team up. Yeah, go at it. You have all the right in the world to do that. He is just going nuts with that double barrel as we switch on over now to FaZe. Look at that.
Give me that.
Bashing right in to the one by knock knock. He didn't even use the side with the door. How rude. Taking out that player. Now he gets to loot this first guy that he was able to take out as well. So only gathering just a minimal amount of loot from him and some extra ammo. Now building all the way up to try and regain control here of this higher ground area. Get out of that loot lake area. And him and Megga actually going to be trying to look. It looks like they already have their eyes set on their next opponent. Look how close this game is at that score, that bottom left. I mean, man, these games, these last couple games have just been amazing in terms of how close they are. You got to love it that this late in the tournament, this is what I want to see.
And that's my big thing. Is it worth it, right? Is it worth it to be up by just one elimination after all of the hardships that you went through to rotate to where you did? If it's worth it in their book, I mean, hey, go for it. But at the end of the day, is that enough? Is that enough that that aggressive play style Is it going to be worth the risk to be up by, a few eliminations based off the way that TG and Thieves are playing? We'll have to see, because I can guarantee you we're not going to see the FaZe boys slow down anytime soon. We're seeing these guys going to get into 1-by-1, toss a few chug splashes toward either way, make sure they're grabbing the best weapons. On FaZe's side, they're dodging, the things that take a long time. They're getting rid of those chug jugs. They want nothing to do with it, because that's 15 seconds that we could have done to rotate, to try to get toward another perspective. So, like we said, the playstyle's oh so even, and this is why I love this fight, this battle that's going down, because it is a total clash of playstyles, a total clash of the way that people can play Friday Fortnite. It's not necessarily one dramatic or the next, it's just a matter of two totally different teams, and a mix of Friday Fortnite right now, where we're in this kind of mix of teams that are seeing success by playing slow, and teams that are seeing success by playing oh so quickly. This is the ultimate factor into which one is kind of the more prevalent of the two. And as of this moment, the faster pace play, the ones coming in from FaZe, are working.
Megga and Dubs have been moving around the map. They've been covering so much distance from Neo to Shifty, all the way over towards Loot, and now at Megga. You gotta love the rotations, and that is exactly why they have such a lead as they do. But no mats, and a player with high ground puts them at risk of potentially getting dropped on with a double barrel, so you have to be watching out, but easily cleans them up. And mats are going to fall to the ground along with the launch pad, plus they also have the slipstream, so plenty of rotational abilities if they so decide to use. On the other side, typical gamer not slowing down, as he's rotated himself along with his teammates, and more players are going to be found, but definitely a competitive match to say the least.
Talk about,
as you would expect.
Talk about putting the team on your back. He now has 10 eliminations if you count these. I mean, maybe make that 11. Now he's going off. Does confirm that 10 now for his accumulation of kills right now. He is doing so much and even more than that right here in this stage of the game. I mean, it's tough. You're playing at such a high level. Man, if only both you and your teammate can be in sync at that same level. I mean, obviously there are so many variables right now, but look at the jumping shot as that guy's trying to fight his way in. Putting down the campfire, it's going to lure so many more eyes to you. Now with that added smoke effect added into the actual campfire, a lot more people are going to be trying to third party, knowing, hey, you put a campfire down, you're weak. Let's try and get as many shots on this as we can, just annoy them, throw them off, or try to pick up a quick kill on a wounded player.
Looking toward the bottom layer of those builds, they think that someone might just be underneath them, but the sniper shots from afar, trying to pepper them up as much as they can. Dubs doing some work from afar, and you hear Megga saying, hey, let's just try to bop him. Let's try to go for the rush, and now is their opportune time. A sniper up close. Surely it's not going to lead to a whole lot of success, pen and paper, but they're the ones who are being taught things. Great stuff coming through from FaZe, maybe teaching us all as well. Fantastic, and it's constantly landing shots, and the assistance comes through. While it's not the overall elim that comes through from Dubs, it's the assistance that means the most. The quite a bit of HP damage that was done from him will only make Megga's life so much more easier. They've got bounce pads, they've got that height advantage, and they're only going to continue on their rapid race, as 10 have already been granted for Dubs. We were talking about it, Thieves has been going off. He's been having a phenomenal performance, and while that is the case, we're also seeing some fantastic contributions come in from Dubs as well.
Great builds from Dubs a little bit earlier to kind of juke out his opponent. Great stuff as he got the high ground, took over the wall immediately, comes in through the edit, and was able to get the elim. Little things like that is what puts Dubs above amateur players, and that player didn't have his head on a swivel because he had no idea what was coming at him, but already rotating over towards Fatal. I think they did make a call out. Players will be up above, and I do see a fight near Fortnite. Meanwhile, Thieves on the opposite end of the map over in the winter area will be finding a team just down below, and of course, typical gamer tearing it up. He's not going to waste any time, and you see another player just down below, and I love the fact that this game itself, there's players spread across the entire map, and everybody, each team is finding every single player, and you got to respect that because of the fact normally you see a lot of the players, they'll just find, clump of players here, clump of players there. No, both teams, rotations are in effect, and they are both being fruitful to say the least. So I think we're going to go into game number 2 with a very even scoreline.
Yeah, these players will not yield at this stage. I mean, having all 4 players now still alive at this late in the bracket, when you're this close to the grand finals, you're going to most likely see everybody still alive and these games going almost all the way to the end, to the Victory Royale, just because these players are at such a high level right now in terms of skill, in terms of being warmed up, this far in the bracket playing the absolute best of the best today, I mean, these players are going to be completely on edge a lot of the time and making sure that they are shooting for their teammates so much more, trying to make sure that they are not the one that causes them to essentially fall apart and lose a game. So these games go the distance, and that really opens the door in these late scenarios on the bracket for these teams to pick up so many more eliminations. We are in for so many exciting matches in these final moments of Friday Fortnite's event. You can see chasing in through the doorways, not able to escape. And that is just going to be another pickup there for FaZe. And now getting barrel stuffed in front of him, able though to hang in that bathroom, stay alive long enough with the silenced SMG, just long enough, and also perfect timing for that Chug Jug to come in here. Does take him back about 15 seconds to get it through, but plenty of time to get back involved in the fights there. They are still in great shape.
And we also noticed, right, those arrows started to kind of combine on each other a little bit. I think that might have been, I think it was Thieves, actually, who was trying to, you know, kind of spectate that fight a little bit, maybe play somewhat of a three-peat, trying to hunt for as many eliminations as possible, steal those right out from underneath the boys on FaZe. Love that play coming through from the old school guys, as it looks as if toward the tower they might have spotted someone. Look at that, lovely play coming through from Thieves, as he might be able to find this one. Has to be pixel perfect, but he might actually render that one to go over toward Dubs, and all he can do is sit from afar and spectate, and it looks as if Dubs, where did he go? Where is this player at? He actually ends up going right in front of Dubs, which happens to be right where Typical Gamer is, so that works out very, very well. But Typical Gamer ends up getting taken down, and now this is Dub's moment. He's trying to be careful because he knows those shots are coming in from Thieves to the back lines, going for the edit. Who's going to be able to land next? And one shot, one kill. It will be Dubs who claims that one, as that is his 18th elimination in this game. Unbelievable stuff from the young god, as this guy is having one heck of a performance, allowing for Thieves to do all the building for him. He said, I've done all the work in this game. I've got the most eliminations. It's time that someone does something for me. And as they try and scout out where this final player is going to be located, this is a big frag to find, considering the way that the FaZe boys have played toward the end of this game number one.
Dubs and Megga, they want that rematch against Aydan and Innocents. They have some unfinished business to do. They'll have to force a bracket reset in grand finals, but that is exactly what they are working their way towards. 18 eliminations, not bad at all, but if you remember, just in the last series, we saw Typical Gamer had 19 eliminations to his name in the first game. So I got to say, very even played. I do believe a shot was fired, and I don't know if it was on accident or if a player is, in fact, going to be over here. A lot of buildings to be hiding at, and there's going to be one individual player. I had no idea a hoverboard spawned on top of this roof, but now I do. And he almost actually falls off as he misses the hoverboard himself. But with that being said, cruising around. And this is the hide and seek that we always run into whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite. There's always that one guy who's going to be hiding in a corner, but I thought I just saw some builds over at the Explorer's outlet just up ahead. That might be where he's going to be, but you got to be thinking how close the scoreline is. This last elimination is going to matter.
Trying to still spot him out using the surfboard here. God forbid if it's a marshmallow skin left, because you ain't going to find him too easy.
But a fact.
Coming flying in now. Let's see exactly if we have Megga and Dubs going to walk away with a huge advantage here in this game now. Typical Gamer taken out, so Thieves having to fight on his own here, but nothing that he can't handle himself as well. He has been playing excellent thus far, but it is going to be a little bit of a disadvantage here, having to now just have him, just himself now looking for this last bar, having to out-track this player over FaZe, Megga, and Dubs. They can cover so much more ground. I mean, at this point, I mean, they're just kind of, there's just so much time to be wasted. They're going to see what they can grab from this supply drop. Really, nothing really needed at this point. They're just going to try to wait this out and see if they can find these last couple of eliminations and solidify this game one here today.
I love that from Dubs and Megga. They're just constantly communicating, like, why is this guy hiding? Like, if only they knew what it was like to face off against themselves. Like, if this guy is totally aware of the situation that he's in right now. Like, he knows at least that the final few players are hunting him down and just based on how aggressive these guys play, like I said, it's just interesting. It's so much fun to kind of hear their unique perspective. Like, what's it like to hide in Fortnite? I don't know what that's like. We're a rush heavy team. We don't know what it means to not go to a place like Tilted or Mega Mall. These guys are just full guns ablaze. They're constantly having their foot on the gas pedal, and thankfully, I was gonna say, didn't get an awkward spot just then. But like I said, they may or may not be in the process of getting their license. Another young men, but they're sticking to driving the ATK, not the ATKs, but the Quad Crashers here. So, yeah, maybe a final building search could come through here. Okay. Oh, this is great. I just love, like, granted, it doesn't equal out to anything. At least I don't believe so. But I just love, like, the banter back and forth of these players. This is awesome.
Oh, no. See, this is why I like
Friday
Fortnite. Oh, no, he's going to try.
Yes.
GG, guys.
These...
Dude, how am I supposed to get your wall?
These guys are terrible. I love to see this friendly banter between the two. And
What?
oh, what? What?
He can have his
Because
teammate's
it's his own
build.
teammate.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he phased through. Love to see it.
I think Dubs was like, wait, how did that happen?
Oh,
Who was
he
it?
lost to the storm. Are
Oh.
you kidding me?
What?
That's how that Elam would go through. That guy was pulling like a Nick A30 trying to get out of the storm, like going from from stream to stream, just trying to stay alive. And you know he probably made it just toward the edge of the storm and just fell right before I got there. But what a game this was. I'm actually very intrigued to know what the score is, and it will be a 28-17 advantage for the boys on FaZe. Now I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. Now, is this a scoreline that we're looking at and saying, all right, we need to see a much more aggressive play style, or are we thinking, hey, rely on Dubs and Megga to make the mistakes, keep playing your game because it's got you to this point? Which one are we thinking?
Well, to be fair, Dubs and Megga, you already know where they're going to be going. They're going to head straight towards Neo Tilted. That's exactly where they always go, despite the scoreline. So honestly, unless you want to land at Neo Tilted yourself, which is not the most optimal thing to do, you wait for them to make the mistake, and hopefully they do. If they don't, well, you might not win. But if that is the case, like we talk about all the time, how many second chances can you get? Typical gamer and thief, slow and steady wins the race. I think they keep with the same strategy.
Yeah, and with the score differential being the way it is, typical gamer went down pretty late in the game. So him going down obviously did hinder them from getting at least a few more eliminations. But really, I think that he got taken out so late in that game where I don't think even if he was alive, they were going to close in on this gap even that much more. Maybe by a few more eliminations, but I'd say this was Dubs and Megga's game to take by at least a good 5 or 6 kills. Typical gamer, when he got taken out, there were still about 10, 15 players, I believe, still remaining. So there was just too much ground for them to cover in such a short span.
Right.
So, I mean, Thieves did what he could, still managed to end that game pretty effectively, the best way you could in that situation. But now, it's such an uphill battle to climb. And like you said, I mean, going to probably say go Neo Tilted. Pretty used to it, you know, if you're FaZe. But, yeah, that's not something where you're going to have just one player go. You know, how often do you see players split off and one going Tilted? It's generally something to lesser known or lesser popular areas. But, I mean, right now at this stage, anything is really possible. I don't know what these guys are going to try and pull out of their pockets.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, in terms of like what I really think the FaZe should do, to be totally honest, I would love if they tried to mirror. Like, I think that'd be
That's a good
an
strategy.
They might as
incredible
well,
call.
yeah.
I think that'd be fantastic, and we'll see what the landing locations look like.
Our favorite place, Taylor.
Yeah, this is
This is not a common place for them. I will say, maybe because they're used to kind of playing a little bit more.
I think the bus came over this
slower.
area.
Okay,
if
so
I'm gonna
that-
guess because
right.
they got there pretty quickly.
So that could, yeah, that's a very good point to bring up. That definitely may be the key point of interest. Now, I know up kind of toward the northern side happens to be where one of the hot zones is. As it looks as if Thieves already cleaning up one.
You good?
Thought he ended up finding one of the newer shotguns, but I guess not. But regardless, though, a decent inventory for the time. Typical gamer taking down a player of his own. So, like we said, we've been kind of discussing it. Normally, Pleasant Park is not one of our favorite places. As the boogie bombs are coming in, players are dancing, and Thieves is not happy about it. And he's boogie bombed as well. What? Oh my gosh! Thieves up close, get shot. It renders for the boogie bomb to no longer be in play.
200 IQ. I know he can't
my
kill me with this
gosh.
shotgun. Take me down to 4 HP. I'm going to get out of this boogie bomb state and wreck you on the steps.
And also,
madness.
at the same time, TG was so low on HP. If Thieves drops, So let's watch this
Oh,
again.
he could easily kill him in one
Boogie
shot.
Bomb takes the shot, ready for the shotty, and at the same time, if
he had an
Thieves
AR.
falls, if
Oh.
Thieves falls, TG is just right around the corner. Like, this guy was already, I think, going for typical gamer in this perspective. That one shot may or may have not just allowed for them to stay alive in this game when they're attempting to try and play aggressive.
You love to see it. Perfectly timed. First shot, damage comes through. Boogie Bomb nullified and immediately shot to the head. That's just heads-up plays overall. And they are surviving in Pleasant, but now they got to traverse through this open area, and it's always scary to do that, especially at this location when you're low in health. Neo tilted. Well, did we expect anything differently from Dubs and Megga? No, right? So with that being
Maybe
said,
one Neo, maybe one Megga, but that there was someone going to Neo no matter what.
absolutely, and they seem like they're doing just fine. But with that start from Typical Gamer and Thieves, you got to be thinking, hey, they are looking pretty solid. If Dubs and Megga go down here, this could spell disaster, but they are looking confident.
Yeah, player running right in on them. They do block him out as they were very unprepared for that at the moment. They don't, I don't think, have anything to really heal up. So this fight hopefully can go off without a hitch, and it does. Easy pickings right there for Dub as he was able to rack up a, I believe, a couple, or just one elimination in that instance. Look at this, Banana Man getting in the face of Thieves, not able to hang 10 right there. Thieves actually getting a little bit of help from his teammate there. Luckily, he was able to pop in the time he did because, man, he was low on HP. And you can even see Typical
second
Gamer
chances can they
low
get?
as well,
Both of them were out of mats. Both of them hardly had any resources. My goodness, they are just hanging on by a thread here in Pleasant Park. And I got to say, I know this is kind of a replay moment that we're going to watch from TG and Thieves and whatnot. And they do manage to take down the Banana Man, but to no avail. I got to say, on the other end, from Megga and Dubs, I love their communication. Like, at one point, I even heard them saying, editing 3, 2, 1. Like, they're even giving those specific amount of call-outs. That is fantastic to see from a very young duo, who obviously we get to watch, you know, a lot of the times in the Fortnite World Cup, so they do have that experience. But to hear those guys communicate and to be at the level of skill that they already are, it's just very impressive to kind of hear that, because normally that's one thing that a lot of the younger teams start to kind of falter on, is not communicating, not talking enough. That's a big thing, especially when it comes into console esports, that a lot of the young guys deal with, is that they're not vocal enough. They're not willing to give communication to their teammates. They're just focused. They get that tunnel vision, and they just lock in. And it's like I said, that genuine skill is nice, but when you can combine that with a good communicator, that's overall what leads to a lot of success. And it's no doubt the reason why these guys are playing as well as they are when it comes into regular competition, and why they are tearing it up when it comes down to Friday Fortnite. They're even calling out, it's huge, and it absolutely is. 7 already for Dubs. They've made the rotation into Loot Lake, and they are not looking back.
And a very critical thing for them to rotate over towards loot. They're cutting off a rotation that Typical Gamer and Thieves were probably taking for granted. So because of that, they get the eliminations from there, and they are going to have a huge advantage, because now Thieves, Typical Gamer, even if they rotate into loot, nobody's going to be found. They're only going to find shambles of loot from the enemies that Dubs and Megga just cleared out. Now with the quad crasher, they're going to be able to fly away, but I guess there are going to be some stragglers just over in this location. But honestly, Dubs and Megga, they're happy with that. Let them waste their time finding the stragglers as they continue on to find the bulk of the players over in the tropical section, over in Dusty. They'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, and right now, as you see these players trying to build out into the distance here, just trying to get away right now from Thieves. And you got to wonder, these players that come out of the storm, you know, I kind of always have this thought that if you catch a player coming out of the storm late, right now isn't too late. There's still plenty of time before the circle closes. But if you find a player coming out of the storm late, I usually can, I automatically categorize them as a you know, not as skilled as a lot of players are, because a lot of this game is time management. It's location management and everything. You have to be on top of everything at all times, and when you miss something as obvious as the storm, which is the key to the game, getting caught into it, I feel like that's a lot of easy picks, and why people tend to really hang and gatekeep on the edge of those circles so many times. And you can see a lot of these players are still remaining around that edge of Loot Lake, most likely coming out of Neo Tilted, the north of the map, as they're forced out from the storm. But Gingerbread Man cuts him off in the back, and Thieves gets taken out of the game, leaving just Typical Gamer up now to just basically bounce this whole game back as it's falling apart now. He only is down to 10 HP. Is he going to be able to win this fight and get that reboot card?
He has a Shadow Bomb. He has a Shadow Bomb. He takes down the Gingerbread Man, trying to keep this team alive. trying to keep this run. They're at a deficit. They've been trying to play as aggressive as they can. Like we talked about, Thieves, his reboot card is available. If you are in this moment for TG, you're looking for the card. You're looking to try to get your teammate back in it while also trying to stay alive. Can he manage both of those things? TG has put on one heck of a performance so far throughout this tournament. Been putting up major numbers, been clutching out for the team. He does have that shockwave grenade. And for those who did watch Cypher's video today, there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of strategies when it comes down to this, and rocks it into the slipstream. Wonderful usage, but just can't get on top of those builds. And now it's a race. Not the greatest situation when it comes down to the resources, but he has the Shadow Bomb. Unfortunately, ends up getting taken down, trying to utilize that slipstream, trying to get that high ground advantage. And he is here at the top of the mountain, firing away at someone who is in that slipstream. They will escape. No solidified elimination, but Thieves' card is beginning to expire. And here comes TG. Can he get here in time? Is there anyone around the corner? Back on low ground. Finds someone from the flank and makes it work. It's an instant elimination at one that makes their lives so much better. But during all of this time, during this entire process of trying to go for the reboot, it's a matter of FaZe on the other end not stopping. They've gone from location to location. They're now venturing over towards Salty Springs, and they're even using things like Flint Knocks just to make their play that much faster. Thieves brought back in, but FaZe has not stopped.
And that's the thing I was pointing out, right? Dubs and Megga, perfect scenario. They come through loot. They get a couple of eliminations. They leave the scraps to Typical Gamer and Thieves. Typical Gamer and Thieves waste a ton of time getting in those engagements. Meanwhile, what does Megga as well as Dubs do? They rotate the Salty. They pick up a couple eliminations there to maintain the lead. And while we're seeing a recovery from TG and Thieves, which, by the way, TG very low in health to say the least, and they're also fighting off Storm. Megga, Dubs, business as usual. They're rotating through, and they're finding even more. And now they're coming in for a 3-peat plus a shotgun shot off the back of the quad crasher to get a knock, by the way. And Thieves, he's going to pick up a couple, and TG, he's going to drop. Thieves, can he be the hero TG needs?
Yeah, the Typical Gamer popped the Slurp Juice, I believe, and did not have a lot to gain from it before he got taken down from his next engagement. And right now, we're so focused on these FaZe players as they are doing everything possibly right in this game and just getting so lucky with their locations and where a lot of these fights are happening. They're rolling up on these unsuspecting players consistently in this game. It is working in their favor so well, and it's a heartbreaking situation right now if you're Thieves and Typical Gamer. Right now, this is basically all up to Thieves. This game is getting so late right now, and you also have to take into account not only is this fight so far from outside the storm, he has to win, get that card, and get back out of harm's way. I don't know if he is going to be able to. He does already, though, have that. I believe I have the card already, so he's just focusing now on the fight. Let's see if he's going to be able to take that skin. He does. That guy, the iconic skin, you just paid $1,000 to get clapped, son. How can you do such a thing?
Fuego coming from Trooper over here, letting them know the skin doesn't make the player makes the skin. You love to see it. Card grabbed.
He grabs the card now. Perfect timing. Okay, he had to solidify that engagement first, but man.
He's going into Storm to revive, though?
Oof. Exactly where he just got revived.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah.
He's only going to have 30 HP when he comes back. He's going to die. Right? They're so far into the storm.
He's going to have 100. Whenever you get revived, you do go.
Oh, I'm thinking of a regular revive.
Yeah,
you're right.
You're
right.
100 XP.
You
plus
are right.
You also have your Great Pistol plus 100 wood. So he'll be okay, and they should be able to break free, especially with the slipstream. So with that being
Look at
said,
the other side.
breaking through, yeah,
like
they haven't stopped.
Like their reboot van is pretty much like stopped on the side of the road, while we're seeing an ATV pretty much just be utilized to fly over mountains. That is the difference in terms of how these two teams are playing this one out. And there comes another highlight-worthy play from Mr. Megga, turning up. Here comes the stink bomb, doing some damage, but right now in Fatal Fields, they are having a heyday, nearly losing some HP, but coming around the corner is his teammate, Dubs, doing some work, doing some damage, trying to get back up in the HP game. Thankfully manages to go ahead and grab that mini, placing a few walls, does lose the high ground, but his teammate is there. Dubs toward the top side, Megga at the bottom, and here comes that flint knock. Manages to take the top side. Dubs ends up getting eliminated at least, or rather knocked, excuse me, could be eliminated if he's not careful. And you hear the call out coming in from Dubs saying, hey, you're safe, take your time, it's all good. Megga, what can he do at the sign of adversity? The first time that these guys have really seen a negative situation so far in this game. How do they deal with it? How can we see Megga begin to clutch on the other end? Thieves and TG still are struggling. TG is down again. in the storm.
Because I don't know if it's possible for
And
them to
Megga.
catch up, but
Still just trying to distance himself, trying to get forward. And here comes the chance. Up close and personal fight, losing some HP. Brought down to 47 overall. But as time starts to go forward, he realizes, I don't have any mats. I don't have any resources as of this moment. All I've got to go is for some resources. Thankfully, he's going for that cozy campfire, but he is exposed, and here's his opportunity.
Oh, no!
Fires himself off of the top of the builds.
Oh, my God.
Now, the point bringing up right now is that TG and Thieves are still alive
This
in
is
terms
so
of
doable, though,
Thieves. This is possible.
It's
I know
close.
it's very close.
Okay.
So it looks
just
as if
said- he said
TG
they're
gave
down
the
8, he
update.
just said.
They're down by 8 eliminations. Once we see Megga pretty much get brought out, that's going to be, what, 10 overall players that are left alive?
Oh, man.
He's got to go 8 for 10, 9 for 10 for the W. What a moment this is if they could pull this off. We talk about it being available toward the long game. The turtle and the hare, who can win the race?
Oh, and
It's a
half
slow
pot.
and steady one, but
good
we'll see
timing.
if it can pan out in their favor.
Total of 11 eliminations still remaining. Now, guys, if you're just joining us, this is for a grand final spot to play
Wow.
off against
Nice.
Aydan Innocents as a knock comes
Get
through,
that
and
health,
that's going to be a
boy.
full elim. Plus, we have some bandages. Not a bad trade. You also have mobility, and you also have that legendary scar just to his left. So, with that being said, potential to come back is 100% there. He's going to go ahead and dip out. Launchpad used. And there's a total of 8 eliminations that he can get. Now it's all about, can he find them in time? We know a couple players were over there in Fatal, and that's exactly where he needs to head to, and I think he's got a heads-up play. As a couple players are going to be using a slipstream just up ahead. A baller is going to be in use as well, and 2 players to his left, and he's
Oh my
going on the
gosh.
attack right out into the open. Shots are going to be fired. He's also going to be shot from the back, too. He's got to play this appropriately, and he's going to go ahead and build up. He's going to get that high ground. Not a bad play, especially knowing there's players behind. That's going to be 1 knock. Plus the full elim coming through as he's going to focus his attention on the army man just down below. Can this player go down 2? He noticed he was getting lit up from behind. He's immediately got to build up, go into defensive mode, and go on the attack. Can he keep the momentum going?
This is absolutely insane. He is starting to feel it. Is this doable right now?
Oh, man.
You got to keep your eyes on that kill feed. I think if anybody else
Oh my
other than
gosh.
him gets a kill, I think it's all over. And now he lands on top of the builds. Still in this
Oh,
one
good
line,
use,
just trapping
yes.
him now. Oh, but he gets out of harm's way from the trap, so that's going to waste a few more seconds that he really could have utilized right there, but instead does finish off the kills and gets plenty more shields, gets a slurp juice as well in that situation, so he's still staying in this. It's still possible, but keep an eye, like I said, on that kill feed. I'm pretty sure he has to slay out the rest of this room.
Oh, man, everybody, hold on. We're on for a ride. It's either going to be hero plays or heartbreak. What can they do? Thieves continually taking down players as there is 5 remaining.
That was my kill.
And I think another one just got solidified by an enemy on the outskirts. And yeah, the shots are coming forward. Thieves hot on his feet, quickly decides to dodge up. And this may be one of the most skilled players in the entire lobby. It's time for a build fight. And boy, is Thieves ready for it. He's got plenty of resources. However, he does not have that high ground. How does he try to engage knowing that everybody that's still alive in this game is watching this build fight go through? Not having the high ground advantage, ready for the trap. Can the player decide to engage? The quickest reactions right now, 44-41. He needs pretty much every single thing left. Goes for the quick edit, trying to bounce outside toward the
Oh my
the
gosh.
left
this
of the
is-
build, and here comes the opportune time. Here comes the edit, trying to take one down, missing a few shots. The traps are engaged,
Oh, he
and
didn't
it
get
looks
him.
as if he will try to escape. Manages to get out. Whose traps are these? Which
Oh
one is it?
my
It's
God.
Thieves. Thieves' traps are keeping him alive in this matchup right now. Another knock, and this one is still possible. Going
Oh,
for
here
the
it
quick
goes.
edit, solidifies that, has the med kit. But is there time? He does have plenty of shields now if he needs to utilize it. 3 more players are up. TG rooting him on. What a moment this would be if Thieves could pull off what seems to be an insurmountable advantage coming in from the opposition.
Oh my
17
God.
HP, pulls down
No.
the trap and takes down another. Thieves is the trap master as Cypher has officially handed over the title for now. Going for the edits and drops another. 17 HP, has to get out of the storm as the storm flip has been tossed out. 2 more players exist, and Thieves,
Yep.
a moment to breathe. For God's sake, he deserves it after all that he's been through so far throughout this tournament. And throughout this game,
that's one. Okay. No. So we now are down to just 1 versus 1. And there he is, down below, and he automatically finds him when he gets it. Are you kidding me?
Call the cops.
Typical gamer and Thieves. Did they just pull it out? Thieves in the situation. Let's listen.
No, we lost by 1.
No.
Are you kidding me?
He says he lost by 1? Despite all that, but I'm hearing that they did, in fact, tie. We'll get an official update, but what an official situation that you saw from Thieves and Typical Gamer in such a clutch play. Thieves.
Everybody,
At 15, that's 20.
get your calculators out. Everyone get your calculators out, get your Casios, fire away.
Oh.
And I believe
We tied.
that we're being told, in fact, exactly what Thieves is saying, that was a tie. We've heard official confirmation. A tie has been had at 45 apiece. We think. Possibly. That's what we're assuming. I'm hoping that it's official. I was told it was. Who knows? We're still adding up. But if our calculations are correct, this one should be a tie. And if so, we're going toward a game number 3, gentlemen. After all that,
Yeah.
I got to say,
Thieves.
Thieves just pulled off one of the most insane plays in Friday Fortnite history just to bring it to that point. What an unbelievable moment. And like we talk about, the storylines coming into this and what was defined in that moment from Thieves, he basically proved that the slow play style is still effective. It can still compete with the fast plays, the aggressive play style that we see coming from the opponents. And I thought, honestly, it was going to heavily favor toward one side or the other. I really thought it was going to play out that way. But what a game, what a performance. And I love that we get to watch these two conflicting play styles do work again, face off against each other again. Guys, let us know in the chat what you are thinking right now. I know you're all trying to make your case for winning that $10,000, which will be announced here in that grand final. But still, what's your emotion right now? Let us know on Twitter, hashtag Friday Fortnite. What did Thieves just accomplish? Guys, what was that?
And it all started over at Loot Lake, right, when we saw
Oh my gosh.
both the team, both Typical Gamer and
I'm gonna
Thieves
pass
going
out.
through and trying to get the revives
Oh.
off and then rotating out. I thought they were wasting a lot of time, but Fatal ended up being it. Now, if you guys remember, there was a crucial point that ended up happening where Thieves was dropping down and a third party ended up going through, and Thieves ended up losing one of the eliminations. That elimination would have, in fact, solidified the victory, and we would not be going to Game 3 if that third party would not have come into play. Great stuff from Thieves, stepping up. Typical Gamer has stepped up in the past with 19 eliminations and a couple more. And Thieves in this situation stepping out himself. Now, Dubs and Megga knew that really they had the game in their hands, honestly. They don't go down. They don't lose. And a massive comeback comes into play. And now Dubs and Megga have to be thinking, are we even able to take the slow play style out? Because they thought the game was in the bag. I thought the game was in the bag. And now a second life comes through, and we're back to business as usual. Typical Gamer Thieves, they're going to be heading over for the drone and then Ice Cream Mountain. And I believe Thieves, he's going to go, or excuse me, Typical Gamer is going to head down into Fatal.
It's 0-0. Like they're playing.
And then, of course, we have Dubs and Megga heading over for Neo Tilted.
I have a perfect drop.
Now, this was my question. I want to bring this up. You have a clean slate. You know what just occurred if you're Dubs and Megga. It is the hot zone on Neo Tilted, and they're going to go here again. I thought that maybe kind of coming into this, we talked about, in terms of a lot of different game modes, as Typical Gamer comes through, already finding, what is that, entire squad. I thought that maybe we might see a little bit of a slower play style considering what just occurred, as everyone was silenced by Thieves' overall play, but that is not the case. Both teams know it is time. Right, we got to get involved in the action. We'll see exactly what TG just pulled off toward this Sky platform here.
Oh, don't tell me he did it all up here just with a great AR where there's one to get us started. Second one shooting down below. You talk about getting blessed.
Let's go.
You're bringing a pickaxe
That's all he
to a
says.
gun war, and you are not going to win that, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to start with 3 eliminations, medkit in hand, and a couple more
All 3
pieces of
landed on
loot
the
to
platform. I
find.
got the first
That is a beautiful start.
Yeah, you can see even the 2 pickaxes, even the doubles weren't enough
Oh,
to
wait,
hold
double
it
Sky
together there.
platforms.
I mean, that's such a great opportunity too. A lot of players don't think, if you're one of those people that land onto a squad that's also on a sky base, I mean, if you're the first one to get a weapon, you're just going to pick those players off one by one, just like you saw right there.
I'm gonna go in, okay?
I want to see exactly what TG is doing right now. Like I said, he finds 3 off the start. He sees a few just off in the distance here.
Split so much of Grandma's.
He's done quite a bit of damage already. Like we said, those players just want to go home to grandma, but TG is not interested in that, tossing in a few frags as at least one lands. There goes the knock, solidifies a few more. TG is going off toward the start of this game, and this is what you want to see if you're a fan of these boys. This is what you want to see if you want the old school boys, the veterans, to lock this one up as a very solid performance like that. Incredible performance. And as we fade back toward the phase, guys, they haven't really seen too much action when it comes down to Neo Tilted. Despite it being a hot zone, this might have kind of eluded a lot of players to want to go here because they know there's a lot of action to kind of break down. You just never really know what that average player, the average Fortnite player wants to do.
I think going for a baller is probably going to be Megga. And unfortunately, he misses, so he's going to waste a little bit more time. Meanwhile, business as usual on the other side. Proximity grenade to come in up close for the Elim. And Thief sitting at 4 eliminations himself. Typical was sitting at 5, so that's roughly around 9 between the two of them. And I got to say, that is a great start. And he even takes the time to ring the doorbell to see if anybody's going to come and answer, because he is taking all victims at this current point in time. You don't even need to fill out an application. You love to see it. Thieves, Typical Gamer, looking like a solid duo, and they have sped up their gameplay quite a bit. And I got to say, they are looking like a totally different squad that I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, excluding those opening kills in the Skybase from Typical Gamer, I mean, you could see they ended up landing Salty, and I mentioned to you guys earlier, I think Salty Springs is more of like the low-key Tilted now. It's the way that people treat it. So many more people, I feel like, go there and fight over what's in that location based on its size, and then you have Neo Tilted that was a hot zone in this game, and they were, you see, now we're actually having trouble to find players that were there. So it's so much of a difference when you have that in the game. You wonder, like, is that going to deter players from going there? Are more players going to go there? Sure. I mean, and also just with the new POI in general, I know a lot of people try to avoid Neo Tilted just because of how dense it is. It's so hard to even know where you're getting shot from half the time.
My mind just struggled to compute what Megga just did. The amount of inputs he did in, like, what was it, like maybe a half of a second just made me utterly hate myself, because I will never be able to accomplish anything like that. But regardless, my goodness, the FaZe boys just doing some work. I will say, all things considered, right? They're doing some work on the outskirts. They're making some highlight plays, but they haven't really seen as many people as TG and Thieves have as of this moment, right? 9-5 overall score. Doves finally managed to go and grab one of those ballers off of the slipstream. But you notice, just off in the distance, that's exactly where TG and Thieves are. They're vacating, they're moving around, and they know this is the play style that they have to implement if they want to try to take down the FaZe boys. They can't rely on for the FaZe guys to make those mistakes. They have to try to play a little bit more aggressive, and I like this tone that we're seeing coming in from these guys. And like you talked about, Taylor, this tournament for them, it hasn't really looked like typical TG and Thieves. It's been a lot more of a fast-paced style. They've been constantly up in the elimination game. And I like this playstyle coming through from them, as now it's time for the kill race. Who's going to be able to find a few of these? Tossing at the proximity grenade launcher from afar. That's all Thieves can do as a lockdown one. Typical Gamer is low on HP, but to no avail. I can assure him that he's going to be safe, thankfully, to all of these players and Thieves doing typical Thieves things, stealing the baller, might even hand it back off to his team, rather to his teammate. You got to respect that a little bit. He is, his name kind of, you know, indicates what that strategy was for, but he's a nice thief. He'll kind of hand it back if he needs to.
Bandages there, and he will definitely take that. We also have the heavy snipe legendary edition is going to be over there as well. If you want to use that, not a bad thing. Finding some minis, and it's kind of nice that all this came full circle with all 4 players coming over to Neo Tilted, as a call does come out, as a fight is going to happen, and I think a split is going down. Dubs, he's going to go ahead and head off on his own. Meanwhile, I think he's going to allow Megga to kind of stick with the other 2 of Thieves and Typical Gamer, but I got to say rotations are going to be high-paced, going through fast. But I got to say, shout out to Typical Gamer and Thieves for having the lead so far. They are playing like madmen.
Yeah, the battle scars are going to be really showing on Typical Gamer after this entire event. There are so many instances in the last few matches that we've seen where he's come out of fights with low HP, but the key, coming out of those fights, still on his 2 feet. So he was able to go through a lot of these and fight all the way down. But, you know, it does take a little bit of time away when you have to regroup, re-heal up. But no problem there, as him and his teammates still both in full strength, able to rack up a lot of eliminations. And, I mean, as TG, when you're slaying out like that, you're going to get a lot of extra loot, a lot of extra shields, too, that you can now put to good use. Dubs getting another elimination of his own there, and still just using that baller to keep it all moving, as the time is now getting even smaller now in this game. Just under 40 players remaining. Even though it feels like that we've played a full game almost, with how focused these players are and how in and out of these fights that they're getting. But they still have half the lobby to go. And I believe now, yeah, Thieves is already down on this situation. So this is going to be now the option now, or the chance for FaZe, Dubs, and actually another one drops. That's going to be Typical Gamer and Thieves are both going down. Megga and Dubs are the only two standing now.
Oh my gosh, that may have just done it. I know in terms of the early game, it was TG and Thieves who were at the advantage. But what a moment this is for Dubs and Megga. Can they make it to their first ever grand final? Let's watch exactly how TG ended up dropping. Let's keep in mind how many eliminations we at least see on his screen. So TG at least has 5 in his own regard. Thieves was playing pretty well also. But up close, pretty much just got overwhelmed by the opponents on the outskirts of Salty Springs, the location that we have started to kind of label as, you know, Tilted Towers 2.0, the new era of Tilted has kind of been toward this area.
Let's go. We're going to the finals.
And that's it. Just like that, that one elimination is what solidifies it. Megga goes down. It's not a big deal, as FaZe will progress on to the grand finals. They will get their rematch versus the boys on Ghost. Aydan and Innocents. They've been waiting for a while, but what a run it was. Massive props to TG and Thieves for making it as far as they did. But in the end, as we went toward this dramatic overtime game, it was the new school who managed to win out.
Man, I got to tell you, great stuff from Typical Gamer and Thieves, finishing off in 3rd place. And shout out to them, like you said, Old School coming in, one of the OG duos. They played out of their mind. And shout out to Thieves for that comeback in the second game to keep them alive. But I know that last elimination is going to haunt them. If that 3P wouldn't have came through, they would have been the one in grand finals. But things do happen. Dubs and Megga, shout out to them. Great players, awesome mechanics, and they definitely deserve to be in the grand finals. A rematch to come through. Aydan and Innocents have their hands full, but man, they've been on ice. I hope they've been, you know, staying warm, because I got to say, Dubs and Megga, they're coming in hot.
What a series. I mean, that was just phenomenal. A phenomenal way to lead us right into the grand finals. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Our first Game 3 of the night had to come at that level. I mean, that's just at least the first Game 3 that we were able to see catch on stream. I mean, that was insane, and I'm so happy that we're going to get this rematch right now. But, I mean, are we going to see another slow start? Are we going to see something just as aggressive as we just witnessed right there? I mean, right now, I mean, I would hate to play this team right now. They are on point at the moment.
And that's the worrying thing. We saw a very similar result to last week when Mongraal and Mitro were going on their run. They had one team who in the finals who was a little bit on ice. They weren't really as prepared. The first series was done in just a matter of, maybe a few minutes, because of how hot those guys were and how slow off the team that was in the winner's bracket was as well. So like we said, guys, a lot to look forward to as the grand finals is upon us. We've got the Ghost versus FaZe rematch. Feel free to let us know on Twitter by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite who you think will become champion. And like we said, now is your last opportunity. If you haven't done so yet, make sure to let us know. Make your case why you deserve to win $10,000. We'll be announcing that one lucky viewer right after the grand finals has concluded. Like we said, a massive thank you to MrBeast for supplying the prize pool for the winners, as well for one of you guys out there. It's $20,000 in total. It wouldn't happen if it wasn't for MrBeast and co. Obviously, like we said, make sure to visit shopmrbeast.com. Some new merch. I know it's 20% off all weekend, so make sure to check it out. Like I said, I know we're going to be rocking it here soon. But like we said, guys, at the end of this quick commercial break, it is time for grand finals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the grand finals here of Week 4 in Friday Fortnite 2019. It's a battle of the organizations. It's a battle of the placements. It's about to be exciting. And in terms of our placements up to this point, Yet have we seen the organization of Ghost Gaming capture a championship here in Friday Fortnite 2019. We've seen NRG. We've even seen FaZe in the past with Tilt and Jarvis in Week 2. We've seen Team Secret and Atlantis in Week 3. But in Week 4, can we see Ghost claim their first championship, or will we see FaZe finally begin to duplicate it? It's a matter of the play styles. And speaking of last week, that Mongraal and Mitro play style seems to be is seeming to be duplicated by the boys on FaZe right now. Dubs and Megga come into this one with a series disadvantage. They're going to need 2 since they came from the losers bracket in order to win it all. For the Ghost boys, they just need 1. Obviously live from the UMG studio, it's myself, Landon Lano Sanders, along with Reflections and Trooper. Boys, we are diving into this one deep. It's a big moment right now for the Ghost boys, and one thing that is an interest point is that Ghost has been waiting. They have been somewhat iced, if you will, while FaZe has constantly been in matches. Their shots are hot. How will Ghost start to respond off the break?
Interestingly enough, Megs as well as Dubs decided to go over towards Retail, or Megga, excuse me, and that's kind of interesting because we've seen them go towards Neo Tilted the entirety of this tournament, so they switched it up specifically to counter Aydan and Innocents. So you definitely have to think that's very curious, to say the least. Dubs just below half health, so that is going to be interesting, especially if he drops off early. This is a rematch from earlier, so a bracket reset will have to be forced, but Innocents getting lit up. And he's going to be relatively weak. Aydan, he throws him out a med kit, and he goes on the attack himself to try and protect his teammate. This is going to be a make-or-break moment, and it looks like they make it as Aydan quickly goes in for the elim. And that's only going to be the first elim of the game, interestingly enough, given the fact that how aggressive these two teams are.
Yeah, it's so ironic that you know, a lot of players that maybe aren't the best builders or don't really build that often would go to a place like Dusty Divot because there's so much more natural cover there that you can kind of work with, but there's so many materials around that you're just not utilizing right there. They're able to land there, still pick up a couple kills there on the side of Ghost, and now as we see on FaZe's side, they're looking to get started really, really hot as much as they can. Right now, I expected off the jump these two teams to start slaying out, but very slow start right now, which is I'm fine with because, man, that last series, I think I held my breath for almost the last half of that Game 3. So definitely good to kind of relax just a bit, and kind of these guys are picking their spots right now, making sure that they are not the reason that they fall apart.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like we said, in terms of Dubs, he's made his way toward the forest to try to get back on overall HP since he was at 40, and this is an interesting situation, trusting his teammate. Will it work out? Tossing out the shockwave grenade, and is going to manage to escape. So big play coming in from FaZe, and that's good to see that they are willing to back up. They're not trying to play overly aggressive. That's the one thing that could fault them in this game, is just by how fast-paced they play, they could run into a few uncertain circumstances. It's a game that you just never know. It has some random moments, that's for sure. It's without question. But as long as they can play consistent, as long as they can play their game, we'll see how they can do. Boogie Bomb placed, but it's not acting whatsoever. It's an influx. It's 3 players that ultimately get silenced in just a matter of seconds. Fantastic stuff coming in from FaZe. A lovely play as they are shopping right now over toward Mega Mall.
Love that positioning from Megga. As you notice, he built some ramps just below the slipstream. It gave him an out, and also gave him an opportunity to go for a quick push depending on whichever one he decided to take. And it's little positionings like that that make a difference. And even through the air with the shockwave grenade, he's able to connect a shot. I did see the reboot van was in fact used, so that's going to be another potential victim to be added to the stat line of Megga and Dubs. As now Megga will be making his way up towards the top of the shopping center. There's going to be a player who just went up there himself. I gotta say, very aggressive plays, especially this is exactly what we expect from this duo, and they are making the best of it. Launchpad to be used, and they're gonna be traveling over here towards the camp to see if there's maybe some potential victims over there as well.
And building up right now is Innocents, who is now dropping down low to help Aydan out on that low ground, and gave him just enough assistance for them to pick up another couple kills here on their end. So it actually appears that one of them went in the favor of FaZe on that one. I think one now for Ghost again. So we do have FaZe still in the lead, just by a few, but a great start for them regardless. As you know, we now have to come into play. This is the first time in a few hours that we've seen Aydan and Innocents playing.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm sure they were staying warmed up, but man, at such a level that Dubs and Megga just came off of in terms of playing. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they are beyond ready right now for this match, and as warmed up as one could possibly be. So they're going to be playing at the top level right now. Let's see if Aydan and Innocents can at least keep up in this game one.
That's a great point that you're bringing up, Trooper, and it looks as if right now the boys from FaZe are in mind for the long game. They have to be very careful, though. Like we said, if you shoot the enemy too fast, sometimes the reboot does not fully commit. They immediately fire. It might have been just enough of a delay, and it will not work out.
they did it
That's
too
the
soon.
issue that happens. Sometimes when you shoot ultimately way too quick, the reboot does not come in. So a little bit of a mistake that unfortunately could have equaled out to up to what, 3-4 eliminations. It only will equal out to 1 in that moment. So a big misstep if you're FaZe, a player running in sequence, looking nice, but ultimately it's not going to suffice. That's for sure.
That player's mad.
Yeah, he's definitely a little bit frustrated. 905 ping.
I've never seen that
not
running
going to work out too
That's
well.
really weird.
It's a new
It's
one.
a new, yeah, it's
in
in
shop.
shop today. Make sure to check it out.
Look at the Flamingos. Love the Flamingos. With that being said, Aydan finding some victims over in Tropical. I know there's one up ahead, maybe next towards Old Tomato, but he'll go ahead and focus his attention here as a player tries to get away on the quad crash. Yeah, right. Got to be thinking. Did, in fact, rock the Thief outfit, which is kind of funny you say that, but the player will get dropped. 2 players are going to be coming into the slipstream. They're going to go ahead, and Innocents, does he decide to go for the laser? Does not. And that's quite unfortunate, but Innocents already in a fight on his own. He can't even focus his attention over there. See how Innocents will do in this situation. Great builds. Players located just above him, and he'll go ahead and reset towards the bottom as he will spot him. And this should be an easy elim, and yes, it is.
One dropping in that fight. Going to leave the room open now for another person to get taken out here by these players of Ghost. Ooh, and getting shot out now. Innocents drops down just a couple levels, but still has the height advantage here. You can hear Aydan now shooting down on the lower side. Innocents just cannot get up to that high ground. He is layering those ramps, but still cannot get height. So finally using his launch pad to get out of dodge here. Jumping over, now transferring to the slipstream back to the cabin to at least get a better view now to help out Aydan in this fight. But Aydan right now not needing any help as he's able to edit into that box and just do Aydan things right there, taking out that player, relooting, and just trying to re-coordinate now with his teammate as Innocents pops back over now near Lazy Lagoon, right as that storm is going to come in soon. So he doesn't have much time, roughly about half a minute now before they're going to be forced into the next area. So let's see if this fight is going to extend. How in the world does he not get touched by that trap?
The stairs.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, the timing. I thought he had jumped in and put his back against the wall just out of that range for it, but the stairs may have played a factor as well.
100%.
My God, how lucky. He just got out of there by the skin of his teeth. And now fighting and following up, just destroying this guy immediately on that high ground and coming out on top. What an advantage.
Yeah, great stuff coming through from Ghost. Clutch play coming in from Innocents. Just the realization of knowing what to do in a spot like that. It requires a lot of composure and a lot of game knowledge. Already seeing a few enemies on the bottom left of our screen. Taking out a few of those builds, trying to get inside that 1v1. Here is Aydan to try and engage at first. Shots from range, shots up close. Making the way toward the ocean, but it looks as if here's Dubs. Dubs actually gets involved when it comes down to the kills, and that's going to be very unfortunate if you are the boys on Ghost. And now it's just a matter of trying to find the stragglers, and we'll see. It was Aydan who managed to at least find one, but to no avail. A very smart play coming in from FaZe, maybe taking a few pages out of the guys that they just went to overtime against in Thieves and TG. But one thing that I do like about this matchup, guys, is obviously we talk about it constantly. Dubs and Megga, they're known for the fast-paced, the aggressive play. But the interesting combination that Aydan and Innocents have is that they can play very aggressive, maybe not to the same extent of a FaZe, but they can kind of be in that middle ground of not slow enough, or rather not too slow, but are rather knowledgeable of the strategies in order to walk away with games. They're not going to enter in toward tilted if they don't have to, but they're willing to if necessary. And that's one thing that I think is going to be a massive advantage for them throughout the line of this game, is their transparency and their ability to do everything rather than Dubs and Megga, who are constantly on the cusp of wanting to play aggressive. Is it going to be enough? We'll have to see. Pedal to the metal remains here for FaZe Clan. 15-6 is the overall score, and Innocents is not about to make that one easier. Keep in mind, Megga just ends up going down, and now it is up to Dubs. His teammate has officially been dropped, and now remains a situation. He's going for the engagement. He has to be so careful. One shot, and he's done. Brought down to 89 HP, finding the gingerbread man, and will be able to find it. But engaging in a one-on-one like that, knowing that his reboot card for his teammate is still sitting off in the distance, one shot goes badly, they're done in this game.
And there's only one player remaining, right? So they are going to be searching far and wide for this guy because of the score being so incredibly close. But if you go all the way back to the beginning of the game, why do you think Innocents and Aydan currently have the lead? Well, it all starts off because Dubs and Megga went to the outside of Mega Mall instead of going full send in, and because of that, it hampered a lot of those eliminations that we're used to seeing. Next game, guarantee you they're heading over towards Neo Tilted. That's going to be the area they go to. That's their bread and butter, and that's where they get most of their eliminations. So that's exactly what's going to be happening. But with that being said, Aydan, Innocents, they pick up this last elim, and they for sure are going into game 2 with the lead.
And once we entered into these final 10 players that were in this lobby, that's really worrying, because at that point now, you have to think if you're Dubs and Megga, you guys are now, there's no way you can tie going into game 2. So right now you're already ending game 1 at down in some certain amount of points, which is something that is going to weigh in on you, because you have to beat them and reset the bracket already. So now going into game 2 in this first series potentially, and having this now that they have to deal with, I mean, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to try and bounce back. They have to do everything right, like you said. Neo Tilted's going to have to be the play. They can't afford to get cute now.
Yeah, and that's the thing where at this point in the game, you have to be thinking about the future, right? This is the opportunity. If you are faced, knowing the disadvantage that you're going to suffer, let's think about the future. Let's think about that next game. Let's try to use that short-term memory. Act as if that first game didn't happen. Let's just play aggressive. Let's play our game. And that's the one positive. If you are FaZe Clan, it's not a matter of, oh, we're such a slow team, now we have to play aggressive. That's what they've been doing. Like, if anything, this is a strategy that they have been implementing in all of their games. This is what it's meant for, is when you're down 9, 10, 11 eliminations. So the factor that they have to do this, very fast, aggressive play, it's nothing out of their playbook. So that is a positive. If you are a fan of FaZe Clan, you want to see this organization win their second Friday Fortnite, be the only organization to do that multiple times here in 2019. That is a positive to look out for, and I'm curious if that will hamper them, or if it really, kind of since they've been utilizing it since the beginning, if it's only going to bring them up. Only time will tell, but this elimination, it means a lot for either side. Distancing yourself if you're Ghost, bringing it close if you're FaZe.
Definitely so, Ghost. I mean, if they get this, they're going to be up 10 eliminations. If the other side gets it of Megga and Dubs, they'll be sitting just at a deficit of about 9 themselves. So it does make a difference, to say the least, and hopefully, at least if you're a Dubs fan, he'll be able to get it. But if you're a Ghost fan, hey, maybe you're wanting Innocents and Aydan to get it, because I want to remind you guys, Aydan Innocents, they only have to win one series in order to take over this victory and $10,000. Meanwhile, Dubs and Megga, hey, they've got to win this and a second one and force that bracket reset, much like Mongraal and Mitro did last week, in order to take over the victory. Very possible to do, but takes a lot of work. And this is the cabin. Will they be able to find him in here? They will not. And you can only imagine Dubs if he gets caught. Oh. And there it is. Aydan finds it, and that's a 10 elimination lead going into game 2.
Yeah, this, I mean, you want to get ready for it to see some exciting gameplay on the sides of Megga and Dubs. I'm hoping right now this is the time that it's going to be utilized for anything that they have not done in terms of strategy. They have touched on everything at this point. Everything right now, it's just totally automated right now. At this level, they're so on point that, I mean, they're going to go tilted. They're going to slay out. There's going to be no... I mean, they're not going to play risky whatsoever. Everything has to go their way. There's so much that's battling against them. You have such pure skill with Aydan and Innocents doing so well and getting this 10-kill lead. There are so many factors that come into that play, but, man, well-rounded. It all came together today for Aydan and Innocents. This is their tournament now to take. They're knocking on the door for that championship for Ghost.
And the one thing that we constantly reference in terms of a team coming from the losers bracket, it's important in that first game to really make a statement. That's what Mongraal and Mitro did, in week 3, excuse me. But what they were able to accomplish in that first matchup was a dominant lead in terms of Gotaga and his teammate. They really weren't in Airwaks. Yeah, they weren't really able to do much. Like they got silenced immediately, and it was like, okay, Mongraal and Mitro, there's your opportunity, there's your chance. Not that they're feeling overly confident, but it's like, hey, you know, we're sitting pretty well when it comes down to this matchup. This first series, wipe it away. Your goal as the losers bracket team is to try to get through that first series as quickly as possible to avoid burnout, to avoid the consistency of just constantly being involved in games, because this is the one that matters, right? If you're the only thing that people are only going to remember is this series. So all of the work that you made up to that point means nothing. But in terms of what you're allocating to all of these matches, they're kind of even. So it's very interesting when you're coming from the losers bracket, what you want to try to accomplish, because you want to try to get it done as early as you can. You don't want to go to an overtime game. You want to try to get these done as quickly as possible. So the fact that they're coming in with a ton of adversity in this game too, a team who has not struggled to find eliminations, is starting to have it happen. Like I said, maybe they're not super familiar with playing, you know, for this long in terms of just a regular competition, always having to be ready for the calls, ready for these situations. It's going to be interesting to watch how these young guns can battle it out and see really where their skill can lie. Obviously, all 4 of these players amazingly talented when it comes down to Fortnite. But can Dubs and Megga force the bracket reset, or will Ghost, Aydan, and Innocents be flying in for the final time? It's about to get interesting. Ghost versus FaZe. Here we go. And let's see exactly what Dubs and Megga have in their line sight for landing locations. They are continually avoiding Neo Tilted. And I got to say, not that I'm overly surprised, but I am a little bit in the slightest because of what has treated them oh so kindly to get to this point. They're starting to stray away from what's treated them so well and gotten them to this grand final.
And what's interesting is Dubs and Megga just lost essentially the first game by 10 eliminations, and this is exactly where they landed. Aydan and Innocents won that by essentially 10 eliminations. Yeah. And this is exactly where they landed before, so it's kind of repeating history, and if history repeats itself, Dubs and Megga, they're going to lose this in the second, or at least in the second game, and they're going to miss out on the grand finals potential prize of $10,000. Yeah. You can't do that. You've got to switch it up, and you've got to get more bold, and hopefully we're going to see a split go down because, you know, if you're bringing up history, right? HD Cypher, what was their strategy? One goes to the outside poverty of course, Megga, and then the other one goes to the outside poverty of Salty, and then they kind of, you know, converge into one location, and this could be it. Dubs, he's going to be in poverty outside of Salty Springs. He could be pushing in, and then the other one could be pushing into potentially Megga, but I do see, in fact, they are going to be meeting up together, so I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to work out, but it's also dependent. Innocents, Aydan, how many players can they find down inside of Dusty?
Megga lucky enough to stumble on a llama at this location, but how much luck do they have before it completely runs out? They need a lot to go their way in this game. And even at this point, I mean, I'm starting to worry that they're taking just a tad bit too long to really loot this area and try to move along and find players to kill. I mean, obviously, they want to make sure they're kitted and be prepared for these fights, but man, it's hard for me to really agree with the call. They should have most likely landed on people right off the drop and just tried to gain as many quick kills as they could. You saw in the last series how easy it was for them to rack up kills for Typical Gamer up in the sky bases because people had no weapons and he grabbed the only one available. So, I mean, right now they already missed the opportunity to get those early game kills. They're going to be, you know, heavily combating against somebody that they stumble upon. But right now, I mean, they didn't take advantage of the early game. They went to the same location and looted it, and now they finally do come across their first engagements here in Paradise of all places. Ooh. And Paradise is one of those hot drops, so could have been a good rotation, but we're going to see how this plays out.
Oh. I was going to say, it looks as if a few of the builds are starting to get destroyed from the backside, trying to be super careful when it comes into Paradise Palms. Like we said, this is the hot zone, a big moment right now for FaZe where they need to capitalize on a lot of these eliminations. Here's your chance, receiving some shots from the side, and Dubs ends up going down. Megga literally so low on HP. I know that Dubs is the only perspective that we have, switching now over toward Megga, hopefully, he goes down as well. And just like that, that will do it. Ghost, Aydan, and Innocents are your champions as Megga and Dubs, the young duo, fall after trying to go for the bracket reset. Massive congratulations to Aydan and Innocents as they are your Week 4 Friday Fortnite 2019 champions.
What a play from Aydan Innocents. Did not drop a single game the entire Friday Fortnite. Phenomenal stuff from them. I was excited to watch them last week. Like I said, they didn't get to play then, but coming through big this week, the duo comes out on top in your final standings. $10,000 richer, Aydan and Innocent. Dobbs and Megga, though, shout out to them. Second place, not bad. FaZe was represented well. And typical Gamer and Thieves, that old duo coming through. Third place, not bad at all. But shout out to Aydan and Innocents, one of my favorite duos coming through, and they provided not bad at all.
Yeah, big shout out, though, to typical Gamer and FaZe Thieves. They played their hearts out, but they still walk away with third place. I mean, that final game, though, that just tells you, and it brings everything together. I mean, you can't count out Aydan and Innocents at any level throughout this tournament. Like you said, they didn't drop one game. If you want to talk consistency in Fortnite, that is textbook consistency right there.
Yeah.
You got to give them all the love in the world.
And that's the one thing that we were kind of looking at, in terms of, oh, look at all the strategies kind of coming into this. Typical Gamer and Thieves, they were kind of the more slow-paced team who had their moments, and when they had to ramp it up, they could, but it just couldn't get them over the edge of the team that was playing ultra-aggressive in terms of Dubs and Megga, how fast these guys were playing, constantly landing Neo. And then we enter into the grand finals, and we're like, oh, yeah, this is a team that has kind of the best of both worlds. They can play slow when necessary, but they can also play super aggressive because they have the history of these two controller players who like to go toward tilted in their history. Like I said, it's known, it's in their blood. If they need to play aggressive, they can, but they also know the strategies that are involved in a match, in a format like Friday Fortnite. You got to give everybody in the top three a lot of credit, but to no avail. Like we said, Aydan and Innocents, they're their champions. And like we said, we have not seen an organization yet be duplicated here in 2019. Like we said, we've seen NRG, we've seen FaZe, we've seen Secret and Atlantis, and now we have Ghost.
Yeah.
So it's definitely been interesting. Friday Fortnite has a number of different mixtures of some of the biggest esports organizations in the world, ones that are the most involved when it comes into Fortnite. It's been a pleasure to kind of see all the differences come through and really make an impact. But I guess week 5 we'll have to wait to see who can kind of duplicate it.
And I was going to point out, too, first and second place has not been duplicated either. There's no one who's made first place. There's been no repeats of grand finals whatsoever. Every week is just as interesting as the last, and it makes Friday Fortnite that much more interesting.
Absolutely. Well, guys, it's time. We've come to this point. One of you has won $10,000. We've been watching it, right? We've been watching all this competition. Aydan and Innocents have been grinding out for hours. I mean, tons of competition, tons of matches just to come to the point where they are obviously Friday Fortnite champions, but also walking with $10,000. You guys got to watch all these games, and one of you is $10,000 richer. It is time to unveil who is winning $10,000. And congratulations to LMAO Raf. Congratulations to you, buddy. Obviously on Twitter as well, LMAO_Rav. He put, I love you, Mr. Beast. Hype emotes. Love to see it. Congratulations to you, man. $10,000 richer. We also have to give a massive shout out, of course, to Mr. Beast. He's the one who supplied the prize pool. He's the one who is now allowed for Week 4 to take place. He contributed all $20,000, the ones that were obviously, or rather, given to the players, and the ones that were given to Raf here.
And I do want to point out, he is an owner of an org.
Okay.
Boys LMAO, #Team Techie. So, hey, $10,000 going to him could be the start needed to raise this amateur organization up.
That hashtag's about to be trending right now. Everyone wants to be a part of the organization.
Hey, I'm on board. I'm looking for an org. Pick me up. Hey, all I need is a salary of $10,000 for maybe a week, so
there you go.
it's not worth it.
Hey, but put a down payment on a team house. Let me sleep in the garage or something. I'll be more than happy with that.
It really is, though. It's so awesome, to be a part of Friday Fortnite, obviously, but to know that, just that announcement right there, that guy's watching that, and just life change right there, $10,000, whatever it obviously is going to be allocated to. Obviously, an esports fan watches Friday Fortnite. I mean, it is changing people's lives. The fact that we got to give away 30 Nintendo Switches, obviously last week was insane. It's just so awesome to be a part of, and we couldn't thank you guys so much or rather, we can't thank you enough for being a part of the ride and enjoying Friday Fortnite along with us. Like I said, you guys knocked out trivia last week, and we're just so thankful to be able to give back to you guys. And like we said, it is really all for Mr. Beast, who managed to provide this prize pool. All $20,000 came from him. Shot Mr. Beast. But guys, before we throw it out to our final commercial break, any final words here?
Always a great time to have you guys as spectators out there, bringing the support, bringing the hype, using that #Friday Fortnite. I do want to reach, or at least shout out a milestone here on the UMG Events Twitch. We did, in fact, hit 20 million views tonight, and it's all thanks to you guys. Last year around this time, we were sitting at just 600,000 views. So in a little bit over a year, we've went from 600,000 total views on this channel to over 20 million. And me as a commentator, Landon as well, and of course you just joining us. It's a huge milestone because we worked very hard for it, but we couldn't have done it without you guys, Keemstar, and the support from many other people. Honestly, shout out to Goalie as well, the producer in the back, who's literally been here for every single show. It's a beautiful thing, and as a commentator and an employee for UMG events, it makes me very happy.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. A lot for most events, you know, a lot of people forget that production crew. They put in their hours, man. They grind just as much as the players do. Let me tell you. So gotta show them a lot of love. Also, big shout out again, shopmrbeast.com. Thank you so much, Mr. Beast and Keemstar, for helping throw together as well as UMG for this entire Friday Fortnite event. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here in cast for you guys, and I really hope to be back soon.
Absolutely, man. Well, it was a pleasure having you. This is your first Friday Fortnite here live in the studio. I know we got a few more shows to do, which I know we'll pop right up the schedule here in just a little bit so you guys can kind of know what we've got going on. But still, it was a fantastic tournament to be a part of. And like we said, week 4, it's done. It's through. I feel like we just started maybe 30 minutes ago. It felt like it flew by.
Yeah, about 9 hours ago.
It was that long. But I'm saying, in terms of the way that it kind of flew by, it was just awesome to be
fun.
a part of. But like we said, guys, some upcoming broadcasts that we've got going down. Call of Duty Weekly Rumble starting off week number 10 tomorrow around 8 p.m. Eastern time. On June 8th, we've got Minecraft Monday, week 3. We got some mini games to play, some new teams, some awesome personalities involved with that one. And we've also got some Gears of War action taking place on June 9th, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Emergence Days, week number 7 is breaking off there as well. But like we said, guys, want to give a massive thank you to our friends at G Fuel for as well making this event possible. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure to check out their website. They are the official energy drink of esports. I know myself, nearly done with mine. I'm going to finish this one up as we, fade away toward our last commercial break. But like we said, we want to give a huge thank you to our friends at G Fuel. You can feel free to use the code UMG for 30% off. And obviously, a huge thank you to Keemstar as well as Mr. Beast for allowing for Friday Fortnite Week 4 to be a possibility. They supplied the prize pool. They are making all of this happen, adding the players into the bracket, and obviously providing some incredible action and entertainment for you guys to enjoy. So massive thank you to them. And also, like Trooper just mentioned, shopmrbeast.com, new merch, all kinds of stuff lined out. Make sure to check out Mr. Beast's YouTube channel. Spoiler, Chandler finally won a challenge. It happened after so long. Shout out to Chandler, by the way. Played in Minecraft Monday, but to no avail. Like I said, Mr. Beast is putting on some incredible stuff for the entire gaming community, and is changing the face of YouTube. That's without question. So we couldn't be more blessed to have him aboard the Friday Fortnite thing with us here at UMG. But like we said, for the entire studio here, from production to the commentators, Trooper Reflections, myself included, it is Landon Lano Center signing out for the final time, saying thank you so much for watching Week 4, and we'll see you all next time.